faster. Go. faster. Go. just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, Team Secret. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Maybe I'm just gonna say 15.
Because if this is not you here,
Yeah, I think at this time I'm gonna try to get that.
I give him 6.
I give him 20. Yo, don't practice, man.
Yeah, I'm started on top.
3, 2, 1. Okay.
Yo!
Focus.
Focus. Very focus.
Much better actually. Actually, Kevin Susanto.
Focus. I'm talking.
Yeah, don't talk.
Wait, 20.
Thank you.
Don't miss.
Thank you.
3 in a row.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 17.
Size getting 25, no bull. Size getting 25, no.
This is gonna give you a gear.
Oh, okay. Ups and down.
Oh, wow.
What is this? Upside down Googles?
Goggles. They're gonna put glasses on you and it's gonna be upside down, motherfucker.
Oh. Go.
Oh, hell no.
That is crazy. Actually, I want to try it.
What's up, man?
Yo, Kevin, who's the sexiest while upside down?
Yo, not gonna lie, I only can see your butt like chest, you know. Okay, if I like that, I can see your. Oh my god. 3, 2, 1.
What? You're shooting legs.
Ah! Come on, bro. Come on. Ooh.
1, 5, Kevin.
Higher bunk size.
One more. At least one more. One more, Kevin.
Oh. Come on, 10. You get 10. Let's go. 4 more. Oh, so close. Take your time. Bro, you're not using your mouse properly. Aim properly, bro. Nice. Last 3, come on.
Where am I? Okay.
Lucky 7.
I think if someone can get at least 20, best player in the world. Not gonna lie. Okay, how much you can get? You think? How much you can
Yo,
get?
Carpe.
I can get 3.
Yeah. Kevin, Carpe. Don't think about aiming, or don't look at aiming. Feel the aiming. Feel it. You see what I'm saying? You'll do much better that way. Feel. Based on your feeling. You can do that.
Okay, you ready or not?
Wait, where's the start button? Wait, where is it?
Oh, it's not looking good.
He's not even.
Wait,
Actually, try it. Yo.
Okay, let me try. Yo, I can't see. Right there, right. Where's the mouse? Where's everything?
Oh, 20. Let's go 20.
Best player in the world?
8.
Best player in the world?
9.
Best player.
10. 11. 12. 20. 10. Best player. 20. I told you. 20. Best player. 2 more. 1 more.
Maybe it's for him, I guess.
Best player.
Go! I told you, bro. easy, bro. I told you. You don't look at it. You just feel it. You feel it, bro. I'm calling it right now. 24 out of 30 for Saya. Saya is a martial master.
This is hard.
No, bro, Saya, you can do it.
시도가 여기 있어.
Doesn't matter. Saya's a god.
네. 갈게요.
Let's go, Saya. Yep. I told you. Stop. Okay, take your time. You're good.
Oh.
You're good. You're good.
Oh my god, it's so hard actually.
No. It's easy. Look how easy that is for you. Yeah, see it? Chill. Let him keep going. Yo, I'm telling you, 18 is easy. Look, first try. He didn't even warm up. Whoa. Right here, Saya. Whose idea? Admit it right now. You need to be fired.
He's a genius. He's a genius.
Whoever's idea was this, fired. And whoever agreed to it, also fired.
Oh my god, yo, I cannot feel my aim. 이거 아까처럼 하드 모드로 하나요?
Wait, hard mode?
Hard mode? Are you Get closer, guys. Put your arm around me, bro. We need to give him energy.
Let's go!
Let's go, Sai. Come on. That's one. That's two.
That's two already. That's two.
That's three. That's four.
That's four.
Oh, so close. 5. Yeah, 6. 7. 3 more. 3 more, Sai.
2 more.
2 more, Sai. 1 more, come on.
Oh, I see no.
Nice try. Nice try. Good job.
Come on, actually, yeah.
We're so proud of you, regardless.
Try another one.
It's actually possible.
I'm happy, babe.
Stop.
I'm happy, babe. hey, go. Shit, bro. I'm happy. Yo, let's go. You can get it. Wait.
Stop moving the mouse. Just stop moving the mouse.
What?
I understand.
Okay.
Alright, I'm ready. Move your mouse left. Okay. Keep moving left. Keep moving left. Now hold W. Hold W. Now press A. W and A at the same time. No. Don't stop holding A now. W. Straight W.
몇 번 움직이는 마.
Guys, I'm helping great instructions right now. Keep going. Stop. Left. A. Keep tapping it. A. Keep tapping it. Keep going. Buddy. Alright, stop. Now swipe left your mouse. Mouse, swipe left. Don't touch keyboard. Swipe left. Swipe. Stop moving. Now press E. Now down. Stop. Little up. Press. Oh, bro. You didn't think I succeeded? I don't know what succeeding is. Guys, what do you guys think? Do you think I won? Honest. Crowd vote. This is democracy here. Did I win?
No.
Alright, you're a hater. You're a hater. Get this guy out right now. Honestly, I had a great time playing the skills challenge. It was a really fun experience, and I will work on being a better person in game and out of game. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to all the sponsors, to my family, and most importantly, the people that matter most to me, the T1 fans. Fighting.
T1 fighting.
It's Valorant time, ladies and gentlemen. We're here in the COEX Shinhan Card RTM in Gangnam, Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. We are on week 2 right now. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and here to go through the last day of week 2 with me are my analysts, Dan the Penguin, William, and Asarai.
We've been pushed back. We're about to lose our jobs, man. To Dan the Penguin. Yeah.
You blame him?
I mean, granted, he's ready to talk.
He is.
It's very clear that he's ready to
so
talk.
ready to go. And you can see our ranks up there. Just to remind you guys at home, it's not our in-game rank at all. All of us are like, no, it is the guessing game ranks where we play games. You guys can participate too. You guys are actually playing. You don't know that. You're the wingman on the board, but you actually are the same rank as me right now. Anyway, we got to see the new DFM play against Gen G yesterday. What did you think of that?
I thought it was okay. I think they kind of regressed into some of their weaknesses, yes, when they got pushed. But I think it went to show that Gen G continues to be a really strong team, that their fundamentals are really hard to break down. It's really hard to make them panic unless you're Paper X. And then on the side of DFM, I thought, starting off the maps, their prep, et cetera, still looked pretty solid.
And Asarai, Global Esports yesterday, they put up a really good fight, did amazing on Icebox, but Talon dug their heels in and took away map 3.
Yeah, it kind of just, again, spiraled out of control. It felt like it may have been just a stamina issue here for Global Esports. They looked so stellar on those first 2 maps, and then it kind of felt as a complete stop coming into the 3rd game. And by then, Talon was just so prepared. We saw how strong Ban was. Every single game, he just kept coming and coming, and it really whittled down Global Esports.
Yeah, we almost thought Alpha Group was going to get 1 more point yesterday. There was a moment.
It was close.
There was a moment.
It was close. I mean, they came out swinging quite a bit, but like Asteroid said, they ran out of steam. And meanwhile, Talon also kind of a desperate win to try to stay in contention because, of course, I guess their now most likely rival in that group to try to make it into playoffs is going to be RRQ. RRQ so far undefeated. Obviously, they'll be playing today. So Talon wanting to make sure they try to match up to that 2-win record.
And Omega Group looking solid. And as William was saying, the results of this, though, what this means is that Alpha Group, you don't need to win too many to qualify to playoffs, but you have to win.
But that's hard.
You do have to win 2.
Yeah, but they haven't gotten too many wins on that side, too. So it's more of like, can they do it more than can they reach it?
Yeah, and it is actually interesting that Talon somehow is at a 0 map differential and a 0 round differential. That's insane. But hopefully they don't keep that record because obviously that would mean that they kind of falter off at 4th place in the group. So obviously Talon looking to go higher and higher as in the later weeks as well.
Now we are going to see RAQ playing today. You can see them. They're 2nd in the poll standings here. But earlier this week, we also saw Gen G and Paper X starting the very beginning of week 2. We are obviously on the last day of week 2, but we saw the Gen G Paper X game with Paper X, finally overcoming Gen G with Jing back on the roster. What other games here do you guys think or like truly stand out for those who had missed it?
I mean, quite frankly, that was probably the most exciting one. If you're a big fan of DRX, obviously trying to see if DRX continues to grow or not, that was interesting. But honestly, I'm kind of sick of the RX days in Pacific. I'm just going to say that, right? This week is looking like we're back to it's Paper X and DRX. Okay, there's some challengers. So I want more. I want a deeper bowl of my salad, okay? I don't want just 2 ingredients. I want like 4 or 5.
You know what? I'll take it, even though Pacific loves the RXs, and so does the host. But you're right. There are a lot of teams here. I want to see them do better. I want, the salad bowl. Really salad. I would have been like, tiramisu or cereal, something like more
Well, I thought
delicious.
of the last thing I didn't eat, which was a salad.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's very healthy of you, and it's very good. We're talking about endurance here in Pacific for all the players, and eating healthy is definitely part of that. Now, today's matchup, T1 versus RRQ. This is going to be a very interesting matchup, judging by the growth of RRQ and the shakiness coming from T1, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, RRQ, I think the biggest takeaway from what they've done for those 2 series is the change up on the roles. There was a lot of interviews that came in as to how they were kind of happy with how the outcome has been. T1, on the other hand, it seems like it should be working with so many hype things that are coming from this one. Saya player always being that stellar jet, Excurate bringing out his chamber from time to time, but it hasn't really gone into full swing. But maybe that's just because of how explosive the opponents were for T1 last time.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And we can say the same thing about Bleed, which we'll get into later. Now we're seeing the max kills on a single map here. Elmi Moore, and I'm sure that's from the Icebox.
Yes.
When he just helped some of his teammates,
well, he took
all
over
the kills
all of
for
Flips' kills,
Yeah.
yes. All and more, probably, because Flips couldn't get any. But Elmi Moore with 30 kills. Jemkin also with 26 kills as well in another Icebox game, a separate one, their earlier one last week with Team Secret. So RRQ coming out strong. And honestly, I think for RRQ fans, you're going to be happy to see Elmi Moore up there. But let's not forget the others. I mean, May, another superstar people have been looking forward to. Same thing with Jipoy, same thing with Izu. And what my eyes are on is these are 4 players that haven't really been in Tier 1 for that long, right? I mean, May just finally making it out of Challengers Japan. Jipoy's, of course, getting picked up last year. Jemkin, now coming in this year. Izu, now coming in this year. And these guys are now putting up the most kills for their teams on some of these maps.
I hope you're really enjoying the Salad Bowl because it's already so different and
it's so
plain mixed up.
colorful.
It's great.
And what's kind of good about this is the way that they get those top kills isn't really the same. Like, it could be on different roles, on different situations, on how the map was kind of progressing. And the biggest one was the Izu one, where he was just so dominant on the Euro and Breeze. It felt like he was just breathing, living in that map, and no one could really stop him in his dominance.
Yeah, and like you said, obviously for Elmi Moore, it's him going back to that old initiator role on that Sova and just being so aware of where everything was going on this map of Icebox, being ready for all these kills as well. And of course, it helps that he's hitting his shots right from the get-go. But it is nice to see that variance. We've had metas where it's like just the controllers that are always top fragging because they're the ones that are getting the trades and the anchors. Or sometimes it's the duelists because we're in like a jet-heavy meta or chambers. But now we've got a nice mix so far here in Pacific.
Yep, that's right. And we were mentioning Bleed earlier, very similar to what you were saying about the T1 roster. Bleed's roster is very stacked right now, but we haven't been seeing the best performances coming out from them. We do know these adjustments were made just after kickoff, so maybe they just need a little bit more adjustment period. But going back to T1 now, what are we hoping to see today from them?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is I want to see them getting a bit more gelled up with each other, right? A little bit more energized as well. It does seem like some things were plaguing them, like maybe some personal conditions as well, where they weren't really feeling 100%. But I just want to see them back into their old form, really.
Yeah, and you know what? They were looking good at the beginning of kickoff, even the end of last year with a different roster. But you know what? Hopefully they've shaken off whatever nerves were not in place. Let's go over to the interview now and see how they're doing.
Vibe check 1 2. No, Carpe, how's the team vibe?
I think we're in the good vibes, and I think we will do really well today. I think.
Okay. Winning vibes only. Good luck.
I don't know if you guys saw the content with T1 and with Rossi. Just, he's definitely one of the hype guys on that team.
He's the guy, for sure.
Yeah,
he's the guy.
So Carpe is feeling good. That's great. I know he's like less expressive than Rossi there. And, there's some rumors about Excurate not being in full form. He had a little injury on his hand, but I believe that's better now.
Yeah.
So hopefully a lot of these things, whatever tension that they were feeling the last 2 weeks is kind of gone now.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the biggest thing is that when players like Excurate and Rossi can really get back into their form, that should also alleviate some of the pressure from Saya player, because we saw Saya starting to overheat again, just trying to make things happen, and that used to be kind of his downfall in past rosters as well.
Now, RRQ, we got to speak to Coach Ewok last week, and he was very modest about their performance, but they ended up winning too. So let's go over to them and see how they're doing.
Bro, calm down. Well, yeah. Elmi, congratulations on that 30 kills, by the way.
Thank you so much.
And Flip, you on the other side. Congratulations on getting that 0 kill and still winning the match.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. I think, I don't need to kill, I think.
Yeah. You almost broke the record though. Are you bummed out?
No, it's just fast actually. I don't break the record. I'm not the first one, so yeah. If I can 0 kill every game and then we win the game, I don't mind. Yeah.
That's the new record. All right, that's your new goal.
No, not my goal.
Okay. Indeed. You just want to win. All right. Thank you and good luck.
I'm so glad that's not his actual goal. But if it happens to happen, great. And yes, he's referring to that Icebox match when Elmi Moore dropped 30 and Flips got 0. But they won that map quite convincingly.
Yes, I mean, it was kind of a matter of Flips didn't need to get any kills, right? And Elmi Moore was just farming the map. It wasn't because, like, Elmi Moore had to clutch every round or anything like that. Elmi Moore was just on fire that day.
Yeah, and again, I keep coming back to this part where it is that adjustment that they've done. The player tendencies weren't really working on the roles that they had previously, and now coming into the new ones, as we've again heard from Elmi Moore. Oh, I was initiator main back then when I was still playing in Indonesia. I got this coming into Pacific League, and it is looking so much more cohesive here for RRQ.
Yes, you know, we didn't see RRQ win for over 265 days. And they finally won. And ever since then,
they've been winning.
They've been winning.
Only 2 in a row, but, you know.
Yeah. Oh, it's great. That's
been
2
going on
more than 0.
Exactly. And it's been over a week now, right? So we'll see if it gets to continue today. But I think the role swaps have also helped maybe a little bit of the communications as well, right? Whatever's going on with trying to set up Jemkin, things like that, that seems to be a lot better. And also, Xfero actually seems to be much more energized now that he can just do his own thing with the lurks. He doesn't have to worry about really timing everything together and always being part of the comms and things like that.
Now, I like this graphic here. We were talking about the change of positions since kickoff. At the beginning of kickoff, coming into this year, we thought T1 for sure. I think a couple of you even voted T1 making it to the top 3, going to Shanghai, but then they lost. They've been not doing so well this stage 1. They haven't been winning. RQ, on the other hand, you know, going from 0 wins and collecting them to now maybe their 3rd today.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that some of us, because I think it might have been just me that included T1 in the top 3 going to Shanghai. But now that I'm looking at it, these 2 teams are 2 teams that are really solely responsible for my absolutely terrible prediction rate here on VCT Pacific. Last year it was RQ, this year it's T1. Both teams with a lot of potential, and now with very different records. But I have to imagine T1, if Excurit's feeling better, etc., things might look a little different today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If he can actually bring back that impact that we saw when they came out on kickoff, that's going to be something to be very terrifying here for RRQ. But the problem is, it's not just that, at least specifically for T1. We've seen them have these struggles where I feel like I mentioned a while ago that there is that point where Saya player overheats, the rest of his team just doesn't know how to kind of adjust to his positioning. He gets caught, so it's really going to, I guess, depend on the front line and the back line here for T1. These kind of 2 leaders of the team to really, I guess, just bring it in to help them get that first win in the series.
T1 did go against DRX a couple days ago, and that was a really interesting matchup because if that match had happened at the beginning of stage 1, we probably would have been more split on those predictions. Now we're looking at the key players here, Izu and Elmi Moore, and you guys are making a face right now.
This is not fair. I mean, this is just not fair. Elmi Moore has one of the games of his own legacy, and then you're just timing that comparison to Izu. Granted, Izu, when he's playing the Yoru and things like that, he's looked great, but also when he has to go over to some of these other roles that he may not be as comfortable in, which namely seem to be initiators, that's where he falters a bit, and I think that's something that RQ can target in the map draft, right? If they can force either Izu or Rossi to have to play flashes, that's where T1 looks weakest. If it's not Carpe setting up Saya, something in that comm, something in that sync starts to break apart. Same could be said for RQ, though. Elmi Moore, sure, he looked great on the Sova, but the Sky, I think a lot of us could do away with that for a couple more weeks as well.
And now we're going to look at the data, the map data for both of these teams for 2024 so far.
Yeah, I mean, a breeze, pretty big one here. Both teams really liking the Yoru, so I'm curious if either team is going to try to just avoid that outright. Maybe very likely to go to a map 3 as well. But there's some clear tendencies, especially T1. Obviously, that Lotus still seeming to be a comfort pick for them.
Yeah, absolutely. You've said it already. It's that breeze, it's the Lotus, maybe even on the Ascent, since Saya player still plays hyper-aggressive on that map.
And unfortunately for RQ and Elmi Moore, we're probably not going to see another 30k drop or even 0 kills because Team 1 does not like Icebox.
No, that's their permaban for sure.
All right, we got our 2 coaches, Coach Autumn and Coach Ewok here.
So I'm imagining that the permabans will just kind of come through, right? Icebox, obviously, T1 avoiding it like the plague, absolutely. And RRQ avoiding that sunset as much as they can help it. So once that's out, I mean, RRQ has already played the Lotus earlier this weekend, and it looked like they were prepared to play against a lot of opping as well. So I think this was actually specifically in preparation to T1. I wouldn't be surprised if that just gets let through, so the sunset ban there. The real question becomes, what's RRQ's first pick?
Drum roll to answer Will's question is Ascent. That is
I like it.
Curious. All I can think of Ascent is RRQ's longest game. Do you remember that last year when it went on so overtime?
Oh, yes.
The longest
that was,
overtime.
yeah, and that was when Depp actually put down that record as well for the most kills before it got taken over by Aspas. You're right. Yeah, that is crazy. But the Ascent pick is nice from RQ, I think, because T1, they just went back to the meta comp. Of course, that means that they're going to have Rossi playing the KO and things like that. And it didn't seem that good. DFM also just showed some very clear tendencies and weaknesses that T1 holds onto when they're playing on that Ascent.
Yeah, especially, again, as I mentioned, how Saya player has been super aggressive at kind of going for those by himself peaks, and it does, once he gets picked off, it does lose a lot of map control here for T1, so RQ maybe banking on the fact that that could be a tendency that he hasn't really fixed coming into this first map, so probably why we're seeing Ascent here from RRQ.
And T1 on Ascent. We do have some data on this.
Yeah, just on T1 side though, right? So RRQ also going with a map that T1 doesn't have any VODs to ante on, especially since the role changes have happened. I gotta imagine that that stays here for RRQ, so Elmimore probably playing the Sova, probably going with a meta comp, just a question of Killjoy or a Cypher there for Xfero on the side of RRQ.
I mean, I wouldn't be remiss if they try to do something different coming into this one. Maybe an agent comp difference. We have seen that from some of the teams. I know it's
the Rays
maybe a little bit too late, but not out there.
Personally, I'm a bigger fan of the Rays these days on Ascent. So, I mean, off of DFM showing how successful it can be, if RRQ's cooked that up, I think that's huge news. But on the side of T1, listen, they saw the weaknesses of the Viper comp, so they went back to the meta composition, but their tendencies remain the same. They really love to hang on to that A short, and DFM just punished them so hard on their defaults with those setups. So I'm curious, like, how much of RRQ's map pick here is influenced by DFM's victory and their compositions?
The question I have is about our predictions. And William, you know, you're saying you're so disappointed with your predictions last year with RRQ, and this year you're on a T1 run. Did you predict T1 or RRQ today?
I mean, quite frankly, it just seems like I can't win either way.
Okay.
Listen, but I said this before coming into week 2. This was the last line for me, like this week for T1. And it's not even about win or loss. It's just, do you show the same form that we saw during the offseason and during kickoff? If you can't show it, first of all, I don't think they quite showed it against DRX. So if they don't show it today, like that's when all hope kind of seems lost. And I don't know the reason, but I can't hold on to it any longer.
What do you have to say to that, Asterai?
I mean, I just figured out that Will's the one that has the most faith in a team, so once that kind of face shatters, then you know that you've done something wrong.
Well, when you put it like that, it sounds kind of mean. I don't mean it that way for T1.
I mean, look, T1 is by means not at all. If we were doing like power ranks right now, T1 is not near the bottom.
No, they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be.
This is a very difficult match to predict.
But I will say, if they don't look good in this match, I'm knocking them down on my own power rankings. Like, that's just how much I've waited, right?
You're like a disappointed Asian parent.
Exactly.
Like you disappointed
I will
me
be
with
the
these grades.
T1 Tiger Mob, right?
Okay, that's, yeah, William is that. Asterai, you picked RRQ, we picked RRQ. Why are you predicting RRQ today?
I mean, for me, it's just very simple. I've seen how Jemkin has done during Ascension Pacific, and I'm happy that he's, you know, coming in to this one from Gem Keen to Gem King, you know, RRQ King of Kings. It kind of fits the moniker pretty well. So I'm liking this, and that's why I'm predicting RRQ.
Okay. I mean, look, I think we didn't get to see a lot of RRQ near the end of last year, at the beginning of this year, kickoff. You can say it's the way, you know, the groups have been seeded or what have you, but what they've shown so far, I like it. But like I said just now, I think this is a very difficult match to predict, and if it goes in, you know, against my prediction, I'm not going to be surprised. And in fact, I'll be quite happy for them too, because I think they need this win.
T1?
The Alpha group need this one.
Well, the Alpha group needs this win. Yes, it's not even about T1 anymore.
Yeah.
It's just about Alpha
Yeah.
in total. They desperately need this win.
With that, I would like to invite the coach of RRQ back with us. We don't have Tacti Bear to compare to the Ewok. This time we got Dan the Penguin.
Ooh.
Welcome back, coach. And
Welcome,
I see
welcome.
you've added a new pin to your pin collection.
Is the number of pins correlate to the number of wins for RRQ?
Hopefully I have a third one.
You're gonna be like a Boy Scout?
Yeah. I don't mind as long as we're winning. I'll be wearing all the pins.
Oh, well, that will look really great on stage. Okay, the last time you were with us, you were very modest about your team's performance. You know, you didn't want to set expectations too high. You were very humble. How are you feeling today, now that you have 2 wins under your belt?
I don't think anything changes until we qualify for playoffs. We're not in a guaranteed spot at all right now. We need more wins, especially how the Omega group has been faring so far. So we just know we need more wins.
All right. Well, there are 3 teams that a lot of Pacific, a lot of VCT is looking at right now: Gen G, T1, and Paper Rex. What do you make of these 3 teams and how RRQ will fare amongst them?
I think the group is strong for sure. So we're not taking anything for granted. We know we want to be at the top. Because if we can get the top seed, then it just means an easier route for us to try and qualify for Master Shanghai. So we know whatever it takes, we'll do that.
All right, so we've heard the interview for Elmi Moore where he was saying how the role changes really helped them out. After those 2 wins, was there a need for more preparation to kind of fix that? Was it too quick, or has any of the players been struggling with the role changes that you guys have done, moving forward into the series?
So yeah, last time I was here, I couldn't really talk about the role changes because you guys haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
So of course that was something that we were working on a lot. It is something that it's not something I'm going to take credit from. It is something that the players asked for themselves, and I warned them, we can try this. I do believe in the roles that you guys want to play, but we need to see how it works in scrims. And then I gave them a certain time slot. They need to be showing what they got on these agents. And then we decided, let's stick to it. It looks good. Everyone's really comfortable on it. So I think it was a no-brainer for me.
Okay. Now, we've already seen the map draft come through. So my big question is you guys pick Ascent against T1. Was this always a very big candidate for you against T1, even maybe in their previous competitions? Or is this heavily influenced by the fact that DFM absolutely showed a masterclass against T1 on that map?
I think it was a combo of DFM playing well and T1 maybe not being as strong on the map. But it's not. We're definitely not just picking it because we think, DFM won, we can win. That is not the thought process.
Sure.
For us, people think we don't play the map. So I hope that we can show a performance today to show that we do like this map.
Now, for the remaining matches RRQ has, who will be the toughest opponent for you?
Well, obvious answer, we have Gen G at the end. We're going to end it off with Gen G. We hope to be in a strong position by then. So we... in the best case scenario, we want to be competing with Gen G right at the end to try and get that top slot. That's where we want to be, and that's hopefully where we will be.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. So kind. Thank you.
I was reacting to his answer. That's why. Yeah.
Now T1, we've observed they haven't been playing as well as they were in kickoff. What do you make of T1 at the moment as an opponent?
I think they're still a really scary team. I think on paper the roster is really good. I don't think they played poorly in any of their games. They had a lot of close matches, had the 2-1s. So I don't think we're going to overlook them at all. I think today it's going to be a tough match, I think.
Yeah, we think so too. And I have to ask about your icebox just the other day. What are your thoughts on that and your team's performance? You obviously won, but what do you make of it as a coach?
Well, the elephant in the room was the 0, right? 0 and the win.
Yep.
For me, I don't mind. As long as he does his job as the IGL and we win, I don't care. The scoreboard, doesn't do anything.
So
we're winning.
then I think the follow-up question has to be, were you very satisfied with the calls that you were hearing, or is it simply that, we won, so it's fine?
I think the calling was good throughout both maps. We kind of avoided a lot of their traps. We knew that's the kind of style that they like to play. They're not really going to fight us too deep in aggro stuff. I'm not going to try and not give anything away. But yeah, that's the read that we have, and I thought that Talon did a really good job at doing that against Bleed. So we tried to learn some things from how Talon did it, and for them it worked out really well.
What was like the reaction when you saw Flipsider? You just wanted to hear it after the match because everyone was kind of talking about it. What was your reaction?
Yeah, we all just memeing in the team about it. He took it like a good sport.
Okay.
Okay,
so
that's good.
of course he wants to put up bigger numbers, but if the team's winning, once again we don't really care about the scoreboard too much.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, I do know you have to go on stage to meet the rest of your team. I don't want to take up more of your time. Thank you so much, Coach Ewok. All the best. You're so kind to our
Such a cute fella.
Yes, yes. This is Dan.
Is Dan?
Dan the Penguin.
Dan the Penguin?
Dan the Penguin.
All right, I'll come back for you, Dan.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you
Awesome.
down at the stage. I feel like all the coaches should get one of these. We just tempt them with these super adorable Valorant plushies.
That's how Riot gets them.
Yeah.
And now all the teams will have to buy them for their coaching staff. It's all part of the marketing plan.
You'll just see like Dan next time when Ewok's doing his coaching thing on the monitor.
Yeah.
He just has like
Oh,
the
there you
huge
go.
Dan.
There you go. Yeah.
Where he pins Dan to his,
that's
his jacket. Yeah, so what do you guys make of that? Ewok, he's looking, good in spirits, trying to stay humble about this. They've been doing well, but it's Valorant. Things can change just like that. So what do you guys make of this?
I think the biggest thing for me was that this change came from the players directly, right? And I think when you have a team where the players feel comfortable to voice their opinions, the coach feels comfortable enough to trust it, and then you have the time to work it out, that's perfect. So I think that was a big thing for me. It wasn't anyone suggesting it to the players. They came up with it. They had the time during Masters Madrid. They decided to work on it, and then he was satisfied with what he saw. I mean, I think if you're a fan of that team, that's all the proof you need that this is going in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just looking at how the mood was from Ewok, but even though there was some kind of hiccups along the way, it's just like just shrug it off. We'll have fun. We'll enjoy it when we'll kind of mull it over during our free time and just fix it. And it looks like he's looking pretty good coming into this one.
Yeah, I would say that's sort of the, we talk about how stylistically different each of the regions are. Even within Pacific itself, it seems a lot of the Southeast Asian teams seem to have a very different approach, at least in terms of like energy and vibe and how they tackle a loss or just fixing a problem to help make sure they keep going through and making it to the end.
Yeah, and I think that's something that RQ and T1 actually both struggled with within their teams, right? Because both of them have mixed rosters when it comes to these regions and where they were originally playing back in Challengers. And I know both coaching staff kind of talked about it as well, whether it's culturally, whether it's play style, right? And you see it in their play. Like some players really want to get in there and fight. And other players are like, no, we got to like play default, we got to wait for the timing, we got to wait for utility, etc. But now, again, I mean, for T1, we saw it a little bit during the offseason. Missing out on it right now, but hopefully it comes back. But for RRQ, it seems like they're more and more in sync. No one's really getting too far ahead, but when they do, it's for good reason. It's because they have full faith that the information they have allows them to make a big play.
Yeah, and speaking of like making these big plays, they were talking about how, sometimes communication is an issue, and that was something that they actually fixed, with this kind of role adjustment, because some of the players that are going to be on that first contact can now do those communications a lot more smoothly. So you're seeing that cohesion really come into play right now for RRQ.
Now, Jen came by to inform us the IGL for T1 is now X-Curate.
Yeah.
Speaking of communication.
I mean, I don't know like how much we want to weigh on this because like, I mean, it also depends on IGLing style, right? Like, is it like that person making all the calls? Are they just kind of the sum of all the ideas? However, I will say X-Curate always seemed very vocal, whether it's in the team comms or whether they're in their waiting room during the offseason, things like that. So I think he's got the energy and obviously the experience and history to do it. Whether he has the right reads or not, that we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things here is if he's the one that's doing the mid-round calls, that's going to be very important because the mid-round plays was the one that was lacking for T1.
Now we are going to welcome the players onto stage, and we are definitely going to talk more about X-Curate and his IGLing style. He is a very seasoned vet in the esports scene. Let's go to the stage and welcome T1 and RRQ.
T1.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm breaking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught 'em with that left, I leave 'em tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone. Yeah, yeah.
Culture to fire the breath. King of the jungle and beat my chest. They say I'm posing the threat. Just like a pebble, I'm cutting the net.
Bring on my finger, but yes. Like playing chess and I don't even sweat. That's what I call it.
And welcoming our two teams, RRQ and T1. You can see their team capsules up on the stage there. The bass is turned up high for the new song, Undefeated by XG. It's our Valorant Pacific theme this year. Now we have our two teams lined up, looking all right.
Yeah, well, we've got one team that is, in fact, undefeated, and the other team defeated. Yeah. So obviously T1 trying to change their fates here, but just to go off of what we were talking about right before the player walkouts, the IGLing for Excured, I will say one thing I think this could really benefit from is we're seeing a trend across the entire world in VCT where IGLs who are able to get their own information by digging deep into the map, by going into lurks, by either being very big part of that entry, they're making huge calls. So Excured on that op, on that sentry, on those lurks, he could be the one that brings us all together for T1.
Same could be said for RRQ here. I mean, more going on an initiator role is, again, as I mentioned, able to get more information as well and just kind of relay it to the rest of the team, allowing them to just work off of it so well from what we saw in those previous matches.
Now, of course, on the side of RRQ, I mean, again, that similar trend is Elmimore giving that information and then Flips oftentimes playing these agents that allows him to be in the front lines, like the Euro or sometimes the Gecko, where he's always in the thick of things. Now, it's going to be very contrasting styles at that point. And then, like you mentioned, Asteroid, the teammates, how much information are they relaying? That's going to be a huge one. For RRQ, my eyes continue to be on Xpharaoh, even more so than Elmimore, on how much information does he get on those lurks. And then on the side of T1, now if Carpe's not the one making the decisions, how often is he feeding that information as the initiator over to Excured?
The teams are getting ready to go, and I do know, Will, you got to talk to the coaches, asking them what they talk about during these huddle sessions.
You know, I don't buy what they gave me in that answer, because they were all like, well, the huddle's like the most, nonsensical thing. We don't really do anything. And this stage, we're seeing them spend a lot of time in these huddles. So
it looks serious.
I think it's very serious, but one thing a lot of the coaches agreed on is you can actually do some damage during the huddle. So you really want to pick and choose carefully what you say and what you're doing.
All right, let's get into the first series of today. Let's go over to casters Valdez and Achilleos.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, it is now time to dive into the action once again. I'm Achilleos, that's Valdez, and we are getting ready to jump into a very exciting match. T1 struggle streak so far here in Stage 1, despite all of the expectations for the squad. RQ slowly building up to the expectations, but a major change for T1. Excured is going to be the IGL here today, not Carpe.
Definitely could help them out, I think, making a big change if things aren't working out. I am always a big fan of. I think kind of just swallowing and waiting and seeing if it's going to help itself is not necessarily the right approach. So hoping that they do kind of change things up as we take a look at these agents here.
And really, it's not too many changes for the side of RQ. It's more just about who's going to be playing what. So will be Xpharaoh sticking with the Killjoy. Loved hearing from Ewok there on the desk and the breakdown from William and Asteroid as well, talking about how it's really nice to see that this is a system and a change that's put in place basically by the players, led by them going to the coaching staff and saying, hey, we think that this is going to work better for us. Can we try this out? And then implementing it and getting it to a very workable position. We were scratching our heads when we first saw it, but I think especially after some of the more recent series, even with Flips not picking up a single kill on that icebox, being able to get the wins, everybody's looking damn comfortable. There's a monstrous performance from the likes of Elmimore as well as Xpharaoh. Let's see if they can do that again. Let's also see if T1 can find themselves a match victory as we jump into Game 1. We are heading to Ascent.
Zen, a pretty fun one to start us off on. Definitely one of the older maps in the pool. A classic. And, I think all these players, been around for quite a long time, and I think they'll be able to handle it. Of course, I'm just curious to see mainly if T1 is going to show us what we kind of expected from them, and if RRQ can keep up this great form. Me and William were the only two to actually vote in the predictions for T1. I just felt like, you know, eventually they're going to make a big change, and maybe it would be this opportunity. I think that RRQ has had some stumbles here and there, especially in their first match, but, you know, I don't know, after the beginning of this week, maybe regretting the pred a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see how it does all pan out, and if some of the changes for both squads can work out as a pretty quick gauge through B. Looking to get on top of the site already. Rossi fully flashed, can't do anything.
Yeah, ends up getting taken down. Nice clean entry there from Jemkin. First blood found, plant coming through. Just 20 seconds into the round. Let's see what the setup looks like here. For now, it's just going to be Flipshider sat back. Does have that fragment, but waiting for his moment to strike as Carpe as well assessing. Revenant Dart, Shock's ready to go. Sends one to try to clear a little bit on close angle. Recon up over the top to see what he can spot, but Elmi more quick to clear it. Not going to get pinged out.
Flipshider here on the left. He could be really key to see when the timing is.
There's the paranoia. He's going to swing in.
And that is going to be huge. He does get the one and distracts, and he picks up a kill for himself. Very important based on recent timing, but it is going to definitely be a RRQ round. I think the fact that they get onto the site basically for free, and Rossi couldn't stop them while Flash. I mean, the entry was just too clean, right? So a very good start here for RRQ.
Yeah, very solid setup. I mean, Flip's just dumping both of those flashes within the first 15 seconds of the round. Comes up with an immense amount of value. I love that. Just backward dash up over the top so that he can avoid getting flashed as well. Lands, finds the kill, and then just running guns with the frenzy. We've been seeing players kind of leaning into these super wide swings when you have a frenzy or a stinger in hand. It also allows you to potentially just get the kill itself. So Jemkin off to a roaring start with 3 limbs in that first round. Well, let's see what happens as we go into the anti-eco here for RRQ.
See a relatively big stack for T1 over towards the B side of the map. Not too surprising, as you can go for that retake on A. But for now, RRQ taking their time as well. They start off the map with a very quick entry, and now they're just taking their time with it, seeing if T1's going to do anything, a bit risky. Maybe they get caught out trying to do something here in their spot, as it's only Saya player out here in mid, checking for what he can see, but no contact just yet.
Very quiet here. Down to 50 seconds. RQ now going to start inching their way a little bit closer to this A site, but T1, given the weaponry, given that they're not spotting or hearing anything at all, basically just have to stay statuesque in their positions. I realize it's going to be a pretty swift strike once it does start, but there you go. Entry coming through up on top of Jen for Jemkin.
30 seconds left.
A little bit of util burned here. Still plenty remaining for the post plant as they now get situated. Side player around the back, gonna have to try to clear out this turret, as looks like they're not gonna set it up. Instead, Xfaro just gonna swing back in, takes out side player first, then sets up the turret.
He's like, something is fishy. Maybe if I jump out at exactly this time, I'll find a member of T1, and that he did. And this is pretty much not going to happen for T1, just trying to get in position to die to the spike.
Yep.
We'll see if Elmimore wants to maybe deny some of that, but
he does only have a ghost, so he can hang around a little bit longer if he wants to try to get some picks, but no, then he's not spotting anything. Looks like he will just opt to go ahead, keep his life intact. And overall, a flawless anti-eco here for the side of RQ as they start things off 2-0. Very nicely done. I mean, high pace in the pistol round, gets them a clean entry over onto the B site. Very much just grind things to a halt. Not wanting to get picked off, not wanting to have any kind of surprise shots coming through from T1. They take their time, and it manages to get them the round win.
Yeah, RQ definitely a team that I think really indexes heavily into strategy, round by round, trying to mix things up, really trying to get into the heads of their opponents, and already seeing little taste of that. It is still very early, but so far, so good for them. Let's see if they can pick up a bonus here as they are looking to go in. And yeah, Carpe is pretty good with that Odin, and he is going to take one down already.
Yep, a little bit of a different setup there on the angle. Not just going to be playing straight in front of Lobster in quotations. As the drone to search. Won't quite spot anything there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, just rotating out of that one is RQ. Kind of hamstrung now at this point. Nice little push out here from Saya player and his buddy Izu, just trying to get some information. Gonna see Estrella potentially.
It's just around the corner, but as he swings in, yep. Just a bulldog, but also not a fast enough reaction. Taken down by the headshot is thrown there from Elmi Moore. Checking across in towards short. Double stack in Boathouse, one in alley as well. T1 very much have this site stacked up. Hurt there for contact. As the swing gets ready to come in, Xfaro going to be noted, tries to swing in. Rossi this time not getting caught. Gets the catch. Elmi Moore slinking around the back.
30 seconds
Has a
left.
judge in hand, but also the sheriff. But is he ready for this? No, Rossi able to find that. Pivots back over to switch to take out flips. And just like that, it is a flawless deny on the conversion here as T1 get themselves on board in round 3.
Well, it all starts with the pick in B main, and then after that, it's kind of just one by one. You saw RQ trying to be very sneaky on the map. Just multiple members trying to sneak into spots, and T1 handled it excellently. Saya player started it off here. A little push himself. Rossi handles this very nicely, sensing the pressure, and then picks up his third right there.
You guys are trash, bro.
Well, it's round 3. Maybe a little bit early, but Rossi feeling it, so you gotta respect the confidence. He has been performing well, you know, despite the misfortunes and the losses for T1. Still has been putting up decent figures, so it looks like he's off to a very solid start.
Yeah, I do feel like, honestly, in Valorant, your confidence level can certainly affect how you play. So even if you're just saying it for yourself or also for your teammates, just to get people hyped and say, no, we're better than these guys. You know, he might not absolutely feel like they're trash, but it's good to say it and get your team in the right mindset. As a double peek here, and Saya player's going to take him out. Estrella all alone once again, not going to win that one.
And just a hair off. I mean, even with the double swing, he likely would have been traded, but there's potential for him to be able to find that, but Flip's now going to be taken down. Pushes his way up through Cat. Ends up falling. Spray across. Xfaro once again, just taking quite a bit of damage. Saw him knocked down to, I think, about 60 in the last round, now down to 50. Scarpe will just, again, double stack in here in the boats alongside Xcurate. Spraying through. Is Elmi Moore going to be able to displace both of them, and that just goes ahead and equalizes the player count. 3v3 now as that plant comes in.
Hey, you can see they were just way in the back there. They did not see that one. Saya's just so clean in this round. I mean, every time it's just one-tapping people down. They're going to need him, though, for this retake, as Jemkin and Elmi Moore in a pretty good spot here.
Suits being across. Rossi now going to be noted. Jemkin having a good idea about where two of them are. Saya noted over in B main as well. It's just about whether or not they can actually stave this off. The rush in. Jemkin going to be able to shut that one down, but now the trade comes in. Elmi Moore cleaned up. 3 players lost, but still T1 getting to the defuse and tying up the scoreline at 2-2.
Yeah, going to give that one over to Izu. And very nicely done from the side of T1. Really just starts out with Saya pressuring double peek out of A main. They get that first kill. That's it here. Wasn't even, I mean, it kind of was just Saya by himself. And then he gets this one and picks up a third as well. And eventually he's the first one to go onto the site here, so he does go down, but his teammates
Nice. Guys, switch up.
easily do clean that up.
I love it, you know, because Saya plays with a platform in front of him, so it kind of looks like he's like a kid at the adults table.
Yeah.
But it actually is just a raised platform that he plays on.
Whatever works. And looks like the operator's going to work for him this time. See how many kills he can pick up in this round with this, as T1 certainly getting back in control of this map with the last couple of round wins.
Very much out wide. Should that swing come in from Jemkin? This could be brutal. Drone up over the top. He's trying to overstay and see if he can find anything at all, but this ends up costing him dearly. Now Rossi as well, dead. Jemkin swings out, catches him trying to escape back into market. And this is a big blunder here for T1 off the rip in the round.
Yeah, you know, if you guys were watching the desk, the pre-show, there was a bit of talk, at least some mention about some overheating from the side of Saya player. I think extremely aggressive to go ahead and do that. And it almost looked like RRQ were expecting it, right? They had a nice setup, drone over the top, and immediately the second he's spotted, he's just dead. As
Xcurate is in deep. Needs to be able to get out of this position, and he does take 2 down with him, so solid effort from the new IGL, as that is not where you wanted the TP to. Carpe able to get the punish there onto Estrella, and got bogged down, and now things very well can slip out of their hands. Carpe at 71, sends out the dart.
30 seconds left.
Moore gets himself across the opposite side, the drone to try to chase. Pulls back into the site itself. Oh, but does Carpe read this? Well, now here's the tap on the spike, so he knows. Shock dart thrown down. Moore taking a little bit of damage, but challenges around the corner, finds the headshot, and manages to bail RRQ out.
So the entry started pretty rough, you know, with Xkira picking up 2, but then just able to push their way on in. This is the start, by the way. They just get the spot onto Saya. They get the pick on Arasi. And you're thinking it's all over. It eventually was. Got pretty interesting down to the 1v1, and Elmiwar handles this very well.
So I'd have to watch that back again, you know, from the original POV, but I think one of the biggest things that you need, if Saya's going to go on that kind of push, that 0 point from Rossi needs to come out as soon as you hear the initial setup from that drone to go ahead and cancel it. If you're able to do that, Saya can get away with positioning that aggressively. But without that, he just gets tagged and absolutely taken down. Hunter's Fury now out from Moore, just fishing to see if he finds any kind of straight connection here. And widely just keeps them pushing into the site. Switch now going to be hit, spray, fruit. It's 1 shot there on the flips in the leg. Is the null command now going to be invested?
T1 going to be looking to, yeah, that's the end of that drone. Going to be looking to get on in here in the retake. You see Rossi trying to look behind him at tree.
This lurk from Xfero, I mean, they already managed to find 1. Carpe just getting taken out by that wall bang through. Off shot from Sion, not going to be able to get the connection. Now Xfero strikes, looking for 3. He's able to find it. Rotate around the back to jump onto the corner, and Side player cannot line up the shot fast enough. A 4K4 Xfero as RRQ get 4 rounds.
Yeah, and keep in mind, T1 heavily investing in that round as well. Another operator for Saya, and they get flawless on just a clean entry, and look at that. I mean, that's pretty rough for Carpe, and then not checking this angle, Xfero, perfect timing to just get them down, and Saya's like, well, I'm trapped, I might as well just go for it. Yeah, he's got a lot to say about that one, and I would be hyped after that play myself as well.
Well, significantly weaker buy, but they do have the Blade Storm behind this, and we know it's Saya, what kind of magic he can work with that. It's already a bit of damage across. Xfero and Moore getting tagged up. Lockdown is available should they want to go ahead and invest this.
You should run.
This looks like that is going to be the call.
So let's see how aggressive he decides to get. He is certainly...
He's going to try to give his life for the cause here. Up over the top, does manage to find 1. Carpe, at the same time, finishing off Moore, so the detain comes in. He's the only one caught by it. Looks with covering fire, able to find Excurate. Carpe now dead, and Side player will be finished off in that detain, leaving now just Rossi and Izu. A 2v2, weapon recovered for Izu, though.
Yeah. All things considered, not too bad for the side of T1.
Oh,
and might be able to get this pick as Izu gonna get the jump on Estrella, and the spike is down. Still a lot of time, but Jemkin not gonna be able to win that one. Izu pretty crisp on a couple to give T1 the win, and keep in mind, that was an eco for them. I think they had 1 stinger.
An effective thrifty for the side of T1, and that is a round that you are going to be frustrated by if you're RRQ. Had the detain, yes, some early damage. I mean, Zaya's saying, you know what, I will sacrifice myself to at least try to get a trade. Flips, opens things up really nicely, but it's this misunderstanding about where Izu could be. Not respecting that potential flank through B main, and then just stranding the spike.
Very nice adjustment there at the end as well from Izu. It's a pretty important kill to get to make sure it doesn't go to a 1v1 scenario with the spike available in a lot of time. Here's Saya once again, this time trying to get aggressive with the operator. I guess not just this time, but just in general, Saya things. And he's going to take out the turret.
Clear on the alarm bot. It's just the poking and prodding phase. Both squads trying to take away some of this more stagnant utility from the other side. Make sure they can't be notified. Saya once again going on a bit of a walkabout, playing a fairly narrow angle. Checks over towards the left, nothing spotted. Dash to the ready, spots 1, but Moore just continues to swing in. Catches him in the head, right there through the corner. Now flash denied as Rossi does get nullified, and Jemkin will be able to go ahead and take him down. Moore at the cost of that entry, but RQ now with 4 members will be able to get the plant, and I think overall T1, Carpe and Execute left alive are going to have to just call for a save.
Yeah, they're just running the opposite way. Just, you know, we did have maybe a little bit of a fight here, actually, as Xfero thinking about maybe trying to take them out, but yeah, certainly the fact that Saya is just going to be caught out essentially for free, and then the entry is so quick from the side of RQ. Didn't really leave T1 with many options. As we did, I think it was Rossi, not able to throw a flash out either, just gets daggered and does get the 1 kill, but then it was kind of just an easy cleanup for RQ, leading to a pretty free round here.
Yeah, I mean, Xfero's still hunting, and he will get taken down, and this is about the worst case scenario. I was going to say, I honestly wouldn't mind them just sitting back and allowing these 2 players to stay alive, crucially because Excurit was just 1 charge away from having the lockdown. Now he has that online going into the next round. Would have gotten it, you know, if he had been killed. That would have cost him his weapon, but he would still gain that very crucial ultimate. But now he has the Vandal and the lockdown going into this one as a timeout, I believe, is getting called.
And you see how this one goes down. Oh, they just kind of line up for it, and slight adjustment for Jemkin to finish off that 3rd member. And it is a timeout from the side of T1. All things considered, I mean, still kind of close in terms of 5v3 and round score, but for me, outside of that one kind of mix-up with the near thrifty from T1, I think RQ is mostly in control of this map so far.
Yeah, it's been overall, you know, at times a little bit scrappy. There is certainly some bite behind the bark here from T1 today. But starting off on the defender's side, you want to be able to rack up several more rounds. See how they fare as we get ready to go back into this one. But for now, quick interjection from Coach Autumn to pump the brakes.
What would you say, Kilios, if you were the coach in that moment?
I mean, given his success rate after timeouts and just the overall performances of the team, I would probably take a leaf out of Alex's book and just say, turn your brains off and shoot a little bit better.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes
I don't want you to think, I just want you to play.
Yeah. I do think that the shots have been fine. I think that they have kind of been caught with their pants down a couple too many times. Although sometimes the aggressive plays from guys like Saya have kind of given them the advantage as well, especially out of that A main we have seen a couple of times. But outside of that, it's been mostly just him getting punished. And he's going to pick up a Vandal this time around. Might still look to get aggressive, but RQ all here going down the catwalk.
Saya again wanting to go for this peek, but they're inside the smoke now here on Cat. Double stack on the opposite side. Side player able to find one. Now the smoke dissipates. They both strike a 2 for 2 overall. Elmimore down to 60. Dash forward, trying to get themselves into the site, and Carpe just not ready for it. Jemkin just dashes in and instantly taps him.
Yeah, you could tell that Carpe was like, wait, what? What? Like, it just seemed like the communication failing, or they didn't quite spot them getting in onto the site, and now it's going to be up to Saya next gear to try to retake this one.
Spots him. Jemkin just pivoting back, not allowing him to get the re-peek lineup. Swing in. They're both lined up now, though. Saya takes him down. Doesn't even take any damage for his troubles, and Execute will find Estrella. What a turnaround here. From a surefire win for T1 to, or for RQ into a T1 victory here with this diffuse. Saya player breaks it down.
I mean, Coach Achilles, you were kind of right. They turned their brains off, but they hit their shots at the end of the day. Very nice angle from Saya, and then he picks up 3. Excurit does finish it off at the end.
Yeah, and that's a relieving sight there for Autumn.
Yeah, they're happy, but they don't look too satisfied just yet. Still a close map, still a lot of pressure.
I didn't realize Estrella was IGLing today. 0-5 and 3.
Well, sometimes that's the way it goes. We've all been there.
He's done some side calling, but
yeah.
Now fairly heavy stack outside of the A site here for RQ. Still money, so still can get the purchase, but not able to get that dash off in time. Jemkin's entry getting disrupted. Very nice 0 point there from Rossi as Hunter's Fury now coming through from Carpe. But he tucked back over towards Wine, and Tag's not quite going to be found, but Rossi just reading a timing, feeling like, okay, Hunter's Fury probably pushed them back. They're going to try to get themselves back over in towards A main and away from this archway. It just reads it to absolute perfection.
Yeah, I mean, the timing of that was almost as if he had vision. I mean, it was incredible how he does line that one up. Saya does get punished in mid, though. And now RQ maybe looking to regroup this direction. Carpe's got to set up here towards Tree, but it does look like they could be heading towards B at this point in time, as it is only Excurate, of course, on the Killjoy over on this site. Maybe going to look in a pizza, see what they can see. And they're not going to see anything, as T1 at the moment are just playing the sites. And we do have set up here. Carpe's just lining him up, picks up 2 for the 1. Elmi Moore finally does take him down.
They need to try to get in here quickly, but as they make the attempt, Mizu and Rossi, one more apiece to go ahead and close things out, and that is now T1 tying it up at 5-5. Timeout working wonders here for the squad. Still a bit of cash, though, to work through, but winning this round, that'll break things down even further for the side of RRQ. As, I mean, this is what really just dumped up the works. All 3 players getting caught by that 0 point. Jemkin can't go for the entry. He can't try to create space, and then they just end up losing flips to that very nicely timed spray from Rossi.
I wonder what Rossi had to say after that one. I mean, he's feeling pretty good, I'm sure. He's got the most kills on the team. Is now, trying to look for someone here as the quickly getting in on the site, but this entry not quite as clean as the first one, and now the rest of the team is going to follow up. But Rossi, here with a nice flash, kind of flashes himself at the side there, and Elmi Moore will take him down.
Yeah, this one, it's far too chaotic here. Messiah player to try to line up any of those shots with the operator. Drone now up over the top, spots one in market. Excurate now noted, and now taking down Elmi Moore, making the best of that Guardian. Carpe with a reveal of his own is able to find one, swings on the corner and can't quite line up the other. So RQ, they lose a couple rounds in a row. They say, right, let's just up the pressure. They storm their way into the A site. Is it clean? Absolutely not. Is it entertaining? You're damn right. They get themselves a round win and now up to 6.5.
It's clean as long as you get the round win. That's what I always say.
Oh yeah, I mean, we heard it from Ewok himself, you know, in regards to Flips having 0 kills on that last icebox. He's like, I don't care as long as we're winning. Like, his calling is going well. I don't care about individual performance. Scoreboard doesn't matter.
Just win the rounds. Jemkin goes and dies, you know, kind of messing up some of the utility from the other members. Doesn't matter. Just get in, win the rounds, get aggressive. It has been working. Get out of my way. I'm kind of surprised they didn't send it again, but maybe trying to peek, maybe trying to find Saya if he were to peek out of A main once again. This time just peeking out of B main. He might be the first person to contact if RRQ do commit to this push towards B.
They open things up with that null command. Be curious to see if Saya actually tries to stand his ground. He won't have the exit.
Oh boy.
Just around the corner. Do they read this? Oh, the flash. They swing in a little bit too late. Now Rossi here in main, able to put 2 down on the ground. Jemkin dead. Rossi with an effective 3rd. Is that a res? Quick tap on it around the corner, but they need to try to fight their way out of this one. Estrella will be able to find the headshot. Shutting down Rossi here for the moment. Paranoia across, swings out, but will end up falling. And that is 6-6 here on the half. As, yeah, well, he finally used the lockdown after the half was over, but wasn't fully necessary.
Might as well, I guess. Yeah, very close map so far, 6-6. Very back and forth. Feels like T1 kind of getting back on the horse, calling the timeout at 5-3 deficit, and picking up 3 out of the last 4 to get it to even. Certainly kind of calming things down, not getting as crazy with the peaks and just holding some angles, and it worked out. RQ did get that one aggressive round, but outside of that, feels like we have a pretty close, we've got a pretty cute friend with this stuffed animal there on the desk. But yeah, pretty close map in this one. And I suppose our T1 predictions not too off the wall after all.
To be fair, I would consider you as the lone T1 predictor. Williams is not fully because he believes in T1. It's more because every time he predicts for RQ, he curses them and he loves them more than just about anything.
Still counts as a pred. whatever the reason, he did put it on T1.
Well, let's see if you guys are rewarded for that. As Rossi, a hell of a performance so far, leading in kills here in the lobby at this moment. Now we switch sides, RQ over to the defense. T1 though, heavy stack, full 5 members over in B lobby.
Might try to give them a taste of their own medicine. You remember round 1, we saw RQ coming in, just pressing W, just going right over the top into B.
I mean, they look like they're just going to paranoia off the rip, probably a dash up over the top, maybe off the back of this one. See if Estrella's going to be able to try to get away from this one. His paranoia does connect. He's going to be held by that 0 point, but Shock Dart locked in, looking for some damage, but Rossi already able to find the opening kill as Jemkin falls. Now Saya getting Elmimore as well. Estrella spotted, noted here in boats. Flash straight into his face. Still comes away with 1 while being full flashed, but ultimately it's just Flipshider by himself.
Yeah, at the end of the day, going to be a nice entry here from the set of T1 as he can't quite land those shots. He had so many opportunities, and Saya will pick up a 3rd. So T1 right on the board here from the attacker side, and that is going to be fantastic. Trying to get some momentum for yourself in the second half on RRQ's map pick. And once again, just we did have, you know, the one man here on the site surviving for a decent amount of time, but wasn't quite enough as the entry came swiftly in onto B.
7-6, T1 tying up the pistol round count. Decent investment here. Everybody with a pistol in their hands. So we got 2 Spectres, Bulldog, a Phantom, and then Saya player with the signature Marshall coming through. Only Elmimore really investing much of anything as he goes for that Sheriff, something that made him known. Performance with those Sheriffs in hand.
Oh yeah.
Thrown forward, does manage to tag him up though. And Saya wanting to take a peek in towards heaven. Spots the shoulder, and Estrella not swinging wide enough to identify Saya player. Does end up falling down.
Yeah, gonna be a pretty tough ask here for the side of RQ. Let's see how they want to do this. Maybe just straight up through the door. As Execurant is here, just spraying him down. Even Flash did not matter. Izu up top as well. And that's going to be the end of Elmimore on top of it. So 8-6. T1 in control at the moment. And yeah, I mean, just pretty straight up stuff. Kind of reminds me of the way that RQ played it from the attacker side at the beginning of the map. Go B one time really quick, go A a little bit slower, and then eventually just execute onto the site.
It's never quite far enough out to be able to spot him. I mean, you know, you have a weapon advantage. You know that you're pretty screwed in that position. You might as well just hold your ground, hold down M1. Execute rewarded for that. As
M1?
Mouse 1.
You don't call it left click?
Left click, whatever.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say M1.
Well, you have now.
Yeah.
Execute not opting to spend too much, wants to have his economy relatively in sync here with the rest of the squad. Thought maybe we would see Harpe or Izu fly up the sheriff for him, but Flips and Estrella trying to make something happen here outside of A, and they just end up getting gunned down. Izu coming up huge.
Yeah, that's pretty rough, and it's going to be a couple of upgrades as well for T1. So they just get onto the site for free, and RQ are just running away. That is not the round you want to see if you're RQ. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see a timeout called either now or on the next round, because that one was, they got kind of mowed down in A main, and now the round is just over.
I've already written down on my sheet that they called a timeout because I feel very confident that that is exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, they have 2 left, so.
Having the bonus conversion here for T1 on this attacker side, that is a dangerous spot to be in for RQ. You can see T1, they're fanning out. They want to be able to take away these weapons. They haven't suffered too many losses in these opening rounds, so no one is particularly close to building up their ultimates. So if they can get rid of some of these weapons, that would be a major boon. And
no.
Boy, Saya spotting Elmimore. The gun barrel giving things away. Xpharaoh will be able to take him out. Keeps his own weapon in his hands, but that is a brutal way to lose out on an additional rifle right at the end of the round. And as we see the clock stopped, timeout confirmed. Oh my goodness.
Nice.
Yeah, it almost was like T1 got in there before RQ realized. Even though there was the one guy in wine, they just didn't see them walking in. And then obviously they were a bit caught off guard, and then Izu's just able to spray them down. I think he's the one that confirmed the kills, but he had a couple of his teammates shooting as well, and it was almost like they just got caught off guard, and it was a free entry into A with that overcommittal from RRQ, and then it was just over, as we saw. So easy time to call a timeout. And I'm not a coach. I'm not sure what I would say in this one.
Need to be able to clear the heads of the players and focus back in on this, identify where things are going wrong, what the misreads are, what the tendencies are of T1, at least the ones that they've been showing thus far on this attack side. Try to shore up those weaknesses and close whatever gaps you might be having here in the first three. See if Ewok's intervention is going to be good enough for RQ to stop this now effective 4-round win streak across both halves for T1. Still, I mean, they have a Spectre in hand. It's like, well, I haven't had to really get rid of this, so just keep using it.
Saving up that money for the latter half of this second half. Let's see what this is going to look like for the side of RRQ. They have 3 guys in mid and around Pizza at the moment, so that's not the way you want it to go.
Rossi also could tell me more. Just threw the smoke, and I just, whatever could have, okay, whatever was discussed. Might not matter too much anymore as Lips swings in, the paranoia hits him. What an effort for him, though. Be able to find those 2 kills, but.
Yeah, he looked angry, and, you know, not going to get the ace. That's almost worse than the round we saw last time. I mean, 3 people in mid, you get scouted, nobody hits the dart, and everybody just gets sprayed down, as there was no escape for those 3 members, and it was an easy cleanup for T1, kind of reading the situation very well as well. As you'll see, the dart comes in, and it double bounces, and they just don't, they can't clear it in time.
It seems like they just were not prepared for where that one was going to end up. I mean, you know, again, solid effort from Flips to be able to look like maybe that was going to be turnable, but put on his best fishy chair impersonation with that Guardian in hand.
Yeah. I mean, shout out to Carpe, very nice angle, I guess, on the dart, but you got to be ready for those. As now here comes T1. Once again, slow push onto A.
Being coming down, expecting that recon at any moment, but they're just holding this, and this means that because they're just creeping forward, they have no idea that they're in the sun. I mean, look at Estrella. He has no idea whatsoever. Chimkin now overwhelmed, swarmed, ends up falling, and T1, what a call. What a read. They say, okay, you know what? Let's just enter with no util. And now the cleanup continues, and T1 are running away with this half. This is domination, and whoever it was, I assume that, you know, it was probably Xcurate. I'll give him the credit, given that it's his first day IGLing for the team, to just not send the recon. Let's just walk into sight. There's nothing set up here to play contact for them. There's no alarm bot. There's no turret. Let's just get into the site, don't send anything, and peek some corners that they're likely hiding behind.
Might as well throw another timeout at this point, but, you know, if the last one didn't work and the last 2 rounds looked like that, I don't know if this is going to help, but you got to try. I mean, it's kind of funny, too, because you would imagine the mind games, right? They kind of got screwed by a recon dart in the round right before. So they're like, okay, let's be really ready. Let's be ultra focused to see if a dart comes in. And then you just don't send it, right? You just walk at them. It's total mind game domination from the side of T1. And I don't know what's gotten into them, but they look pretty incredible in the second half, and RRQ have had 0 answers.
It's just insane. Let's just make the call. Let's just donk walk into A site, and everything will go well.
It was very
now,
unexpected, to say the least.
Yeah, and I mean, now this is so many things that RRQ need to be cognizant of, and they need to try to, you know, expect and predict which thing T1 is going to try to do. Are they going to play default? Are they going to play contact? Are they going to send out this util and try to find picks through wall bangs? Are they going to just walk in? There's a multitude of options.
Yeah. Or are they just going to walk at us? Not something you generally have to be careful for, as same dart comes through, but nobody on the side of RRQ is there, as they're just going to play it a bit more passively this time around.
Yep, very quietly done here from T1.
Right here.
0 point, not noting anything there. They're making a little bit of noise. A couple pings will come down into mid.
Yeah, really it's just Jemkin who is watching this angle, if anyone is going to go through market. We've seen Saya just try to lurk forward, bit by bit, trying to creep forward before. But for now, just keeping it very quiet.
0 point, scouting one up close. Sphero still, okay, standing his ground for the moment. Continues to want to try to fight this one. Instead, we'll just be backing away here to Lumber. But looks like they're decently aware of that. Execute was considering sending the Nano over to that position for the brief little moment. Flash out full, blind as Xfero swing out.
Oh my god.
Just full whiffs across the board as 4 players disappear. T1 just Thanos snapping them out of existence as suddenly it is only Estrella left. Zaya pushing, prodding, taking him down. A team ace as T1 get themselves up to map point.
T1 kind of just dunking on him now. They play it quietly, and then they go for a very clean push. And RQ was ready. They had 4 people there. They were ready for the push, and it didn't matter as the ult came forward from Rossi, and they were just not able to stop it. One flash through, and this is where it all went wrong. Just, you know, spotting one by one the members. Really nice flash to come through on the entry from T1.
Oh my.
Kind of saying the same thing that I was. There's not really much else to say about it. It's just domination at this point.
Yeah, they are absolutely feeling it here. Not dropping a single round here in this half. T1 looking to just get the streak all the way across up to 13 and move on to their own map pick of Lotus, which has been very consistent for them. Just some shots exchanged there. Chimkin taking one on the shoulder. Sparrow trying to maintain control of mid, but it doesn't have the alarm bot here to play off of. Turret still on cooldown. Null Command invested. Going across here's the push now into the B side. Elmore here. Guardian in hands, able to find one. Can't quite get the second. Sparrow trying to get the drag across, but Rossi again! Another 3K. What is it? The third, the fourth one. Jemkin will be able to find Carpe. They now bring it into a 2v3. Rossi down low on HP. A fragment, a flash. All that Flips has to work with.
Oh, if he just clicks. Just kind of staring each other down through the smoke.
Smoke about to dissipate.
They know they're coming from that direction as well. Execute playing this angle very, very nicely.
They are blinded. Izu sets it up for him. Swing onto the corner. The kills come through, and T1 have an absolute perfect run in the second half of the map. 13-6. They take down RRQ, and RRQ's map pick of Ascent.
Yeah, T1 looking like a different team today. This is kind of what we expected from the beginning of the split. And it looks like finally in the second half of this map, they were able to show up in a big way. RRQ can't quite say the same. They're going to have to come back on Lotus and try to take T1's map pick, but it's not going to be easy. As we are done here on the caster desk, let's go over to the analysts to break that one down.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. If there were any T1 doubters for a second, T1 is here to prove you wrong. They take RRQ's map pick Ascent away from them after a string of losses previously.
I mean, you say, were there any, but I'm like surrounded by T1 doubters out here, right on here on the desk, over on the casting desk.
Like, okay.
It's crazy. How could you lose faith? No, are you serious? Did you just see what happened? Why are you laughing at me? I don't understand.
Okay.
But here's the thing, is that whether you had faith or not, you did not expect them to get all the rounds in the second half, right? Like 7 in a row in the second half, 8 if you count the last round of the first half. I mean, Valdez said it. They look like an absolutely different team today.
Yeah, and maybe we could akin it to, oh, it's going to be Execute now that's holding all the calls. It feels like there's a lot more proactiveness as an entire team. I mentioned how Saya player was one that would love to go for those aggressive peaks, but now he's getting refragged quite quickly here by the rest of T1, which is a different step from what we saw in the previous series.
Yeah, I mean, the only times that Saya kind of, I guess, got caught, we should say, is when there was a very deliberate trap set up by RRQ. A lot of the other times, T1 knew exactly what they were going for. There was always someone paired with them when he was pushing out on the defense. And then on the attack, T1, they moved as a unit around that map. No one was really separated from the pack unless there was a very clear intention to do so. So you have to credit Xcurit a little bit, right? Obviously, we can't ever read into the IG link, but you give a little credit. But on top of it, Rossi, I mean, talk whatever you want on those comms, man, because he was fragging out today.
I just wanted to add that it did feel that in response, RRQ felt like, I don't know, it just seems like they couldn't really figure out where the push was going to be coming from, right? It's always, we'll stack on this angle right here. We peek out. There's like 3 players of T1 prepared for us. We're going to stack on mid, see how that goes. And there's like a recon dart, a KO blade that clears us up. And then it kept happening over and over again. The punishes from T1 just felt like RRQ was what's the word here? Just felt like they were drowning in pressure.
Sure. Yeah, and I think part of it was that it started off really well on the pistol for RRQ, and then once perhaps what RRQ prepared started to get read a little bit, they couldn't adapt fast enough within the game. And that's what we're seeing here in Pacific, is that the real divider between the top teams that are most likely making to playoffs and maybe even Master Shanghai, and then the rest is you can all come with great plans, but when that gets broken down, how do you adapt to it? RRQ seemed to still be so focused on what they prepped, their own game plan, that they couldn't adjust to some of these positions that Rossi was taking, that Xcurit was taking. And then the fact that Saya always had someone to trade for him. The weaknesses that T1 used to have, they weren't there today, so RRQ had to figure out in the game.
100%. I think that sums it up really nicely. It looks like a completely different T1 playing today than the last 2-3 games. They changed up their tempo. They look more confident. They definitely adjusted something over the past couple of days. And maybe it's, maybe it is the change of the IGL, but whatever it is, even that representative change of the IGL, they're trying to do something different.
Yeah. Again, obviously, we don't know the exact comms, but one thing's for sure is that the comms are clear. I think that's what we can all agree on, no matter who's making the final decisions, etc., etc. Like Rossi's setups for Saya are so much better. Izu is not getting caught out as much, and I think that spells a lot of trouble for RRQ, because now you're going onto a map of Lotus that T1's originally already comfortable on.
Yeah, and it's not just the comms as well. I think one of the talking points I had for T1 here is there are some agent compositions on certain maps that they play where they look very lost, if not uncomfortable on. But now you're looking at Xcurit, who we know is a great chamber player, but he doesn't really do well with the more passive sentinels. He's getting, that good hold. He doesn't have to be explosive, but he's not really faltering when RRQ creates their play wherever he's at. So these kind of nuances right now for T1 really helping out to kind of even out the team that we were hoping to, perform like this at the get-go of stage 1.
Yeah, and the big thing here is going to be that chamber, right, for Xcurit. What does RRQ have prepared to combat it? Now, when they were playing in their previous matchup, I think what RRQ showed is that they're very prepared to battle against an operator. They know how to take it out, and Xfero seems to be very comfortable picking up his own op as well to go into those duels. But how do you reset from a map like that where it started off so good? You got 6 rounds, on the attack. You're feeling okay going into the half, and then, bam, you don't win a single round to get your morale back up. That's tough.
Oh, that is really tough. And especially when you end like that for RRQ going into Lotus, like you guys mentioned, we know that T1 is pretty damn good on Lotus. And if they carry on this sort of energy going back into Lotus, even when they're shaky, they still do well. So if they're like this, you can imagine it might possibly be devastating. With that, I do have a question about Lotus, and it will affect our ranks.
Ah, yes.
Oh, yes.
This is what I prepared for all my life.
And he's not even kidding. Will was boasting how he had stayed up all night prepping for this very question. We shouldn't give these questions ahead of time. So it seems like the viewers have voted for T1 here at 76%.
Okay. All right, viewers.
Who will win the last round of the first half?
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
take.
no, you can't cheat like that. Take it away my stats.
I only got one,
No,
and I
I'm
didn't see
sticking
what
to
he.
my original vote.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right. I hope this is in silver
Okay.
for me.
Well,
But you know what? The viewers, you're with me. The viewers, you guys are a wingman on the board.
You're always with Victoria. That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? We're together. I
know
like
what?
that.
That's
I'll be
actually true
I'll be the
wingman.
gecko to your
Yeah.
wingman.
Nice.
Yeah. So, gentlemen, okay, we're talking about T1 being dominant on Lotus, but you think RQ will win the last round? Is this because they know they need to get that last push to get the last round, or is there like real logic behind this?
I mean, my logic's pretty simple. I just feel like there are so many explosive players right now on RRQ that it could always happen. That's just as simple as that for me.
Okay. For me, RQ has almost always won the last round of the half in all the maps they've played so far here at VCT Pacific. On top of that, they're on attack. So I think they will always have a better chance of having some last, like whether it's ults or util, etc., where they... Are you changing your answer?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I did yesterday. I think I did the other
Yeah,
day.
I think you did once, yeah. But yeah, that's
Those
just the thing.
analysts were more friendly about sharing their answers. Just saying. But okay, I'll stick to my T1 answer with the audience because I had to stick to Wingman.
The thing is when I was watching that Ascent, though, already in my head, I was like, I don't know. I might have to vote T1 on this because they're looking so hot right now.
The thing is, RRQ, they've had a match where they got bodied by Team Secret, right? 13-6. So they're not, they're not unfamiliar to being bodied by a team. So they can get that bounce back. So, just saying.
All right.
Can you
It's
tell-
the analysts versus the people, including Victoria.
How far back did you actually look into the
Just
data?
stage one. Just stage one.
just stage one.
Yeah,
okay.
No, kickoff was a different team. Just
Okay.
stage one. Yeah. No.
Okay.
No, I'm not that crazy. I'm not that crazy.
But you are sometimes, so it was well within the realm of reality. He looks back through all their data, through individual players.
That is fair.
All right, we are going to go into Lotus now. How are you guys, aside from T1's dominance on Lotus, how are you feeling about RQ, and how are they going to be approaching it this time?
I mean, you look at how they started off that Ascent. I think they're still going to have, something prepped here to kick themselves back into gear. So I think you shouldn't be too worried. And again, the composition, the way they were playing the Lotus the last time earlier this weekend, I think they're prepped for this. It's just a matter of can they also warm up on stage? Because clearly T1 has already gone through all of that.
Yeah. Again, there's just so many things where talk about how Lotus can be such a thickly map if you're not prepared for it. One of those is just how you can control, again, those mid or those link rotations. I've been kind of talking about this over and over again, but Elmimore, he's been pretty good at actually creating those openings with how masterful he has been on that Prowler play.
Yeah, and on top of that, I also just want to know with the Chamber, what RQ was doing last time as well is that they're very focused on battling for Mound first rather than Rubble. They're happy to retake that with their utility after everything's been spent by their opponents. So I'm curious if T1 has a read on this on the defending side.
That's exactly right here. RQ does need to figure something out to do something about X-Curate's Chamber in particular, who really likes to push the boundaries there and go far out. He's very aggressive, even on the defense. And if they don't have him figure it out, this could be a 2-0.
I mean,
But do you think it's going to be a 2-0? Asterai, you voted for RQ as your prediction?
Of course it's going to be a reverse sweep.
Yeah.
Look at you laugh nervously. Come on, give us.
He's like,
Give us the argument for RQ. What is it?
Well, my argument is, again, I just trust in Jemkin. So, Jemkin, crown yourself king here.
The Jemkin god. All right, Gem King. Let's go over to our casters, Achilleos and Valdez.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's get into the action once more. Lotus, T1's map pick, and one that has been, it's pretty much all reliable for them. This has been the most comfortable map for them across the board. I believe just a singular loss so far on this map. So let's see. RQ, they have plenty of tape to study for this, knowing the tendencies of T1, but can they counteract it? It's going to be the big question, because they thought they had a pretty good read about Ascent, and obviously that did not go their way.
Yeah, I do wonder and worry a little bit for RQ, right, coming into map number 2, because sometimes if it's very one-sided, you can kind of just brush it off and say, okay, let's reset. But things were going really well, at least decently well, half and half for the first half, and then it was like they just kind of fell apart. So it's going to take a lot, I think, mentally to just kind of forget that that happened and try to pull off the reverse sweep. So the beginning of this map especially, I think, is going to be very important mentally for the side of RRQ. They do get to start here on the attacker side, and already Sphero going to get them on the board.
Solid opener there, putting that Sheriff to good use. Jump peek there from Rossi, spotting quite a bit. Takes a tag, but is able to back away over towards the A site. But now he is going to be operating all on his lonesome. And with the information gained, okay, X-Ray will be able to find one. Xfero trying to re-lurk back in towards B, but I think statuesque there is Excurate, able to find that kill, but now creeping up into the smoke. Rossi pops the poison orb, or the poison orb gets popped. He tucks away back in towards stairs.
Yeah, he gets a lot of information. Excurate not quite able to land that one, and Schneider does get out of there. So spike planted, and they should have known this was coming for a bit. We do see the rotation already coming in from the side of T1. Saya and Izu coming in from the back, but still not going to be an easy retake here.
Time going to be ticking. So we look for an entryway into this one. Paranoia getting a decent catch, but they can't quite swing the corners fast enough before that blind does expire. Excurate and Rossi able to find one apiece here. As they get themselves over towards the spike. Jemkin on the drop down, looking for the spray through, has to push forward. That's going to be the diffuser. Now taken down. Izu right back over onto it. It's held to half. And Rossi staves off Estrella. Somehow, some way, T1 turn this round on its head and get themselves another pistol win.
Yeah, extremely confident retake there. Just all running in through tree. Throw down a bunch of smokes and a bunch of paranoias. The Omen obviously having a really good effect on this one. Starts off with Excurate, able to tie up in terms of the member. But then this push on in and just making it really hectic. They get the half defuse, and then Rossi able to defend. Of course, that's just a big nice coming out. And T1, you know, they continue their streak. Technically, they had, what was it, 8 in a row at the end of the last map, and now that's going to be 9. As let's see how this is going to go.
Quick back away there from Izu, double TP out. Put a smattering of damage down on the Jemkin. Took a hell of a lot more in reply. So 13 health remaining here for the Omen as he's currently occupying B by himself. Quick rendezvous back over into Waterfall. Excurate moves over to try to reinforce his position. Paint shells, well, Jemkin's able to find it with the classic. The paint shells would have done the job all the same. So elimination found, site broken open, but a triple push now coming through from Mound is well, yeah, Xfero now spotting this one out. Everyone needs to get tucked away. So he's not going to be able to find anything here. Estrella out wide, does get taken down. Flips dead moments before. As the turret there, but attention pulled.
One enemy remaining.
As this is falling apart. Elmimore now the last man standing. Can't quite line up the headshot there. So a bit of damage dealt. Spike planted. Overall, not too bad of an eco attempt here for RQ, but T1 will be moving up 2-0.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they get on over pretty relatively easy retake. To get on in there against, you see they weren't quite able to pick up the Spectre from the dead Izu. So that kind of made things more difficult on the defense of the retake. Carpe starts it off very nicely with that long-range Bulldog shot. They know exactly where the Killjoy is. So they take out Xfero, and then pretty easy follow-up there.
Okay, don't hesitate. Let's.
Okay, don't hesitate.
That's that's the Alex mentality right there coming through. Maybe all I'm telling them, let's play confidently.
Just send it.
Run in, just gonna send it.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the mentality you need. Don't overthink it. And so far, it's 10 rounds in a row. Of course, including last map. RQ gonna come in here pretty quickly, but Excurate already has an operator.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna come as a surprise to anybody at all. He will buy in for this no matter what. As Haunt will get the mark there onto Xfero. He's able to back away towards A main. Smoke now going to be thrown down to try to peel some of that pressure off. Alarm bot lapped in as well as Rossi. He's going to be waiting for the rest of the team to start arriving, not wanting to reveal his position. Swing out, and Elmimore actually does take him down. Top rope. Excurate still hunting. Izu going to be noted behind, only has a Sheriff, and Saya player had to have been looking at the minimap. Completely distracted, not reacting fast enough, ends up getting taken down, and that should be the call to save what weapons they possibly can. Izu, though, in a bad spot with just the Sheriff. Well, he's likely going to have to try to push in and take somebody down.
Yeah, he's the one guy. The other two already gone. Let's see if he gets the jump onto Xfero or Flipshider. And they seem to have a good idea that he is here as well. And
swing and a death here in a brief little moment as, yeah, needs to face out Needs to get that death bonus and eventually will, but it's going to be a flawless here for RQ to deny a bonus conversion. So overall, solid anti-bonus round for them. Still going to be half shields across the board, so they're going to be slightly vulnerable, but I think a nice reply and a little bit of luck as well with Saya player not quite glancing at his crosshair in that moment. Had he been able to get that kill, things are opened up a lot more for a potential retake.
Yeah. Pretty quick to go up the rope, I guess. If we can give him the benefit of the doubt. Pick up that kill. Is now looking to challenge outside of Rubble. As already Estrella is going to be taken down, and Saya is not going to delay at all. Knows that Jemkin is there as well. It will be Carpe to take him down. That's 3 for 0 in favor of T1.
I mean, the call was don't hesitate. They absolutely do not. They absolutely run them down here in this round, not allowing for RQ to string two together. A monstrous and quite dominant performance there. Side player clearly unhappy with getting picked off by Elmimore in that previous round. Just goes absolutely crazy on them. There's an on-swing before and just snappy second shot onto Elmimore to get some revenge.
Nice, guys. Nice, guys.
Nice, guys. That's a good movie.
It is, and so far their play has been quite nice. RRQ, they got the one around, but as you mentioned, they really stifle any hope of...
Oh, boy.
Well, getting any momentum. As Izu going to pick up one Execute as well, getting out there, and the showstopper doesn't seem to get any value, but still going to be advantage T1 here as this plant is going to come down onto the A site.
Sometimes you don't need that showstopper to find the kill. It's all about just ushering the players into a position that you want them to be in where they don't want to be. Just like a player, the sheepdog running at them. They scramble back into the pen.
Bork, bork.
More pushing the smoke. Does get a timing. Looks for a little bit more, but the spray's just a bit off. He puts Izu down to 30. Cannot confirm the kill. The time ticking. T1 need to get themselves into the site here very soon as there's a slide down Estrella. He lands in onto the snake bite. Execute is able to collect that kill as swing around the back. Execute finishing him off with the classic. It's going to be just enough time to be able to get that defuse through here by Rossi. T1 now 4-1.
The timing for Estrella is so unfortunate, and that just allows Execute to get way too much value in this round. It's getting pretty hectic there. Saw Execute as well, very nicely done. This push out on the side of Elmimore was pretty nice, but after that it was all T1. Execute picks up 3 on the round, 2 on the site, 1 with the initial op shot, and that will be a pretty early timeout, but at 4-1 and things continuing to slip away from RRQ, I don't blame them.
Not a good feeling though to have to call this. A couple rounds just very much getting away from them, but also not quite being prepared for a lot of the aggression that we're seeing from T1 out of this defender side. And one of the things that we were seeing from, ZETA when they played against Team Secret was just the all-out aggression. It was something that Secret was not ready for. Jesse just, consistently getting caught with utility hands, not being ready for that pace and that timing that was coming in. And right now, RQ suffering a very similar fate from the attacker side.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure something out. Maybe just mess with different timings. Maybe they try to get aggressive themselves, and I don't know. They need to change something here because so far it is still 1 round in the last 15 or 13, but still quite a lot. And looks like T1 once again going to look to get aggressive at Rubble. No reason for them to really change up their strategy, right? Just continue being aggressive, getting in their face, and trying to keep them pressured down. As meanwhile, on the opposite side, trying to push into Mound. This actually worked on their eco round, do you remember? They were able to get in onto C. Didn't win the round, but one of the better looking ones for RQ.
Shells checking bend. Izu just sat here within the smoke. Do they suss this out? Looks like they're certainly cautious of this, but tap onto the spiker, swing out, and too many targets. Izu splits his attention.
Spike planted.
Does end up getting taken down as tap onto the door. TP Sparrow just a second off being able to get the jump there. Flip Shutter going to be taken out though as Saya player does take him down. Lockdown coming through it. Carpe finding the pick. push forward there. I'm trying to lead the charge. Elmi Moore, the great fadeaway shot there on a side player, gets himself a third, and Rossi now needs to back out. Sees a tiny little corner that he can tuck into. Right back into the site quickly, but with the time ticking as low as it is, have to kill both of them here. Head down, himself in, going for it, but yeah, Elmi Moore eventually will be able to get the wallbang headshot for a 4K in the round, and RQ. The timeout, it does work a treat for them. Still losing out on multiple members, but they managed to not let T1 stretch the lead even further.
Yeah, I like the decision to go in from Mount into C. It was a way they were able to get a pretty nice setup, and see, they're getting excited now. From the side of Elmi Moore, picks up the 4, as you mentioned. He really did a great job of holding down the site from outside from the Mount. And even with Saya player, and I think Carpe trying to get out there and clean that out, was not able to do so against Elmi Moore. And no surprise, I think they're just gonna send it once again into this area of the map.
The Prowler to check, Flipshider now in a very rough position. Kind of just has to hold his ground as the Prowlers continue to check, and Saya finds one. Izu, in the meantime, just pushing out alongside Xcurit. Picks off Xfero. 3 players now left alive for RQ as they will be able to get themselves onto the C site, but they're going to use the Nightfall off the rip before the planters even come in. They spot absolutely nothing, so they can take some forward space up through Waterfall across to this C link. Can they deal with this massive approach that's getting ready to come through from Mound? Boombot cleared. No audio here for Elmi Moore. Just pulls back over towards the bend. Rossi in the meantime, potential to strike as he's creeping his way forward. Right now, backs are turned. Elmi Moore able to come away with 2, but now Showstopper from Jemkin to try to further slow things up. Gets the spot, gets the blow up there, but now Rossi coming through, but can't quite get it done with the Odin. Takes them low, but RQ, they managed to hold on.
You know, 3v5, they get on the site, they get onto the C site, and I think RQ have identified a weakness in T1's defense, and T1 essentially trying to get aggressive from the defensive side outside of B and A, and that's working in terms of getting the kills, but in terms of, you know, solidifying the round wins, not so much. And now they're really feeling themselves in a very close round that they did just win there, so RQ, I like that they're finding answers here. Still a bit behind the 8 ball in terms of, you know, the scoreline and on this map. And now T1 going to look to aggress themselves out onto Mount. He's going to start off with one. Saya just pick up another elsewhere. But that is going to look pretty good for the side of T1. They still do have Carpe here on the site.
Yeah, now reinforced the side player, rotates his way through Waterfall. 3v4. Carpe about sending the Haunt. Oh, takes quite a bit of damage, down to 5. Going to be caught with Util in hand. Elmi Moore able to come away with a second elimination, but Sion player finds Flips. That's now the spike down, the Viper out of the equation. Elmi Moore a bit stranded here. Sends the Prowler, manages to cut across, but Pain Shells into Bend. Going to force him back out into the open, where he's able to challenge against Saya. He brings this back into a 2v2, now a 2v1 as Estrella finds Rossi. Low HP. As it's just a one-tap necessary. Elmi Moore back around the corner, swings in, but Xcurit holds his ground. And he is able to find the limbs and the defuse.
Wow. Xcurit just barely able to hold on to that round for T1. I thought RQ had that one in the bag, but the clutch comes forward from Xcurit to pick up 2. As you see, initially this fight outside of Mound, pretty good, honestly, for T1. Saya also got that pick, but Elmi Moore is really just on a tear right now. But Xcurit's handling of this situation also fantastic. To take down the 2 of them in the 1v2, barely a reaction either, just kind of happy to get the job done.
A very solid clutch, but I think maybe a little bit too much energy there, a little bit too antsy from the side of Elmi Moore, wanting to go in for the challenge, suspecting like, okay, I probably forced him back with that Nightfall, he's decayed, etc. But Xcurit, he knows how low that player is, as he just sees Jemkin bouncing in.
Toxins going up.
He's gonna have a pretty decent career as a rabbit hunter.
Yeah. I loved his setup there. Xcurit just making this map his right now. Saya, the jump, unfortunate for him, but he's got a lot of setup with his teammates right behind him. Izu gonna take down 2. Elmi Moore is watching this angle, but already 4 against 2. And on the move, he's going to go down.
Yeah.
Down A.
See Elmi Moore there. Hand off the mouse, just not quite prepared. As Flips just seeing if he can get any kind of damage dealt. Does manage to find one. Now Paranoid. Rossi as well, though, getting caught by his teammates. Paranoia isn't able to swing. Does end up getting taken down, so 3 members lost, but T1 get themselves up to 6 on this defender's half so far.
Dreams are a funny thing.
Yeah, and you're always going to be happy to hit at least 6 from the defender side of this. You see the economy as well for RQ, not exactly great. Execute starts off, sees the landing, super quick with it. Oh, man.
Yeah.
One enemy remains.
Izu has been looking much improved today as far as the Omen performances are concerned. Sometimes it's been a little bit wishy-washy, and that is not a good feeling if you're an RQ fan. Seeing the second timeout now called here in this first half, knowing that on this attack, they have to get themselves up to 6.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, the rounds that RQ are winning, it's pretty close. I mean, T1 did kind of let them in a C, and they were looking for retakes, and RQ was winning those rounds, but oftentimes with 1 or 2 members left up, and it felt good. They strung 2 in a row together, but at the end of the day, T1 immediately strike back with some more aggression from the defensive side, and they're just not really allowing any time for RQ to breathe. So they need now to get something going, because if you start to lose more rounds from the attacker side and you have no timeouts, might just be lights out.
I mean, it's ulta bound right now here for T1. Estrella, I mean, he could try for a TP play. They have a pit if they can get into a decent post-plant situation. But Showstopper to try to flush him out. A counter pit available, if not just one off the rip to just make one part of the map unassailable. Given Rossi's position over at A, I don't think that we're going to be seeing that quite just yet. Given that T1 has been overall handily winning these rounds, I think you can be a little bit more reactionary with your ult usage.
We're back here on C. Prowler's out. Information given over to Izu, and he's not ready for it once again. Jemkin quick on that shot, and they will be able to pick up the C site.
Not seeing anything. Also
planted.
not going for the wallbang attempt. Smoking out down, but there's the showstopper. Pulled in from Saya. Jumps out, spots one. Splits the difference, gets some damage in, but Elmi Moore swinging in. Able to find 2, despite getting knocked down to 28. Jemkin with a second, takes out Carpe, now Execute. Not enough money, no tour de force available. We'll just look to back away with AWP in hand, but you can already see Flipshutter. He wants to intercept, he wants to be able to take this weapon out of his hands because this AWP has been causing them issues.
Let's see if he can go all the way around on time. At the moment, even the Prowler to help distract. Elmi Moore just trying to jump around, and there it is. Flipshutter from the left side will take him down. So RQ, they get the timeout. They get a nearly flawless round and a fantastic entry on the C. They got to string more than just the one together, though, as we'll take a look at how this all began.
Just solid timing from Elmi Moore. Continues to look excellent, but it's the rest of the team that just hasn't really been able to step up here alongside him. Still in a recoverable position. You can see the buy right now for T1. Very weak. Execute, of course, full headhunter bullet, so can deal a significant amount of damage. There's a double stack on Mound. No one really peeking to give them the time of day at the moment. Estrella in a forward position, but can TP back across. It looks like Saya's going to continue inching up. Looking to take a little bit more space, and he does have that Vandal in hand.
Boy. They're going to cross over in towards Tree and wait for this pressure to be coming on in. As the Prowler's also taking out Jemkin. Is he going to send it?
Prowler not spying much. Vulnerable's there. They are able to take out Jemkin, but not before Rossi falls. Carpet down the back end. Execute, however, now arriving on the site. Hit going to be invested, and oh, had the lineup, but just doesn't pull the trigger fast enough. Elmi Moore swings in, finds him.
Spike planted.
And now work cut out for them here for Saya and Izu. Weapon can be picked up. It's an operator.
It's not looking very likely, but let's see what work they can get done.
Face your fear!
Okay, again, just looking for information there. Paranoia sent, but no way to push in off the back of that one. There's attention being pulled over towards the door. Side player gets himself over towards this spike. Creeping forward, spots one, but it's just not quite snappy enough. Estrella takes him down. Paranoia sent. Get onto the door. Estrella potentially going to fall here as, yep, up shot will be good. Nizu can just pass this over to execute it now. But RQ to get within touching distance.
Yeah, again, a pretty clean one. Just a couple of picks over towards the A site. When they do go through these doors into tree, Elmimore, very nice shot down onto Execute. Otherwise, you know, we could have seen him maybe link a couple of more kills and have Execute be the hero of that round, but that was not the case. They get on in, they use the Viper's Pit. Still a lot of ults available here for the side of T1 for the last round of the half. And I think it's good for RQ. You know, they used a bunch, but they're getting value. They're trying to tie things up before this half.
There's the pit on the C. As Execute looking like he wants to try to push out of this. Does so, tries to go for the flick shot. I think a little bit of damage, but doesn't put any out in return. Seems to be backing away, suspecting that RQ is likely not to try to play into this pit, but it seems like that might not be the case. Especially now that Jemkin has a showstopper available. Question is, can they get a read on where Rossi would be positioned if they actually decide to try to push into this? Saya with his own off, though. A bit of damage, but finds the kill.
Oh, he's just in the corner. They don't know.
I mean, he's not in it right now. Tucks back inside. Through the poison orb, and oh, Rossi not quite ready. Showstopper does get burnt, but kill is found. Pit now dropped. Izu here. King within the smoke. Estrella on the left-hand side. The 4v4s, they try to hold this, but Carpe now sending that Nightfall. Will catch on the two. Two players disconnected back over towards Mount, however, not going to get caught as Isu starts working his way forward. Elmimore, decayed low. Starting to get his HP back, clears out on these Prowlers. The push out, headshot found. Carpe going to be taken down, Execrit dead as well. Now it's all on Izu and Saya player, who still has an op in hand. Saya now gone. Izu in the 1v2, the defuse coming through. They're in a very disconnected position, but there you go. The final headshot will ring true, as RRQ managed to run it back all the way up to 6-6.
Yeah, I mean, 3 rounds in a row. That last one looking pretty clean as well. They go through the Viper's Pit, and Rossi just not quite able to hold on to that area of the map. They thought, okay, surely they're not going to push on in through here, but RRQ bravely get the job done. And they get that spike down on C, and there wasn't much hope for the side of T1 on the retake. And so now it's pretty much anybody's map at this point in time, with this one all tied up, but still going to be a bit curious to see how insane this T1 attacker side is going to look.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This map has been very attacker-sided favored, but in the past it was defenders for Pacific. We'll see if that rears its head here, or if T1 are going to be able to get back into the driver's seat from the attack like they did there on Ascent.
It does feel like some of the wind taken out of their sails with the last 3 rounds, though. RRQ, especially guys like Elmimore, just showing up in a big way. That is a League of Legends caster, does the LCK. So shout out to him. He's like, oh, Valorant's really fun. I heard them talking. I think he's like, he's at least Diamond.
Okay.
In Valorant as well. They were talking about their Valorant ranks. The LCK casters. So certainly has put in a decent amount of time. He's not, you know, exceptional or anything, but that's obviously pretty difficult. Diamond, difficult for some of us as well. Especially Achilleos in the minigame.
Well, in the minigame, sure.
In real life,
in the real
Valorant,
game,
it's not difficult.
That's no problem.
Yeah.
Get there in a heartbeat.
But for a LoL caster to get there, that's a stretch.
Hey, I used to be a LoL caster, so it is possible. Jemkin, though, going to be taking a shot into the shoulder. Jump down to 45, but still cannot be found. A side player trying to push the pace. Is going to be paranoid, but still sees enough to take out Estrella. Pain Shells now to cut off Link. Swing onto the corner, but Jemkin with the Ghost will be able to strike him down, but it's a good amount of damage across onto all of these members of RRQ, and Elmimore is only going to be good for 1 as they push into the smoke.
Just kind of running at them, like through the smoke, and yeah, he got the jump on the 1, but everybody else was behind him, and now Jemkin a bit low on health, and they're going to get
Rossi.
Thinking about it. Yeah, Rossi on the backside of that one, going to read the rotation, takes out Flipshider. Very low on health. These last 2 members should be an easy finish for the side of T1, but
Xfero doesn't look right. He actually would have been able to see Xcrit up on top, but because they missed each other, that means that he's going to be able to get the jump here. Spots them both. Can he transfer this? Goes for the one. Oh, tuck into the corner. Can't quite find that second kill. Sees him drop down. Rossi still on the flank, now getting the read of it, but as he looks away, Xcrit pushes through the wall. It's a matter of timings that T1 are able to win out. 3-1 in pistols now as they regain a lead.
Yeah, it's got to feel pretty good. And again, T1 just came at them so quickly. I mean, Saya is obvious, and also the fact that he was able to get this one through the paranoia, as you mentioned, sees just the tip of the Omen, and that is enough. But then just the quick rotation to go from B straight into A, I think caught RQ off guard, and it was a done deal from there. Nearly a chance at the end for Xfero, but not quite enough.
Solid effort, but needed to get those initial 2 and bring it down to the 1v1. Quick take on the orb, and a hell of a lot of space here for RQ at A, but T1 starting to work their way towards C. Still puts RQ in a bit of a rough position. Rossi going to try to hold the line here. Ghost in hand, sends out the snake bite, and they are able to get slightly around this, but still a decent amount of damage being taken. Jemkin still able to find one, but now the swing out from Izu. And does get the punish. And looks like the call from T1 is, let's take the fight. Izu says, screw it, I can win this out. Continues to push forward, finds himself a third.
Yeah, they don't have to do this, but I think they want to send a message as Estrella does pick up another here on the Saya. But of course, on the Eco RQ, still able to get a couple of kills. It's kind of interesting, though. The biggest thing for me is that T1, they're like, let's just run at them. They could have just ran to C and planted for free, but nah, let's just go kill them.
Yeah, I mean, again, don't hesitate. Izu certainly did not. Nicely done by him as he was able to collect the 4K here on the back end. Not necessarily, I should say, the most meaningful one. Obviously, you can do plenty of cheeky plays, but a lot of times we have been seeing those get red once the Omen's trying to go for some aggressive backside TPs.
Yeah. And you remember on Ascent, T1, they went over to the attacker side as trying to hold it, not able to. Rossi at least able to trade it back, but some damage done to him.
Saya again, blast back and forth, trying to take some space, but Estrella here at up are able to find one. It's a headshot onto Carpe. And overall, so far it's looking clean here for RQ. Just Elmimore as a casualty thus far. If they can close out the round from here, they'll be feeling pretty good about it. And I think ultimately T1, I mean, given that there's the op in play, might just have to call to save the weapons that they have. They'd wish that one of them wasn't a Bulldog, but ultimately they don't have too much of a choice.
Yeah. Just wait it out. RQ going to do the same. But I think this is a big round win for RQ. Obviously, they stopped the bonus. It's kind of expected, but we expected it on Ascent, and it didn't happen. They got actually rolled on the 9th round win for T1, and then it was a 10th, and then the 11th, and the rest was kind of, as you guys remember in round 1, kind of just a full-on sweep. But this time, RQ, they put up a good stance, and they don't just get rolled over here in the anti-bonus, as Izu is coming on in, and, you know, I hope I didn't speak too soon.
Could cost them. I mean, can at least try to grab the weapon or get the plant down for some added money, but eventually will fall. So Rossi, his mission is just to protect that operator. I mean, now that Xcrit's the IGL, it's just like, oh, you have the op, your mission is to stay alive.
What did the mission used to be?
Save the operator.
But
they cannot.
He's not able to. Oh, no.
Could have stayed tucked back behind the rubble, but decides to try to get the catch at the end and ends up losing it. And now Xcrit's mad. But yeah, I mean, Xcrit, he was playing greedily. He was trying to say, okay, I know someone's going to push off the back of this Prowler, but they timed it so perfectly well.
Nice one.
Wait until the very last moment, right as that bite's about to come through, and only more swing in the corner gets that kill. So a bit of egg on the face of Xcrit there.
Well,
now no weapon for him aside from the headhunter.
Yeah. 5 bullets and just a bit of poking out of bounds here, but T1 looks like they do want to fight this. Bit of a spread at the moment. 2-1-2. See if they do look to go elsewhere as the rotation is coming back towards A. Decent amount of poking and prodding out here near rubble just to say, okay, well, there's not really much of a defense for now.
RQ's starting to get a good idea of this, though. I haven't seen anything at C. Warning ping down in front of B main just in case there's going to be a deep flank coming through, which Izu is in position for that potentially. 4 players in position to potentially collapse the in onto this side, but Flipshot are going to be taking it first and foremost. He ends up falling. Sphero can do nothing but just sit here, stay tucked, stay quiet. As Han gets a reveal, and Elmimore is going to be taken down. Sphero now striking, comes up with 1. The site occupied here by T1. Izu now starting to work his way forward on this lurk. Jemkin looking like he's noting this, but now backs away. Oh, the timing for Izu, it could not be any better.
Yeah. Saya looking to challenge.
Straight up, about to get caught potentially.
Yeah.
As there's a swing around, he's not ready for it. This now leaves Xferal in a 1v2. Low HP here on Carpe as he moves up, tries to challenge, gets him through the corner, and they know that Izu was behind. Pulls at the half, doesn't hear the drop. Does he pull off of this one? He's gonna try to stick it! And Izu finds his timing perfectly. Just a moment away. Xferal saying, I think I'm gonna get away with this. And that's when he swings the corner.
Yeah, very good timing from the side of Izu just across the entirety of the way that played out after the plant. But started off Saya play with a couple of big picks here. A couple of headshots. They get onto the site. Izu, this timing was the beginning of it, and then right at the end. I feel like after he had the half, there was like a bit of time where he could have came off and maybe seen it, but he wanted to be the pro that did not fake and did not work out for him. So T1, they get back on the board, 9-7. Still a close one, but still it's very threatening from the side of T1's attack, as we have seen so far.
Now, looks like, yeah, pick up on the orb. That's going to be the Nightfall available for Carpe. Door tap. Saya will play into this. Backs away as Carpe trading positions. Just have to keep that door revolving.
Cover going out.
So it looks like they are going to make the call to start pivoting into B. Prowler to check. Nothing noted. Jemkin nearby. So just to clear out on the turret. Wanting to add to the ambiguity here. With the door tapped again, they might just end up shifting this all the way over to A.
Yeah, still a decent amount of time. They have their own talk screen over at A. And it looks like, I don't know, well, that's where the spike is going, but we do have still Saya player looking over at Mound, maybe seeing what he can see. Look at where RQ is positioned, though. 4 people on C.
Is this just going to be an info bait? They send out the Prowler, and yeah, look at the rotations beginning here for RQ. Oh, the shift back over. Showstopper out from Saya. Flipshider playing quietly, not revealing his position, but it doesn't matter. Izu just moves up through the smoke, finds the kill, but Showstopper going to be shorted. Side player unable to find that elimination. Now has to back away. Nightfall coming through. Carpe shoves them back, buys some space. The plant comes in for T1.
Yeah, all things considered, a pretty nice entry with Flipshider down, and now a good setup, but Execute is going to fall down right as they are potentially going to come in through the smoke. Waterfall being spotted here by Execute, but not able to hit it, and Jemkin gets value with his Showstopper, but they don't check the corner as Izu going to be able to pick up 1, and Carpe gets 2.
And now it is all just Xferal on his lonesome for the drop down. Gets the shot onto Izu, but it's just too many targets. Takes Carpe to 3. Just cannot confirm that kill. T1 now move up to double digits.
Yeah, that's got to feel good. I mean, this entire info play was fantastic. Izu also just creeping through the smoke, able to get that one, and Carpe so crisp. Gets the waterfall, looks back, feels the pressure, gets another headshot. They don't take the corner either, and that sets up a nice crossfire as RRQ were trying to engage on that side.
Reevaluate tactics.
And at this point, I mean, 3 rounds stretch, half armor across the board at Guardian in the hands of Elmimore. It's worth reminding everybody, you know, both timeouts for RQ have been burned in that first half. T1, Autumn, he's not going to call one unless this gets, you know, maybe a round apart.
Yeah, at this point, I think he's probably said enough times, you know, just don't think, send it. You guys are playing really well. Just keep doing what you're doing. You know, it's the easiest position, I guess, as a coach. as your players are playing it really well.
Yeah, just get them into that flow state where everything just feels natural.
Well, they're going to play with this door again. Certainly worked out in the last round. Just to get RQ in kind of a confused position. But RQ, we're also trying to stack the C site and maybe try to catch T1 off guard.
Zaya's going to stay on a bit of a solo lurk by the
Did this
look of
last
it here.
time.
Yeah, just wait and see what he can find. Smoke down, pushes up, and he sees enough of Estrella to be able to take him down. Rotations now starting as they move away from the A site, which is where the spike is getting ready to move up to. Flipshot around the corner.
30 seconds left.
Still suspicious. Sees the gun barrel, finds it, sees the spike. Now rotations can come back. Up on the wall allows him to get bailed out, and also stands his ground to find one. Rossi will be able to finish him off there. We now go to a 3v3, but as the swing comes in, Jemkin taken down again. Attention a bit split. Izu going to be noted here on B as the spike works its way through.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, you see rotation here, and they've got it all clogged up. Every entry into this one, the poison orb. Smoke in their faces. Rossi also hugging this angle very close to where they're coming from.
Kill for either would give them the ult. There's the C's as Rossi going to be locked into position for the moment, but there's just nothing else on the back end. Big fight now thrown down. Xero pushes up over the top of that one, but eventually it will go down to it. 11-7, T1 is 2 rounds away from closing out this series in 2-0 fashion, finding themselves with the first victory.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, RRQ, they got the anti-bonus, I guess, right? That one round, and that was it. Like, this is, again, another lurk from Saya player. It was pretty nice from Flipschneider to try to give them a chance, but at the end of the day, it was just cleanup here for the side of T1. Right from the get-go, they were in total control of this round, so kind of unfortunate for RRQ. We're not really seeing the same level from their defensive side. As here comes Saya player once again, getting in there pretty quickly, and it's going to be Izu actually to take him down.
Jemkin dead. Hit now, invested. Nightfall is available. Saya tucking back around the corner. Does keep himself safe for the moment. Some answering spray damage comes through. Saya picked off. Elmore able to find one Prowler, confirming that there's somebody up close. And for now, the spike will not be planted. Lockdown also available here from Xero. Should they be able to get into a winnable position? And that pick on the Izu. It's looking a little bit better for them, but Carpe lurks around the back of sight, finds the catch, takes down one, and manages to avoid that Bulldog spray as Elmy Moore will get finished off. Lockdown now going to be committed. A 1v3 here from Xero for all the marbles. Turret cleared out, swings, finds two, but he's not ready for Xcurate.
Oh,
just
no.
runs him down. And T1 now
Match point.
get themselves up to match point, 12-7.
Yeah, I mean, this is, that was pretty devastating, right? It was like last chance for him. He was going 1v3. He puts down the lockdown. He's sending it in the 1v3, but it just was barely not enough. Izu really clean, and oh man, just not able to feel the pressure from the third guy from the same angle. Maybe not expecting that, and very unfortunate for Xfera. I thought he was nearly going to clutch that one out. It was not the case, and now it's 12-7. T1 just nearly unbeatable on these attacker sides.
Prowler scout around, but nothing noted. Rossi, he's not looking to play quietly. No real reason to. RQ trusting that that pit is going to dissuade, as it's going to be a very early preventative Nightfall sent in here. Just getting those trails out, spotting multiple players.
Yeah, and eventually that just goes down, and now Estrella's right there.
Elmy Moore picked off. Xcurate able to find that kill. That's a solid start, but Rossi will get traded out. Turret cleared. Xero finding one. Looks like we might not be done quite just yet, as Xcurate now finds himself in a 3v1. Off of the ready. Spots one for a moment. Lines up the shot, but can't draw down against Estrella fast enough. RQ hold on by a thread, but they need 4 more rounds consecutively to force this into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, well, you got to get started with one, and maybe you get enough momentum to make this a bit interesting. You see that T1 not necessarily going to full buy on this next one. losing a lot of money in the round previously, and then of course losing this one. So it's really nice hold here, especially from Xfero. Feels like he's feeling himself towards the end of this map. I suppose better late than never. And he does show up in a big way in the last couple of rounds.
You want to play? Let's play.
And let's see now, big control over here on Rubble as both sides trying to get in their faces. Saya's already through the door in a tree though.
He's got that showstopper, and looks like widely RQ aware of this. Can they avoid it? Couple seconds, just quick corner check as he rushes up the top, Stinger in hand. There's a jump out, Saya blinded up. Jemkin able to find Carpe, quick hops back up over the top. The Extra will be able to find one with that tour de force. Rossi finds the second kill here for the squad. Jemkin get the elimination, but Izu now lurking. Takes out Elmimore, Extra finds Xfero, and suddenly this is all falling apart. Jemkin, the last one alive, last man standing. Drops down off the rope, the plant being held. Izu, with that in his hands. And he's pushing forward, not pulling back towards tree. He's not stacking up. And the timing, Jemkin just misses him. Swing onto the corner, he is struck down. And X-Curate, the new IGL, will be the finisher. A 3K as T1 will be able to find a match victory here in stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Make some changes. Things aren't working for T1 for 3 maps, and then all of a sudden, for 3 matches rather, all of a sudden you make one change and they just look like a totally new team. Fantastically done here in this match against RRQ. RRQ definitely not showing their best colors, I would say, but still, all credit to T1 on a big victory here, 2-0 in this match against RRQ, against most expectation.
Yeah, I mean, just given what we had been seeing as of late, there was concerns and qualms about whether or not T1 was just gonna get this stuff together in time for this matchup. RRQ had been looking improved, you know, match over match, but this was a night and day difference here from T1 from the outset. The vibes were there. You can see hugs exchanged, of course, as, you know, even with some of the smack talk we heard earlier, these guys are all friendly. But this was a much more improved T1, a T1 that we were expecting from the outset of stage 1. A T1 that inspires hope in the fans and belief in this team that they may just be able to make their way, you know, well, now at this point, into the playoffs, but also potentially over to Shanghai.
Yeah, you got to keep that hope alive, and I'm just glad that, like I said during the match, it's better late than never, and this time on the side of T1, so very nicely done for them. They pick up the 2-0 tonight. Let's go over to the analyst desk to break down this match.
And just like that, it is a 2-0 for T1. This is the T1 we wanted to see. This is the T1 we expected to see at the start of this stage 1.
I have no words how clean they took this from RRQ. Everything that they were doing, it was just working over and over again. And again, everything that we were mentioning on Ascent have really kind of come full circle into this Lotus map, and by then RRQ just could not really deal with how well T1 was just again able to win out this second map.
Yeah, I think if you go back and watch the VODs of the previous T1 games and today's game, what you're going to notice is every piece of movement that T1 makes today actually finds some form of value. Even if you're dying, you're finding some form of value. You're getting the information you wanted, your teammates gaining space somewhere else, whatever it might be, it's very proactive. Before, it was basically, if we land the shot, then we gain info. But today, you could tell that there was a plan, and sometimes if you were watching the player cams, like X-Curate was just holding a position, looking at his minimap, and just calling for like 15 seconds, getting the team set up for the next set play that they were going to do. This team is absolutely restructured, and who knows what happened, but they are looking right back in action.
This is great news for T1.
There's a byproduct here where it feels like because T1 was doing this, RRQ was forcing themselves to stop those kind of calls, right? You'd see, I don't remember which player was this from RRQ, but then they were just holding somewhere on Murder Hole, Baby Door, and then the rotation comes in from T1, not really prepared for that. They immediately marched their way onto A site, and then they basically lost that map control because RRQ was trying to stop that tempo, that rotation.
Before we go any further into this, what I also noticed, 13 rounds T1 had, and not one of them was the round that really mattered for the Guess a Game game where I picked T1.
You know,
what the heck?
Ranking up just comes by nature for some of us, I gotta say. Sorry, chat. You know, sorry to let you down, but
yeah.
Maybe you too should spend your night trying to figure out what kind of
Just-
crazy trivia the production will throw at us.
Just like a sage wall, some people gotta be put down and then get back up.
What? You should be G-ranked. Just saying that.
Yeah. Let's do that. I'm down with that.
No. We're bringing it back.
Will Joe?
My mission
right?
is to get
It's
immortal
crazy.
tonight again.
Man, I wasn't even on the desk for the first week. What are y'all doing there down there?
All right, audience. Again, this is a representative. This is your representative. Sending in my wingman to silver first.
Oh,
Scope it out.
Chat, you can't stand for this.
Ouch.
You gotta get back in the game.
Whatever. I got the best duo right here. Me and you.
Wingman
Me
from
and you, the
walk
audience.
to way.
The best duo to
Oh,
D rank. Am I right?
I've been making so much fun of Achilleos here in bronze. I am about to be.
Oh boy.
He's looking right
Same
at
rank
you
as
too.
him. I know.
Yeah.
He's giving me that look like that's what you get. That's
Yeah.
what you get for mocking me. I'm sorry, Achilleos. I shouldn't-
Okay.
Whatever. Like he says, this is not a real game.
I don't know. My stats tell me otherwise.
Oh my god. Well, you get to double enjoy the glory here. Your prediction was also correct for T1. You know what? That one was, I feel like that was actually more of a coin toss prediction than even this little game that we had, because T1 did look great at the beginning. Was on kind of a down, but they definitely figured something out. You could just tell by how they were playing, the decisions that they're making, with the quickness, the tempo, all of it was just fantastic.
Yes, absolutely. Again, I think you put it perfectly when you brought us back to the desk here, Victoria, is that this is the type of game people were wanting to see from T1 coming into Stage 1, right? We saw glimpses of it at kickoff. We saw plenty of it during the offseason. The firepower was never in question, but they had their own style. They seemed to have their own reads on the tempo they wanted to make. Saya didn't have to kind of feel like he had to take the entire game into his own backpack, and then it faltered, but now they're back. Again, sure, Excurate being the new IGL, that's the headline, but surely there's a bunch of other effects that are happening, because Izu seems a lot more comfortable. You see him smiling on stage again, and Rossi, again, the setups for his teammates, it's just absolutely in sync.
And to kind of add to Saya as well, it felt like he didn't really need to adjust anything for his team, right? It's just more of like they improve what was already there, and that's always a good thing, because you want Saya player to be in a spot where he can just be so aggressive with those double satchels that we've been seeing here on Lotus.
Yeah, and then I also just want to give a shout out to the side of RQ. Elmimore continuing to prove that as head initiator, he's feeling really comfy, but on the flip side, the other one who also had a big role switch, Xfero, a little quiet today on both maps. And I think that's really been weighing them down a bit. Estrella as well, struggling in both maps, quite frankly. Flips, of course, not having the greatest of times here on Lotus. But again, part of it is, sure, you're losing some aim duels, but a lot of it is what Asterai said earlier. It's the way that T1 started playing. RRQ was not prepared for that. They weren't prepared for that tempo. They weren't prepared for those types of decisions. And RRQ started to feel that they have to basically go through aim duels to get out of this map.
Yeah, and Izu there on the top. You could see that he was all smiles when they were just finishing that match, wrapping up. And it was just a different T1. Besides gameplay, even when they wrapped it up, you could see their new IGL, Extra, going around, giving everyone a hug. Izu with the biggest smile as he led the charge, to wrap it up. Anyway, we're going to go down to the stage and have a chat with today's victor, T1.
Thank you guys. Now T1 secured their first win for Stage 1. I'm standing here with T1 Saya player. Now massive congrats, Saya. Now I just want to start with the question of going 3 games without a win. That could be mentally exhausting, but overall T1's team vibe looked very good. The team synergy was there. So how did you guys try to keep the energy up to make sure that you have that motivation and the team morale to pick up the win?
To be honest, we have really, after these 3 losses, like we have a really bad momentum, and then everyone's like exhausted, tired, like they're like really sad. But I know we have a really good result in scrims, so I know we have really good progress, and then we trust each other, so we bring back our moment.
So in order to transfer the good results from the scrim to what's going on stage, what do you think was the most important thing that the team needed to address?
I think we have really, on our team, we have a lot of opinions. So when we play the games, we have a lot of ideas, we have what to do. but we didn't figure out what we're gonna do actually, you know. So we just like after the change, we just decide to Kevin like the X-Create gonna like core everything. So after that, we like got good, you know.
All right, you mentioned XQA taking over the IGL role, and Autumn also mentioned that it was to play more fast tempo. So talk to me about this decision. Whose initial idea was it, and how is Kevin kind of helping out the team with this calling?
It was Autumn, the head coach, and then Kevin really wants to call. So I mean, I really trust Kevin too. So we just like decide to calling Kevin.
Okay. Now, we saw T1 straight play into their strength. For example, those contact plays to the A site on Ascent. And also the timing and the pacing was on point. How much would you say was down to Kevin's calling, and how much would you say, how much of that kind of came down to the teamwork and the team effort?
Honestly, we have already structure and everything, fundamentals, but we like really hesitate before. But Kevin's calling is really like clear, and he just like have a really good direction. So to be honest, today matches he has a lot of like effects for our teams.
Okay, it's a group effort, and everyone's doing well, doing their part. Now, coming up on Monday, Talon. Ben is waiting there for you.
My boy Ben. I'm gonna kill you.
What? Okay, Ben, be ready, because Saya's coming for you. Well, congratulations once again, Saya, and well-deserved win. Go get some rest. Now, thank you for the interview as well. Now, with that, we are going to head after a short break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it's going to be Bleed taking on Zeta Division.
Efficient because these guys just play contact. So
okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 1. We just saw T1 versus RRQ, and T1 is back on track, taking their second championship point. But we're going to go to the second series of today and hear a word from Bleed.
Hello. Here's a little massage for you. Yeah. Does that feel nice?
Yeah.
Yeah. You ready to go today?
Yes, I'm ready to win.
Oh, you're ready to win. Okay. You feel good?
Yep.
Yeah. Make them bleed, man.
I really hope Jen keeps that thing outside of the talent room. Well, we are analyzing the match later. Oh, I hope Darian's okay there. I don't think he's making too much of the calls, so it's all right. Scary is the IGL, and he'll be the one making those calls. And we have Bleed Esports with a star lineup of a roster, but they've been struggling to find their foothold and kind of find their cohesion this stage 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, whether it's comms, whether it's the calls, no matter what it is. Obviously, yes, they had to go through some circumstances where they had to make huge roster changes, but it has to come together today because it's already a little bit too late.
Yes, they're cutting it really close here. Zest just joined, Retlet just joined this roster, but we're gonna go over to ZETA, who, they've found their wins, but they really need today as well.
Happy birthday to you, Yuan-san. Happy birthday. Open it.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh,
Oh.
美味しそうです. So,
Do you like it?
yeah,
I made it myself.
thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. What's your teammates getting you?
Today's win.
Oh, today's win. Okay, they're getting you the win. Better than the K. Don't eat it though. Don't eat it.
What is Jen up to with her shenanigans?
What are you supposed to do if you don't eat the cake? Is it a lie? I don't know.
This cake is a lie. Well, ZETA Division has a birthday buff for Yoren,
it's
one
over.
of their rookies. Yeah, it's over. That's it. We don't really need to analyze anything anymore because birthday buffs are a real thing, Asterai.
Oh yeah, I was just in my head is just keeping. You can have your cake and eat it too. It's just the thing that just kept popping into my head. But yeah, absolutely. ZETA Division, they, at least coming into this series, feel like they have all the pieces set much better than Bleed. we saw how well Depp has shown his diversity or his pool of agents, how effective that can be. Laz still is a very effective chamber player, and the player in question, Hiroron, has been slowly getting better and better into that initiator role. Sure, again, don't forget that when he came into Zeta Division from his previous team, he was a Sentinel main. So him still having to adjust into this one and, you know, being a lot more successful bit by bit, game by game, is really going to help Zeta Division here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the eyes on the rookie, right? Or the rookies, I should say, because like you said, Depp just hasn't missed a beat. He even brought out the Neon once again on the Lotus, things like that. Laz is showing the Chamber again. Sure, Sugar's hero, maybe not as many hero moments as in the past, but still pretty stable. But of course, he is up against an age-old rival in Scary, as we see in the stats right now. So we'll see if Sugar's hero can at least pull around, you know, a couple of those rounds to really kind of re-inject the motivation back into his team when they need it most. Because if not, I mean, Scary, like, I know we've been talking about it, some fans might be bored of it, but you just never know when he's going to pull a rabbit out of the hat and bring home the win for Bleed.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know. And so far, they haven't pulled that win yet. He's done it in the past. He's done it in the past, especially during Ascension. Obviously, Bleed is our Ascending team here joining Pacific, and I think this might be part of it, actually. When you're coming into the franchise for the first time as a team, and then you make not one, but two roster shuffles since then, that's a lot of adjusting that you have to do. Meanwhile, Zeta Division has kept most of their core here. And yes, this is a very important match today for both of these teams, Asarai.
Yes, Bleed, I'm dubbing them right now, the Hemo Goblins, as it is, because...
The Hemo Goblins?
Yes, because they've been goblin all these losses.
Oh, okay. My head was going somewhere else with the Goblins, but I thought we were really towing the line here today.
Not so much.
and you know what? Look at their next matchups for both of these teams now.
Yeah. You're saving the toughest for last on both sides, right? I mean, on the side of Bleed, let alone a DFM that's looking better and better, but a Paper X and a DRX. Then Zeta has played Shen-Chi, and now a T1 that seems to have fixed all their problems. So if you don't win today, I'm pretty sure you're about to kiss the playoffs goodbye.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And here we're looking at some of the highlights of what's been happening so far here in Stage 1.
So here's the thing as well, you know, with a lot of these highlights that we're seeing between Bleed and Zeta is, you know, we talk about how Scary was a thing, and that's actually a big fact about these things, because if you look at the first kills, right, overall for Bleed, it's never really up for their duelist, which is Ye. And even though he's somewhere there, he's on the receiving end of a first kill. He's been actually one of the players for Bleed here that has gotten the least amount of that first kill percentage, which translates into he can't really find that quick contact or win that quick contact against other teams, which means that the first contact for Bleed has been less than stellar.
Yes, yeah, and a big part of that is also they seem to be kind of playing around Ye back in the duelist as a member where you can just kind of leave him on his own and he'll do his thing and he'll hold an angle. And yes, that is generally what Ye's good at, but you still need to set him up for success by taking over parts of the map elsewhere or, you know, pushing him further out, you know, in a better angle, things like that. And that's something that Zeta has been doing very well for the likes of Depp and Laz. So curious to see how that pans out. Now, looking at the maps, I mean, again, very clear permabans. Bleed not really liking the Ascent, which is one of Zeta's favorites. And then Breeze being banned out by Zeta as well. So the real question here for Bleed that I have is, do you pick what you think Zeta is weak at, or do you still have some maps where you feel comfortable? Because the Lotus looked okay against Talon, and then suddenly not so much against RRQ.
Yeah, that certainly is a question for Bleed because they need to get any advantage they can get right now. While they haven't won any matches, they have won a map or two, and they're just going to have to figure out what Zeta Division has figured out, because we had a chat with Carlisle not once but twice, and they have definitely been cooking up something as much as possible. This is a very different Zeta Division than last year already, and while they lost their match the other day, I still think overall they looked much more improved. We're going to go to the map ban picks now. Of course, we have our two coaches, Carlisle and Lagia here.
mean, Will was right. What maps can actually Bleed be willing to fight against Zeta Division here when you think about how Zeta feels like they have that more expansive pool? Is the mentality here for Bleed to just try to match Zeta where they're already good at, or just completely try to, go the other direction and just face them where they haven't been really good at?
Wow, the Icebox ban. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah.
And then the Sunset pick. I'm even more surprised, to be very honest. Though I will say, Zeta, they're bringing out the Phoenix comp, and while they did win very handily against GE, the weaknesses of the composition showed through right away in their previous match. So maybe you've got some anti going on there.
Yeah, that's most likely the situation here. I believe we saw a match like that yesterday with Talon being very bold as well. Picking a map against Global Esports that they thought they had figured out. But hopefully this time Bleed has it figured out.
Wow, and the Lotus for last as well. I mean, again, on the side of Bleed, no draft is going to feel good given the record. You just have to go off a scrim, so obviously it's kind of hard for us as outsiders to read through this. But I am surprised about leaving Ascent open and banning the Icebox, because I thought Bleed kind of pivoting back to the Viper should have an okay chance on Icebox, and Zeta didn't look so good on it, but that's neither here nor there now. We are going on to that Sunset, and Bleed, I don't believe they played it here. They played it earlier in the year by kickoff, so that comp absolutely could have changed here for Bleed.
I mean, I wouldn't be remiss to see maybe even a double duelist here, try to one-up Depp if he's going to be bringing out that Phoenix. Just put Durian and Ye on more aggressive roles where they can maybe dictate the pace of the game. Even though Durian has been, very proficient on that Sentinel, it just feels like Bleed might have to improvise something right now with the lack of time that they have to prepare.
Okay, but what if? I know we're all sick of hearing this, but but what if? What if it's a chamber duel between you and Labs?
I would love that. I would love it, Will. If we
Ye?
saw it, we haven't seen Ye on a chamber.
Yeah.
In Pacific. I don't know what's up with that.
I mean,
Can we just put him on the chamber for the love of God?
Yeah, play no duelist, just go for it.
Just do it. It can be done. Sunset has proven to be doable without a duelist. But whatever it is, or you can have a duelist and the chamber anyway, like
Sure.
Zeta Division does. But I'm sure they've cooked something up. One thing I want to see from Bleed is less hesitation. They are very cautious when they play. The tempo is a bit too slow, and we're here in Pacific where everyone is all about going, just going. And Bleed needs to catch up with that.
It's funny because Zeta used to be that team,
Yes.
right? Of like, oh, let's wait for all the information and then we're out of time. And Bleed does the same thing. I mean, we heard Ewok kind of hint at it as well earlier when we had the coach interview of, well, Bleed always waits for the opponents to make a mistake. And that's something we noticed at Ascension last year as well. So hopefully they're now picking up like, okay, that doesn't work here at VCT Pacific anymore. We have to change our style a little bit.
Yeah, that's the beauty of having, again, a new coach here for Zeta Division, right? That's the reason why they picked him up, is immediately right after that, you're seeing Depp go a lot more aggressive. Everybody is following that speed, that pace at which he sets. For Bleed at this point, it may be just because, Ye hasn't been that leader, not IGL, but like leader that kind of charges forward, so they're not really comfortable in taking those risks because it seems like there might not be options to take those risks. But, it's very difficult to kind of gauge how to approach that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team thing, right? You need the setup for it if you want to go in aggressively. So I think this falls on everyone, right? And Scary as an IGL as well.
Yeah, and I think that is definitely part of it too. To go in that aggressively, to move that quickly, you kind of need to be one mind, or you need a very confident IGL. We saw it just now with T1. Once they put Excurate on there, making decisive calls, the team follows, and that's when it works, because everyone is on the same page. This is what Bleed is sort of lacking right now. And again, they have all the players. They have amazing players on this roster, and they just need to come together. At Zeta Division as well, we saw some hesitation from them kind of going back to that old Zeta, where they're waiting till the last second to go plant that spike, and that really cost them. So hopefully Carlisle has fixed some of those old habits, and we're going to see some top-tier gameplay from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zeta's going in the right direction. It's just a question of how fast do they improve. Whereas Bleed, they got to still figure out the direction and kind of tune in the navigation from the start.
That's right. Now we are going to go to the stage, welcome these two teams, Bleed Esports and Zeta Division. Give us a good game. Give us a good game. No. They're not going to give us a good game.
No?
They're going to keep
no?
us here.
Is that what you heard? The
yeah.
voices have told Victoria that
The
we're not.
voices have
Oh,
told
no.
me that we are going to
Have they
listen
also
to Will's
told you that
predictions.
you're going to go down to bronze in the next guessing game?
No.
Ouch. There's a second game here.
It's terrible. It's been really
Achilles is
painful.
waiting
You
for you
know,
there.
we're just going to go to the stage. We're going to go back to the stage for Zeta Division and BLD. Let's welcome the players.
BLD Esports.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm breaking up another
Zeta
season.
Division.
I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone. Yeah, yeah.
Culture to fire the breath. King of the jungle and beat my chest. They say I'm posing a threat. Just like a pebble, I'm kind of net.
Bring on my finger, but yes. Like clean
All right, and entering the stage now, Zeta Division facing off BLD Esports. Both of these teams need that championship point so desperately to even consider the possibility of entering champions as one of our final 4 teams.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because, again, it's not just about playoffs and Masters Shanghai, but, of course, looking all the way down the road to champions as well. And for Zeta Division, I mean, DFM is already racking up points as well right alongside you, so you want to make sure you bank those up nice and early. And then for BLD, okay, champions might be a bit of a stretch, but at least you want to get that first win to really kick things into gear and say, no, we belong here on the stage. We earned this spot.
Yeah, I mean, what? It's 2 weeks, 3-4 matches remaining for all of these teams. Really scary to be in that perspective, especially again when we're talking about BLD that has those struggles. Okay, I mentioned how Ye was the one that was, kind of the first point here for BLD. Haven't been talking so much about Zest, that even though he does have those cues with, very good initiator abilities, the timing, the pacing hasn't really synced up with how BLD has been playing. And then Retla has been, I think, not there yet from what they were kind of hoping for, from what we heard from Ligia last time on the interview.
Yeah, Retla, he used to be part of BLD. He was actually on the original roster for Paper Rex back when VALORANT first started, when VCT first started. And it looks like, he took a little bit of a break before coming back into BLD, and it looks like he's still kind of shaking off the dust. And he needs to step it up. Today is so important for, what did you call them, Master Eye? The goblins? Goblins? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, hemoglobins is the actual thing.
Yeah.
But hemogoblins is what we're looking at this team as. Yeah. So hopefully they can kind of overcome that, overthrow that title, and get right back into BLD Esports form that we saw at Ascension last year. And my eyes are on the comps right now. What are they bringing out? Because it can't just be here. Oh, and it looks like, the 2 friends have put their credit cards on the line for a little bet on dinner. Whichever team wins, the other friend has to buy them dinner.
Okay, well, I hope they cover that credit card number. I don't know, you should put that on broadcast.
It's on the back. It's on the
We're
back.
going to go over to our casters now, Kilios and Valdez.
Yes, it is now time to go into the action. It has been nearly 2 years since Ye took on the core of Zeta Division back at Masters Reykjavik in 2022. That was April 24th. Find ourselves here at April 16th, 2024. So it's been a damn long while. Obviously, a very different core around Ye, but we'll see how he fares as we go into this match because both teams have had their struggles for sure.
They've had their struggles, and as was pointed out on the desk, we have this match, and then they're going up against really strong opponents, pretty much only. Even DFM for the side of BLD, who they have to face next. That team looked better last time we saw them out here just yesterday, so it's going to be rough. I think both teams really need to pick this one up and then try to string some victories together, or at least look a little bit better if they want to have any chance of actually, reaching the upper echelons here at Pacific, because so far, it's been a bit back and forth for Zeta. They're in a little bit of a better spot, but still, as well, have those tough opponents on the way.
Yeah, it feels like we continue to see a bit of growth out of Zeta, and it's like a couple steps forward, but then some steps back. It hasn't really been super consistent, which is what we want to be seeing from them. I mean, people were enthralled and excited to see that there had been some changes coming through the roster, giving some opportunities to the new young guns. But, well, still they are capable of stumbling from time to time. It's not going to be the hyped up matchup that people were hoping for with Ye over on the Chamber. He is going to be sticking on that duelist role. Again, not lying to us on the analyst desk when we had him on for the interview. He said we are just sticking to Ye on duelist. And I think overall, while it is disappointing not seeing him play Chamber, this is still a huge improvement over what we were seeing back at kickoff, where he was playing Sky and Viper, etc., etc. And as he continues to get more reps in on this Raze, expect that the performance is going to get better and better as well. But some changes here as we'll dive into this map and see how Bleed do fare. ZETA, they've looked both strong and have gotten crushed on this map. Bleed seemingly thinking that they have a very solid read on how to counteract this Phoenix composition, as well as Laz on the Chamber. Let's go ahead and hop into Sunset and see whether or not their confidence is going to pay off.
Yeah, that is a big question. Laz, at least, able to play the Chamber. And it's still going to be fun to watch Ye versus Depp. Depp on the Phoenix, of course, back here on Sunset. And just the head-to-head in the Duelist could be a big part of the story between these two teams. Let's see how it is going to go. ZETA have elected to jump onto the attacker side first. And yeah, a bit of a discussion on the desk as well, just talking about, you know, how ZETA used to be the really passive team, the one that took, you know, tried to utilize the entirety of the timer. Then they kind of like fell in line with the rest of Pacific. And Bleed now is kind of the slower team. Curious to see if ZETA wants to take a little bit of, you know, I'm sure they were watching the first match as well, where T1 essentially just W-keyed. Maybe they say, okay, well, we can do that too. And maybe they'll bring it to Bleed here real quick.
And they have in the past, and it's been really good to see ZETA not, you know, really running down the clock as much as they had in previous, you know, metas and matches and whatnot. But that was something that we saw them slipping back into in their last series. It was them just not really feeling confident, not, you know, really running down the clock until they had 20, 15 seconds remaining, and then just getting picked off on the approach to these spike sites. But now it looks like about 40 seconds gone. They will start clustering up over towards A. See what this attack does end up looking like here for the squad. For now, just going to be Darion cutting back over, but he's not alone. There's a couple players here, clear out on that 0 point. Not going to confirm much of anything as far as the forces are concerned.
Yeah, still a bit of a rotation on over from the side of Bleed to get in position on this A site. But there's the curveball, and around the back comes Depp. They didn't
30 seconds
quite lock him down, but the Paranoid comes through.
Spotted one, sends out the hot hands, will get a bit of damage across there. Zero able to find one. Zest trading it back. It's just a bloodbath here on the point, and suddenly Laz is all on his lonesome in a 1v2. Scaring down to a one tap. He has gotten quite many headhunter bullets, but yeah, takes quite a bit of damage from that paint shell. Swing around the corner, has to take the TP out. Set one up, and that's going to be Ye getting ready to hold on this defuse. Laz taking his time, but there's two players. He's got to try to go for it. Well, he does force Ye off the defuse. He cannot get the kill, and that will be Bleed picking up the pistol round win.
Yeah, good start for them. It was absolute chaos, as you mentioned, on the site. It was just trades back and forth, 1-for-1, and eventually Chamber left alone, and Laz not quite able to get it done. Nearly did, though. Was kind of close. I feel like if he had time for one more bullet at the end, one more headhunter, might have been enough. Retla really had a great angle there.
Last player standing.
As Ye uses half, comes off.
Nice luck, guys.
All right, well, solid start here for the side of Bleed. Really, I mean, just that Paranoia onto Depp, really slowing up that entry, forcing him back behind the box, unable to get the instant punish onto Zest. Really unfurls things there for ZETA. Well, quite a many few players going to be suppressed as that 0 point goes out. See what ZETA opt to do.
Yeah. To spark a little push from Bleed out of B. Maybe see what they can see. Get some extra information. ZETA, most of them just hanging around tiles, just waiting to see if they do go and commit to anything in mid. But for now, it just seems like maybe another A hit.
Headhunter, Sheriff, two biggest weapons that they have here at their disposal. Taking their time. Just going to be creeping forward, 0 point to check any forward presence in mid, and the push out of B main really should tell Bleed all that they need to know. As they just wait for them come pushing in, Lambs to the slaughter, or picked up there. Steps just going to be trying to build up these run it back as quickly as he possibly can. Swing over the corner. Yoda going to be taking an immense amount of damage as that mosh pit comes through, and yay. Okay, well, Scary. He'll go ahead and claim the kill. Thought for a second that they were actually going to try to get a knife. Laz, headshot onto one. Retla onto the corner. Able to just go ahead and mow down 3 players. That will be damn near flawless round here for Bleed to pick up the anti-eco.
Yeah, just Laz, the one guy, does get the headhunter kill, and that was about that. Retla already building up to his own ultimate, so we'll see when he'll get a chance to use that one. Maybe here to try to secure a bonus. As Scary, he didn't want to wait. Retla just had kind of the off angle to stop them in elbow. And once again, let's go. Just positive vibes so far for Bleak.
That's something that has been lacking for the most part. Retla had some polarizing performances as well in his own right, so good to see him off to a roaring start, having that ult online already here going into the bonus round. Could turn the tides and allow them to get a conversion here perhaps, but for now she's going to be market door broken down. Dep getting tucked all the way up here at top mid. Smoke coming through here from Scary as well to try and dissuade any push into market.
Poison's off.
Yeah, just holding the line is Yudon over there on the right side. But will they go for this push through market is really the question. A lot of the time you got to just follow where Dep is going to go, especially when he's on this Phoenix. For now, he's just going to back out of mid, just not really looking to take an angle here just yet. Yudon trying to get some information and B main. It's not going to see much. And that might spark a little push here from the side of ZETA.
One trap wire cleared out, still another one there on the spike side itself. Wall goes up. Retla going to be noted there as that recon comes through. A little bit of spray through. Just a couple shots there on the Lazes. That's going to be... Okay, Retla actually getting taken down. Dep able to go ahead and find him despite the fact that he's the one walking into that trap wire. Darian now looking for the target. Flash comes through, but he's already been taken down. Darian with the elimination. Dep now on the ground. Sugar Zero on that right-hand side. And just Zest and Hirodon seeing enough of Darian to be able to find the kill before the flash does bloom. Spike on the ground, 10 seconds remaining. Laz picking it up. Yudon trying to reinforce his position. He arrives in time to save the round, but cannot save his teammate's life, cannot save any additional weapons here. ZETA barely scraped by with a win, and they lose 4.
Yeah, so they're on the board. They deny the bonus, but it is not the greatest look, especially this from Dep. I mean, he was just kind of flailing around. He throws a flash. His teammate gets flashed. He goes down, and it can be rough to try to clear out that entire B site, but not the cleanest entry we've ever seen. Definitely already saw a lot better from the first match. So hope that they can kind of clean that one up if they are going to have a chance here to get some good entries.
Looking for that cam. There you go, finally find it. Run it back is available. Looks like ZETA widely just wanting to poke around over at B, get rid of some of this Cypher util. Let's make him a little bit more uneasy with this defensive setup. 3-man stack here over towards A site, but now we see that Zest is going to start rotating back around as ZETA work their way up through mid.
Let's see what this drone can get in terms of info. Believe it spotted the A there. He's just going to back off as now.
Right, Laz didn't even try to turn around, but Paranoia thrown through. Looking for the wallbang here is Scary. They just sided double face. Oh, well, okay, it's a nasty shot from Laz, but Scary able to find him in the end. Redla now waiting in market, finds Dep. We're getting traded out by Sugar Zero, but Darian finds Hirodon at the same time. So it's a 2v3. Scary at 8 HP, but Sugar Zero
30 seconds
33
left.
himself, so
Planted.
a rough position to be in here for ZETA as they look for a second round win.
remaining.
Fight goes in, but Sugar Zero now going to be taken down, and it all falls to Yudon, one of the rookies here for ZETA to try to clutch up.
It's his birthday.
Quite the present.
Let's see. That'll help him push forward. 1v3.
He's got one snake bite to try and delay. Swing out.
Uh-oh.
Getting spotted, has swapped off. Over to that Vandal. As they continue to push up. Finds the first one. That was Scary. He was low, but now Darian is well tagged up. Spray across, but has to go for the reload. It already is held to half. Gets the spray onto one, but he cannot find it onto the other. Ye will actually get the defuse, swing out, and even take the weapon away from him. Bleed Move up now, 3-1.
Not the birthday present he was looking for at all. Nice try, though. I mean, that first kill was good. He nearly gets the second onto Darion, but yeah, Scary, pretty insane shot there as well. Retla holding his own, does a bit of extra damage.
Target down.
And then eventually, we see him just hold the defuse, and the spray is just off. You know, he just assumes that he's a bit closer to it, I suppose, and that's going to be an early timeout here from the side of ZETA. It's only 3-1, and 2 of those rounds were, you know, one was the pistol, one was the anti-eco, so pretty early on here, but maybe the coach not liking what he sees so far.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a slippery slope, so I don't necessarily mind the early intervention here. You're down by 2. You're getting ready to come in. You didn't carry over any weapons, so want to be able to just get in there, say, okay, we're going to come in. It's going to be a bit of a lighter buy for us. This is what we can try to do to make things work here, and then this is what we're going to do when the full buy comes through in the next round. Otherwise, if you don't get that intervention, maybe Carlisle is also noticing something. You know, maybe it could be anything. It could be the comms, the way that a certain player is playing one position that is, you know, in his mind, costing them dearly, that he wants to make an adjustment on immediately. So we'll see exactly what ZETA have up their sleeve as they come into this one, but it's just going to be a Sheriff for Hirodon. Some classics head out. They do have a tour de force available here for Laz. But otherwise, just Yuran with a Guardian.
This is a nice. You want to play? Let's play.
That will be the ult pop.
Yeah. It's making it pretty clear what the plan is, I suppose. And some smoke down here already. Generally, I mean, with the Cypher, he's going to try to hold this down by himself. You see Sugar Zero, or rather not Sugar Zero, Scary is on the back of B, and Boba just holding it down if this push does come in. But so far, not a lot of utility, just Laz looking for a pick, but you'll see that on the side of Bleed so far, very defensive. Scary is thinking about getting a Paranoia down at least, or at least just the smoke for now, just to delay any further push onto this B site.
Laz just skirting around the sides of this one, seeing if there's any gaps that he could try to abuse. Noted is, oh, yay. Almost caught with util, or rather knife in hand.
Charges.
Swiftly exits back around. As now everybody from ZETA starting to encroach upon this A site. Darion thinking about swinging the corner potentially. See if anyone's going to come pushing into him, and Yuran
30
has had a sight, but right as he was drawing the weapon back down, ends up getting popped. Swing onto the corner, Darion knowing that none of the rest of them really have any kind of weapons. Works his way forward and finds himself a second elimination. Now the 0 point gets to catch on to 3, or at least 2. Looks like Hirodon maybe getting a little bit further ahead of that one, but Darion comes up with a 3rd. And that should just about do it. Laz with the ult. Gonna have to kill all of them in the next 8 seconds, but he's only going to be able to find the 1. Ye will go ahead and finish it off. That is now 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, not obviously the round you're going to be looking for ZETA. Maybe hoping that Laz could get a little bit more value with that tour de force, but it really all starts off Darion, and he gets aggressive too, knowing that, you know, he's not going to be dealing with much firepower. Takes out 2, gets 3 eventually, and then Zess and the A cleaned it up. Not too much else to talk about on that one from the players. But 4-1 is a fantastic start here from the side of Bleed. They have been pretty much in control of every round. And now Ye has that operator up online.
Just go for a timing shot. Thought maybe he would actually just fish for it. Pop flash at the ready. Swing out from Darion. Not able to find anything there, but Ye will get hit on. So a 1-for-1 in the end. Ye whittled away down to 45 health.
Okay, so Darion was a little bit confused about who to shoot at. And eventually just went down. That's fine. Yeah, to spare the blushes. And now a bit of a split. We do see that Depp and his buddy Sugar Zero over towards B main, whereas we do have a slight push coming in through elbow at the moment.
Toxin screen down.
Not on the trap wire. Cam's still set up, so Retla can keep an eye on the side itself. They'll hear that being toggled on and off. A little bit more on the left. There you go. Turn on the trap wire, trying to sell this as an eventual A hit. Overall, Bleed still in a decent position as they have 3 players towards this B site.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, seems like they're pretty well set up for this one.
Smoke comes down. Dep, yeah, I was gonna say just will pop, run it back. It's at the curveball. Back killer though, and Scary just swinging out onto that left-hand side. Able to find one in the smoke. Now is Zet swings out. Able to find one, snaps back right. As Red Lucas comes pushing through, Laz will be able to collect the kill.
Spike planted.
I thought Bleed had nearly cleaned that one up. The paranoia timing was fantastic, but Depp just leading the charge and creating space for the rest of the team to push in. And Depp even getting a kill of his own during that ultimate. So, Ye is very much away from this. He wasn't able to be there to help stop that push, and he's just going to hold on to his operator.
Watching here.
Will they push out and try to get it? I mean, it's going to only be their second round, so probably just going to hold on to the win rather, and be happy with that.
It would be, high value for them to be able to take that operator out of his hands, but trying to go on too big of an excursion to get rid of it. Also a bit risky for themselves, given that the cache is still a bit unstable here for Zeta Division.
Yeah.
So, widely, we'll just pull back over towards the attacker spawn, stay grouped together. Yay. Just tucked there in elbow. So, 4-2, Bleed still with a lead, but Zeta seemingly, the discussion during the timeout, paying off. They get themselves a second round win, but can they string another together?
Well, we got all ults available here for the side of Bleed. It's no doubt that we look into at least showstopper to stop the push from coming in. But yeah, this was Depp just kind of getting in their face, throwing double curveball, getting value out of the run it back, and creating space for his team to make it onto the site and clear it out.
Over the top, having spotted, now they go bouncing forward. Yay, having swapped the operator over into Relentless hands himself. Here on site, waiting to see catch anything. As there's the swing in, Depp's going to be taken down. Solid opening kill, but Laz able to find Ye at the same time, so the duel is now eliminated on both sides. As that is going to be the null command invested from Darion, just looking to hold them at bay. Just continuing to creep forward, gets timing through the wall. Catch on to hit it on. TP across now over onto the B side of the map, though, as the plant will come through, but Neural Theft will reveal their positions.
Yeah, I mean, cleaning up the site was Laz, and they're even going to commit here to the pit. It is a pretty nice spot to go for a 3v4, and with the plant down and Bleed having to rotate all the way over, see if this does work out for them, as they'll be able to hold on a B main and just essentially have Laz to clear out the backside of that. So here comes the Thrash trying to clear out inside this pit, and now they're going to charge on into this one.
Okay, well, Sugar Zero detained, taken down by the fragment. Work cut out for them here in the 2v4. They will obviously take them low, wingman in. They need to try to clear this one off. It's going to get up to halfway. Now it's just holding for it. Does get interrupted eventually, but hold in just enough time. No, they bought enough. 151 seconds. The difference maker is, I mean, again, it's not clean, but it's Zeta clawing this one back.
Yeah, I mean, these rounds that they are getting are like, it's like pulling teeth almost. They're just barely able to scratch their way by. And this one, definitely a nicer setup at least. Bleed with the man advantage. They're nearly able to get in there, and yeah, Wingman gets it a half, and then they have to try to finish it off, but it's just barely not enough time. So they hold on. They get another round win, but it still does feel like Bleed are mostly in control of this map so far. So let's see if Zeta can continue with some more aggression. That time around, though, it was kind of like a fake push on A and then a big rotate over to B, obviously with the Omen ult and Laz clearing it up. So a bit of trickery that time around. Zeta certainly taking their time with some of the pushes so far.
Yeah, just a lot of noise made over in mid. Big mark set up outside of A, just in case that there is an eventual lurk out. Will have to be reclaimed, though, as Laz gets ready to outrange it. Working their way forward here in towards A. Bleed now.
Flash.
Hack hunting mentality would seem. Everybody just shifting together aside from Darion, who's just trying to get some additional information. But 0 point is overall avoided. Fragment sent down to try and delay. Laz, however, can swing out a little bit wider around that, avoids that one way, and also finds a kill. But Zest now, weapon recovered as he takes him down. So Sheriff shot there. Step trying to swing in, looks for the timing, but he's only able to find one. Shows up from EA, takes down Sugar Zero. Paranoia a little bit wide though, as Hirodon is able to find one kill, but Zest continues to keep himself the team overall in this round. 60 HP, Yuran sneaking in from behind. Does Zest get a read on this so far? The answer is going to be no. Wingman sent in, still not quite watching for this one. Yuran getting ready to swing the corner, and there it is. And shot comes in. Be the last one left standing, but that is tied up. 4-4. ZETA, 3 rounds consecutively, they run this back.
Yeah, Bleed not having much, but still able to keep it pretty close. Saw multiple sheriffs. We did see Ye commit to the showstopper as well. And yeah, Yuran just winning the game of Ring Around the Rosie at the end of the day. Just come around elbow and takes him down. So now we are going to have a full buy from the side of Bleed, and I'm curious to see if ZETA can, you know, win a clean round against a full buy from them. Not a lot of ults available at the moment.
That's 0 points. It's a big catch from Darian, though. New players. Still early days since ZETA have been playing the map, so overall it's not going to get you too much information. Now Ye playing forward once again, op in hand. Peeking into B main. ZETA, and they have dealt with this before, but do they have the read that he's got it once again? They do. Likely to see a curveball here on this corner, but as he continues to push up, Ye gets rid of Sugar Sarah and he gets out scot-free. Paint Shell's the further delay. They cannot push in to try to find him. Quite costly here for the side of ZETA Division.
Yeah, that was a pretty slick, close operator shot there from the side of VA. Gets out alive, as you mentioned, and it's going to kind of force the hand of ZETA now, maybe to move over towards this A site, which is heavily defended by the side of Bleed. Keep in mind, I mean, Ye is really the only one on B, so they've got a lot of their forces, tripwires, utility over on A. Push looking to come in from the side of Depth.
30 seconds left.
Ball not getting a lot of value here.
They get sent. They need to try to get themselves onto this site. Laz is in a decent backstab position as he hear the footsteps coming through. Gets the catch there on to Scary, but right now, the rest of Bleed have their attention paid here on the site itself. Zest watching around the back. He'll be able to take out Laz. Pivots instantly to get rid of Hiron. And that'll be it. Zest, absolutely monstrous round from him. Picking up 3 and getting Bleed back into a brief little lead.
Yeah, had a great last round, even though it was a loss, you know, hitting a couple of Sheriff headshots. This is the first hit from Ye. And then boom, immediate readjustment. Once again, lines it up 3 in a row from Zest. And it was kind of rough too because he was watching that angle, but his teammate actually died first to Laz, and so maybe felt a bit unfortunate, but he was playing it very sharp. Eventually he does get the kill, and they don't expect him there in that corner, so he gets so much value. Important that he hit those shots, though, otherwise might have been a cleanup from ZETA.
4-4, surrounded by Sheriffs here. Depth one off of a run it back, but that with a Sheriff not exactly going to be the best value that you could get out of the ultimate, so likely we'll see that one held unless they can get a weapon recovered.
Here.
Very forward trap wire will get cleared out.
Are we going A? Laz has been pretty successful, I feel like, on the chamber, all things considered.
Positive KD. I mean, it hasn't been, you know, a huge dominating performance on that chamber like we have seen from him in the past, but still very consistent in his shots.
Revealing it.
Okay, Recon to start things off. He's planning a few, and Retla Flame landing right at his feet, and oh, the timing on that curveball is absolutely gorgeous. Last, whipping the shot, Zest able to find 1, but does take a nasty bit of damage. 23 HP remaining for him. The Thrash available for the retake as they look to get clustered up. Dep in the meantime, pushing forward with that run it back, looking to see if he can find anything else.
Yeah, at the very least, he will be able to delay the push from coming on in, and it's going to be up to this picked up Thrash.
Oh.
Depp in a little bit of a rough spot there behind, and he will be taken out. Paranoialis coming up, but Sugar Zero up top here.
Oh,
he's got
the smoke there with Darian. He's pushed right into it. And he hit it on dead. Darian with a huge round 3 for himself. Minimal damage taken, op recovered, spike diffused. Bleed now moving up to 6 in the half. It was a decent idea. I liked the start of that. The util dump just flush out. Redla at the very beginning was gorgeous. The timing was on point, but Zest spotting, Laz whipping that shot. It does start to unravel the whole thing. And I mean, Darian happened to be in the right place at the right time, it would seem.
Good job, guys. Good job.
that has been the only comms we have heard from this team so far. Nice, good job. That's all you got to say. Just keep your head above water.
That's what works. That's what works. Here's the question, though. Hirodon, I feel like he's had this Hunter's Fury pretty much all game. Is he going to use it?
Yeah. It's been a bit quiet. Hasn't really found good timing for it, I guess. Definitely a bit unfortunate. But now maybe a push here from ZETA towards B. Certainly mixing up the strategies and the push timings.
As much as they can. Drone not going to get the spot onto anyone. Cyber Cage now coming up. Carry on with that wide left swing. Finds Yuron. Going to be Viper down. He's at 3 HP himself. Ult pop, so would be Resable. Yuron trying to take some space here. An off shot from Laz. Will be able to find one. Retla now swinging out. It's a dink on the Laz. Swing onto the corner. Sugar Zero puts him down. Spares his teammate. The plant can now come through. Activity out there from Laz. Success arriving, spotting one, spotting the other. Is able to get the kill.
This guy.
And HP bars, they are dangerously low. Miriam will finally bleed out. Depp getting dizzied. Tries to stave them off even further here as the Mosh going to be coming through, but it's a little bit shallow. Wingman sprinting forward, won't be able to get the daze. Scary's going to have to wrap around the backside of sight.
Last 5 health. As they're just going to try to hold it with the smoke up.
But the
He's
sprays
going to hold it.
haven't really been great for them so far. He's holding for the defuse, but Depp, okay. He can push out of the smoke to be able to confirm the kill. 6 of 5. Chance for yet another 6-6 half. As we've had 2 so far today. See if ZETA are going to be able to continue to bring this one back. Well, players here on the side of Bleed low on cash, so we see a Spectre thrown into the mix here. Be able to have an operator, so see what damage they're able to do coming into this one.
Yeah, this has been a kind of, funnily enough, pretty back and forth match so far. Like, Bleed started off really strong, but then eventually, you know, one timeout called, and that's kind of all ZETA needed to get right back into the game. And we'll be curious to see if they do actually tie this one up, make it 6-6, and actually pick up this victory. As Hirodon here at the main, just trying to clear everything up that he can, but
Poison's off.
just the one trap wire back on the site right now for the side of Retla, who has been holding down the speed site very nicely by himself. Bit of push out here from the side of Yang. Gonna be able to spot him, and then they just back away. Not gonna overstay their welcome so far.
Holds onto that util. Pain Shells was like he was gonna send it there for a brief little moment. Hirodon tag down to 83, now armorless. As Depp gets ready to try to go for the entry. Back pillar though for Retla. Avoiding that flash, avoiding that snake bite. Drop down Scary, sending that paranoia, crashes across 2 players. No one with line of sight though, so can't find a full punch. Depp, attention being turned either which way. He's managing to find one. Sugar Zero on the opposite side. Takes out Retla. Now a 3v3 with HP bars. Been shattered here on the side of ZETA. TP from Sugar Zero. Just gets himself back into B main. Laz on the peak. Towards market, sees nothing. Smoke comes down. Opts the TP up on top so he can try to see over as a smoke. Let's see if it's going to be rewarded here. Tap on the spike. Hunter's Fury now finally being used. Hirodon trying to save them off. Another smoke now. Forcing Laz to eventually have to drop off of this, you would suspect. Yeah, you're going for the hold. There's the drop down. Laz good for the shot. Zest dead at the same time. Now all on Scary. It's been a clutch shot in the past, but just does not have the time for this one here. Sugar Zero will pick up 3 here in the round as ZETA ties things up 6-6.
Yeah, pretty solid round there at the end from ZETA. They get in onto the B site, get the plant down, and then essentially Laz and the Hunter's Fury that you mentioned finally gets used there. And it is to a pretty successful effect as they do get that last round, essentially just holding on to the spike. So Bleed, they started off strong, but eventually just kind of fell to the wayside. I do wonder if they got into their heads a little bit there with ZETA coming back, because it didn't quite look the same at the end of the half as they did at the beginning.
A big question for ZETA is going to be, how does this comp continue to look as they move over onto that defender side? As last time out, it was certainly quite rough. Yeah, work cut out for them here. That was a solid amount of research and prep done from the side of Team Secret to be able to really dismantle that defensive side.
A lot of fans here, obviously, for ZETA, hoping for their victory tonight. And I believe all of our predictions did go towards ZETA division.
Yeah, it was pretty unanimous.
I think, you know,
I think understandably.
It makes sense, yeah. ZETA did go down to Team Secret, but still, just BLD not quite able to show as much as we have seen out of ZETA, especially from their first win that we did see. They looked quite strong there. So let's see how BLD looks here on the attack. The A so far sitting at the bottom, but maybe able to turn things around here playing the duelist from the attacker side. Maybe they can get some W key going.
Well, weren't able to find that opening pistol round. Let's see if we can do so here now. BLD will go 2-0 in that regard. Quick push forward, and oh, Laz, he says sit down. Headshot comes across, Yoron across the opposite side of the map, able to find Scary as reload has to come in. Yoron just trying to hold in the corner. Shots across, Darian is out on the fight. And that leaves now just Zest all on his lonesome. Finds two. Those are low HP members though. Needs everything from here to be damn clean. Would have to be perfection. Can't quite make it happen. Zest will take him down. ZETA will take the lead. We tie things up 1-1 in pistols.
Yeah, I really feel like Zest is trying so hard to carry this one right now. Like the last 5 or 6 rounds have been him popping off in a huge way, either to wins or, fortunately, mostly defeats. Laz was so crisp on that shot, and then eventually they just get on top of the site on time, and it's enough defense with the manpower to take it down. A big nice there, as they will take their pistol round this time.
Laz straight in with the Outlaw. Solo here on B. 0 point checks close. No one going to be noted. Looked like they were very much expecting a bit of a trap. Is okay. Well,
I guess
like, I'm going to grab an orb. Nope.
Yeah, that was a bit optimistic. Maybe feeling himself a little bit. He is having a good map so far.
Trying to regain some little util there. Get punished. Solid opening kill, and that does force BLD now back across to the opposite side of the map. Sugar Zero and Depp are in fairly committed positions. They have a Bulldog and it goes between them, so should be okay, but should BLD be able to overwhelm them? It's going to be quite costly. As okay, going to be taken down. Sugar Zero finds 3, the full flash. Gary can't push in off the back of that one. A 4K for Sugar Zero, as ZETA will get a flawless anti-eco.
Yeah, good stuff there. Just lining it up, feeling the pressure, hitting the shots from Sugar Zero. Picks up a 4K for himself. Is now on top. And should be feeling pretty good as we'll take another look here once again. Just running straight into the crosshair of Laz, and then trying to make an entry happen was CA, but was optimistic as well.
Luckily, he saw that last player right before that curveball came in, because it was a team flash. But 3K looks nice, but okay, Yuran playing forward, taken down, yay, up over the top. Didn't quite see exactly how this one transpired in the setup, but either way, that is a very solid beginning to this round here for BLD, as they very much would not like for ZETA to convert the bonus. Stacked up. Now just Laz on this side of the map. He's got that rendezvous to bring him back over into the site proper, but could be quickly, somewhat easily overwhelmed. Tries to go for a bit of a timing shot as it is. He does connect. Has to back away. Now rotation starting here for ZETA.
And they're coming in quick. I like this, just reading the situation with him so far forward. He's probably going to be the only one here, and that he was the plant coming in from the wingman. And it's just going to have to be a straight-up retake here from the side of ZETA, but they're already down Euron. And this is going to be pretty difficult. I mean, they have a Stinger, a couple of Bulldogs.
4-man push out of backside, though. Look at this. Looks like they will have their attention turned back into the side properly, though, as Paranoia not able to connect onto anybody. Hiroron swinging through, finds one before getting taken down. And Depp will only be able to get Retla there. So 3 members left alive. Overall, not too bad here for the side of BLD, as they will be able to answer back around. Keep things neck and neck, just about.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Looks like Laz is going to go straight for that operator now on the chamber, of course. So Let's take another look at how this happened from Ye.
Oh, just, yeah, right before the wall even goes up. Good on trying to find a timing, but just not ready for, just go blast packing in. Very solid catch. That hurts them very much in the follow-up of that round. But now, full rifle v rifle operator in the hands of Laz, but a thrash built up for Zest. Steph's just going to be taking this orb, trying to get that run it back online. Looks like Sugar Zero will hang back to watch main. Sets up another smoke there. Lead for now, just assessing where they want to go, but ultimately they are drifting back over towards this A site.
Yeah, this time not just the chamber. Mixing up with the position, but Depp is pretty far forward here. Perhaps an unexpected angle.
Dizzy out, does get the blind. Purple at the ready, looks for the catch, is able to find one. Hot hands now thrown in to try to slow him up. Sugar Zero eventually is able to find one, but now Depp going to be taken down. Had built up that run it back, but does not opt to use it. Ends up getting taken out. Interrupt on the Thrash. As it will be recoverable. Now a 3v3. Laz getting ready to make his way around towards backside.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left in this round. 10 seconds, or about 8 now, until that Thrash is back available here for Zest.
Yeah. Just waiting for them to actually push into the site, it looks like.
There it is.
There's the Thrash to clear it out.
Around, Laz. Self-situated up on top of the box. The plant now getting ready to come through, but Zest going to be taken down. Swing on the corner. Redla able to find two kills, 3 overall in the round. And suddenly Laz is on his lonesome. 0 point does not connect. Knows roughly where one of them is going to be at. He's swinging on the corner, spots the shoulder, finds a shot, but now around the backside is Darion. Does Laz read this at all so far? It looks like the answer is going to be no. Darion will be able to put him down. We are tied up 8-8. Bleed, keeping it close.
Yeah, I really don't know who's going to win this one at this point. I mean, that's a couple of really solid rounds from the side of Bleed. You know, some trickery from Ye, the previous one, and this one just kind of straight up. It looked good initially for the side of Zeta, but then eventually they just kind of got cleaned up here, not really hitting their shots to deny this push, and then the double Thrash coming through and an eventual wraparound from Darion. And that is going to spark Zeta's second timeout. I'd say not too surprisingly. A couple of rounds going the way of Bleed.
Yep, pulled the first one. They were down 1-3. Now that they find themselves tied up after a decent start here in the second half. They just want to reaffirm what the game plan is going to be here for this defender side. So far, things getting away from them. You can tell the players not really thinking about all the possibilities, these rotations. Darion just being able to swing all the way out around through backside to be able to get that final kill. Things like that need to be reinforced in the players' minds. See if it works though.
Yeah, so they're not going to have any more timeouts. Bleed, if they ever lose control from here, they could always take a timeout or two to just try to reconsider their options. But so far their attacking side has looked pretty good. I wouldn't say it's overwhelmingly dominant like we saw out of T1 earlier today. But so far a pretty close match between these two squads. As now, perhaps a bit more aggressive from the side of Bleed as they're going to set a bomb buddy and everybody into B main.
They're working their way through B, but Zeta getting a decent amount of information. Graham, the one-way smoke is set up there, so they can't push too much further outside of A. 0 point in, Lance just going to be rotating around the back. 8 headhunter bullets to try to make use of, as for now it's up on top of the box. Ooh, that quick little peek, did Gay not notice? Didn't see that crosshair move up, so either didn't notice or wasn't too bothered by what he had seen there from Laz. As the push in, full flash, out, shots coming through. That's going to be scary finding him. As Hirodon and Yoran also fall to the wayside. Depp now trying to rotate around in towards mid, but market door has been shut. So as far as ambiguity about their positioning is considered, this is just going to be more time bought as they have to rotate around to Boba. And look at the stack.
Just trying to get in position to potentially die to this one, but I don't know if they will. Looks like they will, as everybody on the side of Bleed.
Yeah, it's going to be back
away.
Still cautious about a potential flank from behind. will ultimately just be Depp and Sugar Zero getting ready to go down to the spike. So similar scenes to what we had witnessed in the first half. Timeout called, going into a bit more of a a thrifty attempt. Now with the weapons coming in, this is where we should see the real game strategy.
Yeah, I like how Bleed, they had to go against pretty much no firepower, but they still went in really quickly, just trying to say, okay, we're maintaining control. We want to be dominant. We don't want to waste any time with this one. We want to string more wins together and maintain a mental advantage. So, just pretty clean, straight-up push on a B, and they make quick work of it. Now, ZETA, let's see if they have some preparation here for this one.
Ult popped from Laz, creeping forward, taking some space, and with the Dizzy going out, it's going to be Bleed backing away. Minor spray here from Yoran, but not going to be able to see anything. No connections made either.
Depp is here pretty close to this B main, and he's seeing a lot of things being thrown in, so might be getting a good read that this is happening. Now we're going to push on through a poison orb.
This would be very bold without the run it back, but does decide to send it, but it's only going to be good for one. Yoran, however, collapsing through, finds two as the Sugar Zero. A triple swing in the end, and that is going to be ZETA winning out, and I'd say probably the cleanest round victory that they've had so far here on the map to retie it at 9-9.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it was a very similar setup to the last round. Depp was there alongside of his teammates, just ready, feeling the pressure, and reading the situation very nicely. Nobody really was able to avoid that one curveball that just flashed pretty much everybody. I think, maybe A looked away, picked up one kill. But, yeah, with 5 people stacked, and the majority of them mostly flashed, you're not really going to win if 2 or 3 people are able to peek that corner immediately.
Oh.
As now, Laz.
Not watching that left-hand side, but okay, does make his exit. Yeah, not going to swing. Had he done so when he was scoped in, it would have just been the freest kill of his life. Looks like they're just going to be trading some places here. Just hit it on. Or it's going to be joining in to maybe reinforce that top mid position for them. Boombot out onto the B site. Yoran thinking about sending the bite, but see anything else. As Bleed just going to be ushering that spike back across over towards A. Footsteps being heard. Cover going out. Dizzy up over the top. Do manage to clear it out.
Flashbang. Yeah, they'll clear it out for a flash on in as well, but they are not committing to this push at all. We do see Laz still hanging around in mid, trying to see what he can see. Not going to see much, as everybody from the side of Bleed is rotating over towards B. And so is ZETA. So everybody kind of reading the play at this point in time, but I feel like Bleed might not expect this many members.
Good timing on the smoke there from Sugar Zero. Another bite at the ready. Sees the Cybercade thrown in. Bite goes down. Good on, able to collect the kill. Does get dizzied though. The reveal coming in. Yay. For a little bit more. Pivot there from Depp, but will be snapped back. Finds one. Skittlerone cleans up 2 on the back end. And that is going to be another very solid round here from ZETA Division. Only losing out on 1 player once again. They maintained the op. And all he really had to use for that one was Omen TP as well as a run it back.
Yeah, you're on great read as well, and Sugar Zero shooting over the top. Everybody's just lining them up, and really it just comes down to the fantastic read that ZETA had. Rotation came in perfectly on time, and Bleed kind of just ran straight at them. And yeah, and if you were going to win every single firefight and outgun them, then sure, but...
Look at the read here as well from ZETA. 4-man stack up on this side. Paranoia off the rip. Does connect onto a few different players here as no command now. Going to be pulsing out. Showstopper at the ready from Ye. Pops it. Get it on in the meantime. Going to be taking down Sugar Hero. Able to find Code. What is going on? Last kills Ye, but Sugar Hero has arrived. Replay, please.
Yeah, well, Sugar Zero has entered the lobby. Sugar Hero, I should say. This guy, 22 and 11.
This is the best performance he's had in a very long time right now.
1,
2. Okay. They just all peeked right into him.
And just don't miss.
Unreal. Okay, well, that is going to be enough to force out the first time out here from Bleed. And ZETA in a nice advantageous position, just 1 round away from taking this up to map point. See how they fare coming out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, ZETA getting the reads on them in the last couple of rounds, and It feels like everybody's truly warmed up, especially Sugar Zero, and just able to line them all up. And yeah, I feel like Bleed maybe just rushing things a little bit. I think this is a good time to take a timeout and say, okay, well, you're going for these set plays. They're reading you like a book. You just need to do something different.
I mean, they also just, you know, they invested ultimates on that one. The null command was sent. The showstopper was pulled out. You know, several things were invested there from the side of Bleed, and it was just shut down in the blink of an eye. Absolutely fantastic there from Sugar Zero, who's just been having a whale of a time. 22, 11, and 9. Huge performance from him so far, but still, 3 other ults available for Bleed. Neural Theft as well as that Thrash ready to go, but Hunter's Fury and Pit could give them a bit of a hard time.
What is Bleed going to send into this one? They do all have, well, most of them have Vandals, and the majority of their utilities set up and bought, at least. And now just kind of hanging around mid. Tiles. Do have Laz looking in this direction.
Quick jiggle peek from Ye, but otherwise not playing too far forward. Step watching on the corner here. Sugar Zero ready for the crossfire.
Oh yeah!
Sets up the one way, but there's a Thrash out, flash over the top, and already that Thrash has been cleaned up. Dizzy will get the blind onto one, but for the most part they've been held at bay, and the Thrash is not in a super recoverable position for Zest.
So they sent all the Gecko util, and they are going to finally peek out of this one. Curveball going to delay this, a couple of curveballs even, and they will not be allowed through this corridor.
Paranoia Pain Shell sent just to be able to recover that Thrash. That backs away. To pull out that Cypher Dart. And it looks like for now,
30
call from
seconds
Bleed
left.
is going to be just cut noise. Let's continue advancing forward. Smoke comes down though. Now position reinforced as Laz staring down the opposite side, but it looks like an elbow approach for everybody here.
Uh-oh.
Getting ready to collide in with 2 players. Can't back up fast enough, and Sugar Zero already takes out 2. Depp finds himself another one. That's going to be the man advantage here. Widely for the side of ZETA. Laz lurking within the smoke, Shorty in hand. Hunter's Fury going across, and yep, Darian was just so damn low. That's it. 1 pump of the ult, and the round victory comes through. Nothing else that Scary can do but die, apparently. I thought he was going to say tucked away, but Laz takes absolutely everything away from Bleed's hands. 12-9, ZETA will get themselves up to map point.
I was really worried about Bleed pushing through elbow straight into Sugar Zero, who is currently the MVP of this map. They're going to take another timeout.
I mean, there's no reason to not do it, but I feel like I haven't seen Sugar Zero having this kind of impact, this level of just him being pumped up on stage in a damn long while. I think maybe not even in the LCQ last year where they qualified for champions was he this energetic. He is having a huge performance.
I can't believe it. Yeah, I mean, he has really stepped it up when they needed it most. The map was mostly close until he decided to play like a monster. And now, it's Bleed with their backs against the wall. 3 rounds in a row they have to get. And the last timeout didn't really help them. Now they're going to have to buy up whatever they can, and I don't think it's going to be much after losing 4 rounds in a row.
The 3-round run back here for Bleed, is it going to be possible? We shall see, but I mean, this is their map pick, you know? They were able to watch ZETA play this twice, saw them dismantle Global, saw them get dismantled by Team Secret. Need help. It's all something that they thought that they could exploit.
They have 1 Phantom. Besides that, a lot of utility indexed into.
2 Guardians, 2 Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Phantom, I think rightfully in the hands of Zest, has been the regularly impactful player right now in this map, which to his own right is a solid level up because that Gecko, it's been looking more and more consistent, more and more impactful as time has gone on. But look at Laz. He's holding this line. No one anywhere near him at the moment. Wait to see what kind of info he can gain. Trap wire around the corner, so he can't really overextend from here. I don't think he would necessarily want to, given that the rendezvous is already preset. And a very solid, firm line to try to play here.
He's just waiting for them. And it does look like Bleed is going to come this direction. How much value can he pick up?
Are they ready for this exact position? Dizzy over the top, brief little flash, but as Jay swings out, he does get taken down. Laz able to find the opening kill. Rallying call now sent out by him as ZETA gets ready to start swooping across the map. Retla, though, position to try to go for a huge backstab, a huge flank, but there is a trademark set up. Looks like Yuran will get caught. That's going to be the neural theft now coming in. As the reveal pink does come in. Spike planted, Bleed now widely exiting the site. Curveball through, and now Darian just holding down. Able to find the headshot, Depp taken out, and it looks like Bleed might just yet be able to extend this one. Smoke thrown in, tap onto the spike, Darian spraying, but Hiruron comes out, he finds two! Darian and Zest both picked apart. Looks for a little bit more, and he will have it! Hiruron stands his ground. A rough start for him, the young gun, but a star-studded finish as ZETA Division will take away Bleed's map pick of Sunset in a somewhat, I was going to say dominant fashion. There was some wonkiness there. The rounds early on, not clean, but the ending, it all came together.
Took them a while to get online, but eventually 5 rounds in a row. Hiruron stepping up, and the entire team on the backs of Sugar Zero as well. We are done here for map 1. Let's go back to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Breaking it down, I think Sugar Zero had enough of the back and forth, and he was like, I'm going to take it in my own hands. I'm going to activate Sugar Hero mode and just mow down everyone and finish this first map of Sunset, which was Bleed's pick.
Yes, that's exactly true. And I like it that he's back because we've had a couple moments where we had a couple rounds where it's like, oh, that's a Sugar Hero round, but we didn't have any Sugar Hero games yet. But on this Sunset, like this was absolute domination by Sugar Zero himself.
Yeah, he was just on it. And this was super important because we were seeing how at the start of this game, it felt like Depp wasn't, you know, kind of how we saw him on Sunset last time when he was just charging in, getting those super aggressive corner peeks with the Phoenix. It felt like it wasn't really coming into play, maybe just because of how well the preparation was for Bleed, but definitely Sugar Zero here going hero mode was absolutely important here for ZETA to clutch out these rounds, considering how close this match was up until that very last moment.
Yeah, I mean, very back and forth. And what you noted on Astra, I think also comes from the fact that obviously ZETA, they had a great showing against GE where there was basically no opposition. It caught them by surprise. But then afterwards, they realized their composition started to get read a little bit. And it seemed today that caused a lot of hesitation, right? Which made ZETA maybe not as active on the attacking side, but also credit where credit is due. Bleed is starting to look like a team again. They're starting to play off of their own util. They're starting to set up for each other a little bit. They're starting to cover for each other, things like that. So that's promising for Bleed. But what do you do when the opponent omen is 24-12 in KD? I mean, 2.0 without any assists, that is insane.
I mean, they did promise Jordan that they'd win. That was his birthday wish.
That's true.
It's just unfortunate for Bleed. They were so much better this game. And ZETA had, the first time they showed this map, it was pretty good. So Bleed definitely thought this through and had something prepared for them today.
It seems like the things that we were talking about, how this were like Bleed's weak points when we saw them in the previous series, right? Where Retla wasn't coming online, he's answering that back. He was playing an op on his Cypher here, getting kills. Setups were much, much better. We're talking about how Zest, where he struggles on the Gecko, no longer. Setups are quick. He's able to get those multi-kills once again. So all these pieces that were a lot unsure for Bleed definitely got that certainty coming into this map. Sure, it's a loss, but it's a more convincing performance output here from Bleed that we have seen from, again, their past matches.
Yeah, and I don't think it's anything too crazy, but obviously since both teams haven't been looking too hot in Stage 1 so far, what was also promising is both of them showed that they have a very good understanding of the basics of Sunset, right? That A site, how you want to control it. If you're going to go for retakes, how far back do you need to hold it? B site, how hard is it if you let the site get taken for free? And how do you use that to condition your opponents when you're on the defense? This came out from both teams, but at the end of the day, ZETA Division picking up the momentum just a bit earlier thanks to Sugar Zero, but also a couple of the moves from the rookies as well.
Now what's pretty wild is that I still wouldn't know who would win Ascent. Yes, it's ZETA's pick, and yes, they are generally okay on Ascent, but they've also really toed that line even since last year.
Yes, it's always a very close game on Ascent for ZETA Division. Granted, yes, they generally seem pretty good on it if we look all the way back to 2023, but they play the standard composition, obviously quite reliant on Depp being able to perform some heroics as well, you know, with the things like the op, etc., etc. Now, Bleed, we haven't seen Ascent, so, I mean, I have to assume we're going to see the meta composition, but who knows?
Yeah, my assumption here for Bleed specifically was, well, one of my talking points was, you know what, one of their weak points right now is that they feel unsure. So maybe having a map like Ascent that really relies on your surety on how you kind of execute on those sites. We're talking about how depth, that might be a problem for them. But if we look at how, you know, much more cohesive their Sunset is, how much more intact they have been with their plays, it could be a much more brighter looking Ascent here for Bleed.
And also, obviously, Ascent, just absolute home ground for Zest, right? Used to play Initiator a lot on this map back in the days with DRX. So again, not knowing exactly how the comms work, but surely Zest has some really good timers just built in internally where he can get very good reads even passively on the map for his teammates.
Yeah, I think this is going to be set up to be a very exciting map too. It could definitely go into a full series today in map 3. I know our predictions all said ZETA Division, but even so, I mean, you guys wouldn't be surprised, right? Going into map 3.
I mean, you know, this could be a map where Ye might bring out the chat.
No.
Operator.
On that.
Okay.
That
I
should
know.
be our guessing game question.
I am going to say, I would be surprised. I mean, I'll just own it. I would be surprised. Bleed looked absolutely lost, right, up until this match. But now, okay, having seen map 1, yes, I agree. It could very well go to a map 3.
Now, what I am also unsure about is this next guess and game question. Did you research this one, Will?
Yes. Well, we actually had the research somewhat done for us yesterday, right? Because yesterday we took a look at post-timeout round win rates from all the teams. But basically, this question, I believe, is asking whoever calls the timeout, like, who's winning the round after that here in this map?
I don't know. It's like I'm really wanting to get into Immortals, so there's so much tension in me right now.
I just want everyone to
know. I
know.
don't want to lose.
Both these teams have a pretty bad round win rate after timeouts on their own.
Is that on their own timeout?
Yeah, so the real question might be, who's calling the first timeout? Because maybe their opponents are winning after that one.
Exactly. All right, so most of the audience has chosen ZETA. Actually, I'm curious. Will, why don't you go first?
Ooh, okay.
I'm going to make you go first this time.
Okay.
All right,
Show us what you got.
All right. Okay.
It's Bleed. Interesting. Okay.
It's Bleed.
No! Oh, make your case.
Why?
I was actually going to pick ZETA with the audience.
What is this? No matter what, I want to separate. Okay, here's my case. ZETA obviously played a lot more with their current core, with their team on Ascent. It's home ground for them. So I think what's going to happen is Bleed is going to push them at some point, and ZETA is going to be forced to take a timeout, and then Bleed's still going to win the round right after. That's my case. I think ZETA's calling the first timeout, but Bleed's going to win the round right after.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Asterai, why?
It's kind of something similar to that. I feel like the first kill is going to go towards ZETA, but then they can't really find a follow-up advantage over that. So Bleed kind of recompose themselves, win that round after the timeout. So that's kind of what's going in my thought process here, considering what we've seen from Sunset.
That's an interesting
I don't
case.
like how we're the same answer. Like,
No,
literally,
I really don't.
I didn't even see that you picked it up, and I was like already getting my...
I really don't.
But I'm not convinced of your rationale.
What's even crazier is you're also still with the viewers. That's also insane.
I wasn't convinced.
We just all
Clearly
can't be
neither
separated.
are the viewers. So, all right, wingman, my little wingman. This is our time to shine, to up rank.
You know what?
This is a tough one.
After this one, there's 3 days of me not being able, or 4 days of me not being able to get back on that board.
Me too. It'll be a while, so this is really going to matter. The viewers get to play every day, so they are the lucky ones here. We are going to go to the Asian picks now. We are definitely curious what Bleed's got up their sleeve, and I've just heard Clove is finally going to be coming into the mix very soon as well. So, stay tuned for that. We were trying to. That should be the next guessing game. Which team will play Clove first?
Oh yeah.
And here we go. We got mirror matchups.
Yeah, no big surprise here. I figured Bleed would go with the stock standard. Obviously, that allows several of these members, the core members, to play on comfort roles. My eyes are going to be on Darion, right? A lot of Ascent nowadays has become how well does Sakeo set up for the Jet, right? You have so many clever ways you can throw those flash drives to really set up for the retakes, for the executes. So is that combo there? Is the timing locked down for them? And obviously, the Killjoys always, they have a kind of their work cut out for them in terms of the anchoring.
Well, my eyes real quickly are on Ye. If he brings out the Operator, how effective can he really be on that starting defending side?
I am all about the Sovas, and you're right, William. Seeing Zest back in on Ascent, on the Sova, it's just, I don't know, it just brings back memories. I expect a good showing here from both of these teams. We're going to go into the second map for today.
Alrighty, thank you guys for breaking down the action from that opening map. Now, we go into Ascent, Zeta's old and consistent stomping ground. See if they are going to be able to close this out with a 2-0, or if Bleed can get themselves a map win and extend this over towards Lotus.
Well, Zeta are going to have to start here on the attacker side, so maybe an opportunity for the side of Bleed Esports to get some kind of advantage, but it is going to take a lot, I'd say, especially with this being huge comfort for the side of Zeta. As already, Ye trying to hit those long-range sheriff shots, not going to work out, but now through the smoke, Redla picks up 3, just like that.
Well, that's just astounding there as Hirodon does get paranoid, but not necessarily noted, but also can't find the shot. Hirodon now on his lonesome will get taken down. Quick headshot there from Redla to get the 4K, as Bleed will pick up their second pistol of the series.
So how exactly did he line this one up? I want to see
very carefully
how he did that. Because I swear I only heard 2 bullets, but he had 3 kills, right? So
looks like you're. Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say you're not gonna find out, but we will. Oh, yeah, 1-2. Nice little collat there on a Sugar Zero. Very clean from Redla. And similar, we saw his impact at the beginning there on Sunset as well. It's been a very good day for him overall, all things considered.
I feel like he could hardly believe it based on his facial expression. He's like, whoa, how did that happen? Just right place, right time. You got to create your own luck. And the shots rang true. Good job from him, as you mentioned. As now, a little push coming in from Zeta towards A main. Leader ready for this one.
Oh, Nate there on to Scarab, trying to flush him out. Well, flush him out they have, but he's coming up with some kills. Them dropping down, noted, spotted, killed off. As Laz is going to be the last one standing. No one peeking for him. He'll make noise as he drops down. And Zest is ADS'd in. Go ahead and get the last one. Flawless anti-eco here from the side of Bleed. Off on the right foot.
Yeah, good stuff. Cleaning that one up very easily. Only 2 kills so far going the way of Zeta Division. As we'll take another look here at how it happened. Scary just throws the paranoia forward. Once he's in a little bit of a dangerous spot, sets it up for the team. And then Zest with the cap on top.
Laughter and smiles there out of him. It was looking like he was absolutely dead to rights once that fragment landed at his feet and wine, but quite a many few eliminations there. Okay, here's a rush for it. Yay, trying to get a bit of a tiles crunch going, but Laz does manage to shut it down while backpedaling.
Gun here. And not quite able to get that one going. Looks like they do want to pick up that Bulldog, and that they will. So they'll have that for themselves at least, but it's still going to be 5-4. But Sugar Zero gonna hit that shot. Saw the second, takes him out as well.
He knew. Like, you're not gonna just come swinging out of A main by yourself. I know that there's somebody else there. Waits patiently. Redla swinging and say, okay, maybe he's backing away. Maybe I can catch him on the retreat. It's very cleanly done here. Once more from Sugar Zero as Zeta 5v2, being able to get a flawless or a near flawless win in this third round would be a very big boon for them.
So far,
what Darion can do, though. He's got that outlaw in hand.
Yeah. It's looking pretty likely at the moment as they're, well, okay. Darion does hit the headshot on the Depp here. Takes him down, but this is an open A site. And Scary is going to be looking to go on in and try to pull off a miracle because he's not going to be backing off of this one with a Bulldog. So let's see what he can do as he is pushing up here in the rafters. About to peek corner into about a bajillion people approximately, and he does get taken out. Sugar Zero, 3 kills on the round, got the 2 outside of A, and then just cap it off with that one.
All right, well, now we go into the proper rifle v rifle round. And this was just very nicely done from Sugar Zero. Readjusts. Basically just knew exactly how far Retla was even going to swing out. He had the crosshair perfectly aligned. Got himself a third there at the very end of the round. So, we now move forward into this one. Operator in the hands of Ye, but it's going to be glass cannon, so potential for punishment. See what kind of value you can get. As for now, just going to be a smoke down. Maybe a delayed peek in towards mid. This drone will escort forward, and okay, Ye peeking out. Nice timing, catches depth.
Yeah, he's just going to run out of there. After getting that value, they have a very nice setup already on B and some pushing out of tree from the side of Bleed. Let's see if Darion is actually going to throw this flash. He's got it in hand, and there are a couple of members right now who are about to peek around this corner. Scary here with him as well. There is the pop flash. That is going to delay this push, but very low right now is Darion. Only 2 health. Comes out.
I mean, the man was just fully paranoid, but still comes up with the kill there on Darion. Scary now down to 1 HP. A ton of damage exchanged as Laz trying to get the lurk, but Retlet stabilizing that spray a little bit faster. Does find the kill. Yudan now spike in hand. You're in market. With Zest getting tucked back in boats with the Odin. Very dire position to be in here for Zeta.
30 seconds left.
Gonna try to creep around, but get forced back there. As Nano's getting popped. And get it on, gonna be spotted.
Last player standing.
Swing out towards Alley. There's the cleanup. Retla will go ahead and get the final shot across. As Bleed. Very similar scene. So what we had in the first map, is there a timeout call will be the question, but for now it's 3-1. As Bleeder out in front.
Yeah, I think it's fine to just not go over the timeout just yet, especially because it started like this. I mean, you get Ye picking up, I believe, his first kill as well with the operator. And by the point that Retlo was cleaning them all up, it was essentially a done deal. Because a lot of people were low, a lot of people were being caught off guard. And yeah, just a nice showing from Bleed so far on this map.
2 Vandal, triple Stinger purchase here. Sugar Zero going also glass cannon. I mean, well,
one suppressed.
Glass water cannon.
Cover going out.
Glass water cannon.
As pop flash out, Yudan and Sugar Zero able to find the shots. Stingers get value, weapons get upgraded. As that's going to be the spike getting planted. This is a huge swing for the side of Zeta Division. You can tell Bleed, they're already done with this round. Nothing more to be done.
Good call from the coach, I guess, not to call a timeout this time. He's like, yeah, I guess, no, they've got it. They understand. They know what they're doing. And, no, jokes aside, I think that, you know, just getting set up in that little alleyway in A main with a couple of stingers, and then you have a couple of members of Bleed to just run straight at you, you're always going to have a good time, I'd say. They were just set up in a really nice spot, and Bleed got aggressive at the wrong time, and it really came back to bite them.
I mean, the thing is, I don't think for Bleed, I don't know that they anticipated that there was actually going to be this much weaponry on the side of the Zeta Division. They're usually a squad that doesn't opt for things like that. We'll just play back, wait until they have a slightly better buy. You know, Sheriffs, you know, maybe a Frenzy or a Ghost, something like that, sure. But you know, basically stingers across the board plus 2 Vandals. I don't know that they were necessarily ready for that. So a really nice round pickup there from the side of Zeta Division, and it's going to be Bleed. Actually have to pump the brakes first.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I mean, they are currently in the lead, and they called a timeout. I think they've got the economy as well. You know, we could sit here and think about, you know, what are they going to say during the timeout? You know, maybe that round was a little bit iffy. As you mentioned, they got caught off guard, so maybe they want to try to slow it down, keep the mental at a good spot. But for me, I'm curious to see if Bleed is going to get the victory after this timeout, because that's all that matters for our Deskers and their minigame.
Well, we will have to just wait and see. I missed the minigame. Is it just them predicting which team, if they call the timeout, who wins after the timeout?
William and Azra, yeah, they voted for Bleed. So if Bleed get the win after this timeout, then they will be victorious.
Well, they are definitely playing against the statistics so far. The conversion rate
I liked their call because ZETA was calling a lot of timeouts going into eco rounds. So it's like, yeah, they're going to call a timeout and probably not win their next round. So
yeah, I mean,
I probably would have gone for Bleed personally. But
I probably thought that ZETA was going to be calling the timeout. Well, let's see. There still is a formidable buy put together here for Bleed, so absolutely could get this round win, especially if Ye can come up with another crucial pick like he had on that operator previously. So far is just the single elimination that he has gotten for himself as Hirodon across the way over in tiles does take a bit of damage, as there it is!
Spike down.
Same play. Ye hops out of market, gets a kill.
Scatter.
Quick spike pick up there rather from Sugar Zero. Just recover this.
Yeah, some spray down while his teammates are ahead of him, actually. We already do have Depp in a forward position in tree, just waiting for someone to rotate potentially.
Sugar Zero ready with a paranoia.
Yeah.
Getting ready to send this right towards Zest, but looks like instead it's just going to be a smoke thrown down on the door. Paranoia gets sent towards the site, answering Paranoia out into a main, but no one going to get caught by this, and now Bleed have an immense amount of players here. Move forward to try to protect this site. Dart sent, Depp creeping forward. Just around the corner is Darian. So far not spotting him, and there it is, Depp. Snappy with it, gets his first kill actually. So far he had not been on the board. Scary now going to be taken down. Sugar Zero able to find Zest. That Odin not allowed to get value. And you can kind of see it in Ye's face there, like, okay, well, now there's a lockdown. There's nothing I can do. So Rejoice, Chatters, and Victoria, it would seem, as Bleed doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the round win off the back of the timeout.
Yeah. They're not going to get it done. And ZETA, just a bit better on that one. I really liked the little bit of a lurk play that Depp had, just to be able to go up to the glass and just essentially wait for a rotation he knew would eventually come. Took quite a while, but taking out Darian kind of was the first brick in the wall to go down. And they eventually opened up this A site quite nicely. So that's going to be another round going the way of ZETA, which will tie us up 3-3. As they will just hold on to their operator and Phantom respectfully on the side of Bleed.
I mean, it was a solid beginning. Clean headshot to get the spike down there onto Hirodon, but Sugar Zero able to just go ahead. Quick TP, recovers it. They also get the null command out of Darian, so not only is it the round lost, but a pretty critical ult burnt. It all starts there. Depp just patiently waiting for that lurk through.
Interesting. Don't need to say anything. Says Laz, just stare straight ahead. And he had quite a nice moment himself. Just, oh, here's going to come the null command. They are already charging in.
Gonna up the pace. Storming their way across through market. Zest here on site. Does have the Phantom, no Odin, but Paranoia now. Expiring, very snappy as Zest. He latches on the Depp. Reckless still here. Flash is not connecting. They know that Zest is here on the side. Tries to play anti-flash, does so beautifully. Turns back to find Hirodon as well. Okay, gonna be taken down though. Off now, left on the floor as Zest goes creeping back over towards boat. Sees enough. Gets a kill onto Yuran. And ZETA now gonna be sent packing, it would seem. Laz creeping forward. Ranges the turret, but Darian very well aware of this. Gets the dink, gets the finisher. And now it's all on Sugar Zero to see what he can get done.
Might not expect him to still be over here on the B side. You do see a couple of members are going over towards A just in case he does rotate, but Sugar Zero taking it very slowly. And
oh, there's the peek out.
Yep.
And once again, doesn't matter if it's on DRX or on Bleed, it would seem. This B site on defense is Zest's playground all the same.
He looks very comfortable there. I don't think you need to mix up anything with that on the side of Lead for sure. Just the way he plays this position was excellent.
The thing is, I've seen him get 4K clutches on B site probably like 7 times in the last like year and a half.
Yeah.
And not one of them are similar. Like they're all different. He's always playing from a different position, different weapons.
Standing ahead.
Well, for now, he will not be on that side of the map. It's going to be set up here on A as drone once again. Going to be checking forward. No one pushing off the back of this one in case Ye comes diving out, but doesn't have an operator this time around.
And they're just going for a very similar strategy, just a lot slower. They're going to clear up that alarm bot and put down a smoke, maybe trying to threaten a push in through market, but so far taking it much more slowly in this round compared to the previous one. We've also got Sugar Zero rotating all the way back around towards B, but there is a double stack in main from the side of Bleed. Might be ready for this one.
Fragment there. 3 gets impressed. Brett lurking forward, but not able to find the first kill. Swinging from Laz, though. He's not quite prepared. Does get taken down. Now everything getting a bit disjointed here for ZETA. As Sugar Zero needs to try to displace him, but they might not necessarily know that Ye has gone and moved up into this spot. Anyway, they're going to be drifting back, but Ye, quick to chase. Comes swinging through, spots one. Then finds the spike, swing out. Sugar Zero able to reply.
30 seconds
Gets that kill back, but HP bars right now quite devastatingly low for the side of ZETA, and Zest is here, and he's got that Odin. Dash forward though, Depp able to avoid it. 3 HP remaining here on the Jet as there's a shock dart. And Zest knows his lineup. Scary now. Out from main. Finds a shot, recon over the top. The wide swing, Yudon just a hair off of that opener, but does end up falling. Bleed now with the defuse will get themselves up 5-3.
Yeah, I think that was pretty nicely handled. I like that Bleed had the double stack in B main and just were ready for any kind of B push. I do think that ZETA is a bit too slow, perhaps. Just allowing Bleed to really set themselves up into prime positions. And obviously, Zest, he's got the lineups as you mentioned. He's always in position, scary as well, hanging out in main and just coming at you from way too many angles because you took just a bit too long. So pretty difficult for ZETA, and that is going to be the call for a timeout.
Down by 2. ZETA will go ahead and invest one of their own. Let's see what the game plan is going to be. Right now, it's kind of surprising to see. Depp back over onto this Jet, really finding the impact that we're used to seeing from him. Hadn't gotten onto the board until that window kill on the Darion as he swung through. And it's been few and far in between since then.
I just feel like ZETA as a team aren't really getting very aggressive. We haven't seen any big plays onto A. I mean, I guess there was one that was where they had like the stinger moment, but besides that, just very slow pushes overall. I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more aggression out of them from the attacker side. Just trying to catch Bleed off guard. Bleed have been stacking a little bit, it feels like, so maybe trying to take advantage of that could work out for them. Let's see what they do on round 9. As we got 4 members over towards A for ZETA, but also a little bit of a stack for Bleed.
Heads down, guns up, get deadly.
Operator in play once again.
Get out of my way.
Some knives pulled here for Depp. Does have that shorty to go alongside it. Just going to be storming his way all the way down mid. And it's just the singular kill thus far. Dash at the ready, goes in, but oh, he eats the flash. Darion in the meantime, I don't think he's realized, but now he turns back and clearly has figured it out. Depp dead and things disjointed. His ZETA division only able to find 1, but lose out on 2.
Yeah, definitely a bit whiffy and messy on that engage. And now Zest, he's holding down mid. You see Laz trying to lurk on in, and he's even going to be spotted.
Oh, just slightly off there.
Yeah.
As Zest just takes away every single bit of util that he can. And he's eventually found. Wow.
Oh.
Bit wide there on the shot. Scary, however, looking to hold the door. Will fall down as Sugar Zero continues to deliver. Vandal now picked up here for Yudon, sends out that recon. Lockdown invested, but Hunter's Fury is available. But can he actually decide to use it? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Holding here on Heaven is Sugar Zero, finds one, teleports across. Zest in the meantime, though, finishes off Yudon, but his job has been done. The Hunter's Fury taken care of. Zest in the recon, not spotting him. The Odin would be critical to try to flush him out of hell. Goes for the spray now, Sugar Zero, considering the reposition. Here's the drop down. Shot through the wall and the headshot, the one tap, the 4K. Sugar Hero, he's still here.
This guy is just insane today. I mean, he's just able to get it all done, and it was a bit of help from his teammates as well. Some of the jiggle peeks to get him in position, but he is just not missing his shots. And that is really what is critical. Like this is very nice play from the team, and then getting aggressive, knows the lockdown's going to be taken out, and then crispy at the end.
Nice.
Not an overreaction either. He's just like, no, I'm just online today.
Unbelievable. Still down, but clearly not out. They had to fight back. One round to try to tie it up. Ye now with the knives. Depp leading the way. Shut down immediately. Knife to the face. Pop flash out. Looking for a little bit more. Quite a lot of reveals here off the recon. Ye now chasing in for a little bit more. Laz does manage to pick him off, but not before taking one of those knives. And Aretla will also fall. So a double here for Laz. Nice little return fire for him as he keeps it at a 3v3, but Spike's still stuck and being watched by Darian for the moment. Oh, actually, never mind. Sugar's there. He could just TP pick it up if he wants to.
He could.
Oh,
see if he
swing
does.
out. Silence. Zest eventually will be able to find it, so now advantage in their hands. Jiggle peeking. Here is Yudon, but he's not quite ready for this. And that does just leave Sugar 0 on his lonesome. 1v3 to try to clutch it out. Spot Scary, tries to ADS it, but Scary this time will get the shot across. So 6 rounds built up here for Bleed.
All right, that's a good way to try to stem the tide of the side of ZETA. You get a big clutch from Sugar 0, and you feel like some of that momentum is going the other way. But then Ye's just got some knives, and he does go. You know, the first 2 were amazing. The third one gets a bit over aggressive, but that's just fine. Already did his work.
Let's go. Yeah, I mean, it's an overheat, but just with the knives, I don't think that it matters too much. It's not like you're going to be stranding a huge weapon anywhere.
And it's certainly better than what his counterpart Jet is doing at the moment, right? We need to see a bit more out of Depp.
This
Still
is
just the 1 kill.
Very bizarre. It's just a quick peek down. Nothing going to be noted there in Wine. Paranoia through as they look to just flood into the site, and again, it's going to be those Stingers coming up with a bit of value nice and early as Gary will get dropped. Big break of the door, though. Smoke for now will hold them at bay as Bleed will just wait for the rest of the team to try to join in. Drone on the hunt, chases up, spots Retla making his way through the window. Follow up Smoke now. Invested is, hit it on. Getting tagged up, sends down the fragment. Keeps him at arm's length for now. Pop flashing into Smoke. Sugar 0 going to be spotted, dealt with. Knife thrown in, Depp mowing down 2, coming alive. He's managed to triple up his kills now. Still a couple low players. Zest and Retla overall healthy, and Zest snappy with a headshot. Let's get rid of Yudon. There's a lot more to be done.
Taken out.
Finds the KO. Depp approaching. It's Zest! Unbelievable! One after the other takes them all down and carries Bleed over the line. Here on round number 11, they get up to 7.5 as Zest. Oh, he sees what Sugar 0 is doing on the opposite side of the stage and says, yeah, I can do that too.
I mean, maybe even better from this guy. Like, these last 2 are just incredible. Like, the whole team, a lot of smiles, understandably. Zest just making, I don't know, that was just incredible from him. And he's going to keep this lead very stable for the side of Bleed. This is going to be a buy round now for the side of ZETA, though. Remember that they got in and they got pretty close on that round with just, a couple Stingers. Sheriff were able to upgrade a bit.
Just hunting and suspect that Laz is just going to be lingering back behind where the turret was set up.
Right here.
And now the Odin.
Scanning ahead.
Makes its presence known pretty early on here. So overall, we're likely going to be seeing the lockdown play coming through. Oh, that Paranoia not connecting in depth. Going to be taken down. Zest, again, Kent trying to be the hero here, the defender of this B site. As the null command does get popped. Darian making his way over through Market. Hunter's Fury now coming across. Tag going to be found. And, oh, actually resheaths that one.
Huh.
Laz in the meantime does find Ye. The man advantage here for ZETA.
You should
But
run.
HP bars are once again taken quite low. Now that the Hunter's Fury is out of the mix, they have to try to exit as the lockdown comes through. TP out for Scary. Zest in a little bit of a rougher position as Yudon will be able to find 2. And that just leaves Darian all on his lonesome as ZETA try to get up to 5, and they shall.
Yeah, nicely done that time around. You see ZETA playing with a lot of patience there. They know they have a lot of utility, a lot of ultimates left available, so just going to drop down that lockdown to make sure that they can pick up a 5th round. But this time around, we're not tied up at 6-6. It's actually Bleed having that nice little advantage with a slightly better defensive side here on the second map compared to the first. Still a lot of the fans here cheering for ZETA, cheering for Depp. That looks autographed there. Very nice. Yeah. And, you know, I think ZETA probably will look better on the defensive side of Ascent. This should be their bread and butter, but I don't know. It does feel like the momentum is swinging a bit towards Bleed.
Well, now, ZETA still down, but not quite yet out. Bleed in the lead as far as pistols are concerned. They rack up a 3rd one here, move themselves up to 8, or can ZETA try to tie things up from there? They're going to be moving over onto that defender's side, so should be in a fairly favorable position, unless you can see Bleed kind of replicate some of the successes that we saw, you know, from T1 on Ascent after they swapped sides. Started off with that 6-6 and then just didn't drop a single round in the second half.
Yeah, T1's attacking side today was just pretty special. And did see that Bleed did kind of falter when they moved over to the attacker side on Sunset, at least for the most part. Did have a little bit of a streak after the 3rd round, but still was mostly ZETA's. So certainly looking for Bleed to kind of up their game here on the second map if they want to have a chance. In the lead now, though, must be feeling a bit better. As for now, this first aggression is going to be coming through mid.
Across. Fishing, let's see if they can clear out the expected alarm bot placement, but shots go a little bit wide, so we'll still be there. As Laz just tucked away just outside window. Classic in hand. Ready for that pop flash off that alarm bot contact. There it is, the push out. He's gonna able to find one, but Scary with the turn fire. Gonna be looking decent. Depp will find him. He takes out Depp. So in the end, a 2 for 2. Laz pulling off the angle. Right, he would have been able to spot him, and yay, instant headshot there on the Yunon. And a 3rd, and Sugar Zero will fall. Laz now on his lonesome, can pick up a different pistol. One with Inspectress, yay, tries to find it. Laz will be able to put him down, but it's only 15 HP here for him. Retla on the opposite side, Sheriff in hand. The slow creep up, it has to be effectively a 1-tap here from Laz if he wants to win it out, and he will not be able to do so. Nicely done as Retla go ahead and get a 3rd pistol round in the series for Bleed.
Yeah, you would have expected ZETA Division to be able to stop that one. They had a very nice setup to stop any aggression down mid and through Pizza. But eventually just, you know, look away, don't get flashed, and hit your shots a bit better. Scary and Ye get the first initial ones, and then Neuron not able to get this. Very nice shots from Ye in this round, picks up a 3K. And he is essentially the reason why they do win out in that pistol round in the end. Just able to hit the shots a bit better with the pistol. So now ZETA really behind the 8-ball, and Bleed beginning to ramp up.
Yeah, and expected to make 9 here, barring some kind of catastrophe. I mean, Depp, sure, he does have a Sheriff, but right now things have been very rough around the edges for him on Ascent.
Sometimes it's just not your map. And it's definitely a bit unfortunate. I mean, he wasn't really the main character on the first one either. That was all Sugar Zero, who has also been playing pretty well on this map himself.
He's the main character of both maps so far.
Yeah.
Zest is trying to challenge, though.
For sure.
Retla just going to be setting up the turret here, and I mean, this is everybody, absolutely everyone from ZETA on this side of the map. Retla on his lonesome. If they can't pick him off, then this could be quite devastating. Flash in, doesn't get the catch, and oh, he gets bogged on the wall. That's about as perfectly as it could go for ZETA, and about as poorly as it could for Retla.
His turret blocked him. He tried to jump over it. Oh, very sad state of affairs. But at the end of the day, it is just the 1 kill, and it is a free plant for Bleed onto the A site.
Does give them a bulldog. It's handed over here to Laz. Let's see what kind of use he can get out of it. As for now, Yuron coming around the back. We'll have to try to deal with Darian, but cannot, just with a classic in hand. Flash comes in. Dart cleared out. As drop down coming through, Yay able to mow down one after the other. Sugar Zero will be able to take him down eventually as Laz finds one with the Bulldog, but 43 HP. At this point, it's really about dealing whatever additional damage he possibly can. Smoke gone, jumps up over the top, but Scary watching from hell is going to be able to take him down. So decent damage here for Zeta, but Bleed not going to be dropping the round quite just yet.
Yeah, pretty cheeky stuff from Laz. Nearly got away with it to get the drop on his opponent, but not quite able to do so. So 9-5 for the side of Bleed. We take a look at the replay and how this one went down. Very clean from Darion. And then Yay, Phantom versus Classics.
Let's go.
And we'll see if they can actually close this one out. I think they've got a much better performance so far on this map compared to what we saw on Sunset. But can they actually do it against Zeta's defensive side now that they have these rifles?
Thrown up over the top. Always obviously heard. They're on Cat. But ultimately nothing really going to be spotted here. At one point, not going to be finding any forward presence. Approach gets ready to come through in main. Dash forward. Yay able to get in front of it as Darion eats quite a bit of damage. Just rotating over top of that fragment. Check into hell. Nothing spotted. They know that the site is cleared. Deep lurk, though, from Zest. Phantom in hand could certainly do some damage as the smoke dissipates. And there it is. Snappy as ever. Takes out Depp.
Yeah. I mean, that matchup is not fair at the moment. Like, Zest is just having a much better map right now, and he makes quick work of that.
Look at this aggression. The recon could be caught as the util goes in. Swing into the corner, and it's 1-2-3 from Yudon. Never mind. It's Odin Gaming. It's unfair. It's dishonest. Cleans them all up, but Zest, will be noted and taken down there by Sugar Zero. As the hold on the defuse can come through. 2 players going to be lost, but the most expensive weapon going to be picked up there, or carried over, I should say, as Yudon will be able to retain the Odin. Zeta not allowing for a bonus conversion. Solid anti-bonus work from them, but now full Righteous Purchase gets ready to come in for Bleed. This is where Zeta really need to find their footing if they want to try to close this out. Otherwise, Bleed going to be in a very good spot to try to extend this all the way over to Lotus.
Yeah, for sure. And great paranoia and fantastic follow-up peek there from the side of Zeta to clean that one up. Sugar Zero and Euron together getting it done. So now, Bleed, do you have what it takes to actually push this one forward and give us a real match? I do not want to see 2 2-0s today. That would just be not so fun as a viewer. But
it depends on which camp you're cheering from.
So, but if you're just a non-biased viewer, you just want to see the maximum Valorant, then would like to have a 5th map. Especially because I think, you know, a lot of people cheering to see Bleed kind of reach their potential. But so far haven't really been able to see that so far. So maybe a 3rd map would give them a chance. Depp now has a judge here at 3. So if the rifles aren't doing it for you, just go to the judge.
Yeah. Shut down on the drone. Turn away from the flash. Depp be able to find another elimination there, just putting that judge to good use. Yay, not quite ready for that one. Rush forward now through market. Laz very well aware of this one. Just looking to try to slow up the approach. Pops the swarm and the nano swarm instantly.
30 seconds left.
Get on. Oh, flash connects into his face Panori as well. Stuck here in boats. Here's the approach. Starts pre-firing as they try to swing into him, but eventually they will be able to do so. Gary only whittled down to 80 HP as F up over the top. They'll find much. 2v3. Headshot there from Hirodon. Gonna be decent. Finds Scary. Depp gets Zest. Now it's all down to him. 15 health versus Retla. Spike planted. Any ounce of damage will be good enough, but Depp maybe starting to heat up a bit. A 3K in the round to save Zeta. Get them up now to 7.
Yeah, that was looking a little bit dicey for Zeta as well. I mean, they got onto the B site, they got this plant down. The utility usage was fantastic, and they isolate Euron. They take him out eventually, regardless of dishonest gun or not. But then Depp, just really patient, waits for the peak. He's crouched, so the lineup isn't exact, and he is the one that hits the crisp shot. And that's all you need Doesn't matter what your health is at if you can win in that 1v1. So keeps the hopes alive for ZETA to come back in this one.
Only 2 rounds separating. Cash.
Get out of
A
my
little
way.
bit all over the place. It's going to be knives for knives on both sides. Weaponry still very much favored here for the side of Bleed. Hirodon ready to send that nade out. Cut off this access point. Here's anything else coming his way. Said though, we'll be paranoid up, but yep. It's up on top. Confirm that no one's worked their way forward here into the side quite just yet, but now the lockdown is going to be coming through. Hirodon 1 away, crucially, from that Hunter's Fury, so they have no way of clearing this out. They will have to concede some space here towards Bleed. Yay, pushing forward, saw some feet there in hell. Knives go flying, and Sugars here going to be taking down the push for the right click, not going to connect. Hirodon able to find the 1, but now Daria pushing up, finishes him off with the ghost. Last in heaven. Shorty out, Depth, wraps around back, Jen takes out Zest. Scary, take it down, and now it's all on Darian here in hell. Noted. As the shots come flying his way. Swing on the corner, and Hirodon just a little bit of a fadeaway with the Odin. Will be able to take him out. A very dangerous round, especially considering the firepower that Bleed had coming into this one, but ZETA still do persevere. Picking up now 3 in a row. They're just 1 away from tying it at 9-9.
You see the knives, pretty good usage from the A, especially identifying the second person in hell. Gives them a chance to push on in. And they used, you know, the null command. They had the lockdown as well. My heart just stopped, I think is what he said.
I don't necessarily blame him. That was a lot closer than you would have.
Scary.
A lot closer than you would have liked it to have been.
At least they used a decent amount of ults, and ZETA are holding on to 4 of their own at the moment.
Well, there was a 3 ult commitment there from Bleed. They're unlocked and available. Zest in a similar position as Hirodon from the last round, where he does not yet have that Hunter's Fury ready to go, so wouldn't be able to just quick clear it.
This is going to get pretty dicey here towards the end, especially because both sides have 1 timeout, so it could get really swingy. You know, if ZETA picks up 1 or 2 more rounds, surely Bleed call a timeout. Maybe they grab a couple rounds and then ZETA call theirs. And it's really just going to come down to, you know, who can stick with it towards the end of these last half rounds and who's going to be a bit cleaner. So let's see what this looks like on the attack for Bleed, which so far has been slightly losing 2-3 in favor of ZETA, as it looks like they want to go for an A hit.
Enough smoke down. Well out onto A main as Ye goes for the entry. Wrap around back gen. No one here on the site once again from ZETA. Will have to be a bit of a retake for them. With that lockdown available, could just see the commitment here from Laz. With Zest this time, Hunter's Fury is available. Pulls that one out. Looking for the clear out. Laz in the meantime take it down as Ye just comes swinging around, finds himself a second. Monstrous kills as Hirodon. He can't throw the weapon out fast enough, and Ye is absolutely activated. Gets himself an ace!
Well, I guess he's really just showing up now. He wants to bring us to Lotus, and he might have just done that with that round win. Pretty incredible stuff. Peeking out right underneath the Hunter's Fury, even going through it, catching him off guard.
2 HP.
Yeah.
It's
Hero, as you
unbelievable.
mentioned, not having the gun out on time.
Well, that has got to be a damn good feeling for the Bleed camp as well as for Ye himself. Second ace, I do believe, of the tournament so far. Had it on his debut game on Lotus, on Raze. Played that for the first time, but now, as mentioned, as alluded to, that round win goes the way of Bleed, and ZETA will use their final timeout.
Yeah, don't blame him.
Not at all.
You get sweep like that, you got to calm the players down, just give them a moment to breathe at least. And just try to play some good Valorant rather than being caught up in that one. Always got to move on. A lot of words from both sides, honestly, as this is a pretty critical moment. We saw yesterday, we had to go all the way to overtime to force a map 3 in the second match. But today, will it happen? Will we get to a third map? I feel like, you know, Ye has his moment, Bleed's feeling pretty good, but it's not over till it's actually over.
I mean, from where Ye started, you know, that 1 kill that he was able to get, over in mid on the defender side. Now finds himself +3, just got an ace. Big glow up within the map here itself. And ZETA are kicked back once again onto an eco.
Take flight.
Just the Hunter's Fury as well as Sugar Zero's ult to work with. Very similar scenes from ZETA compared to Bleed in the round prior. Major commitments on the ults, not getting around victory.
Yeah. Also might be a bit of opposite day in terms of, Sunset going to ZETA and then maybe Bleed take Ascent against ZETA of all teams. Could definitely happen, has happened a decent amount already. You're on.
First line of defense.
Yeah. The Sheriff. Well,
there's a swing out. And yep, it's going to be him taking a bit of damage. Minor spam through is Yay. Threatens him back even further. Sight completely open here for Bleed.
Yeah, might just try to end it a bit. Okay, well, Yay's going to extend that ace into a bit more.
Looks, sir. Okay, well, let's run out, but Zest here will find the kill there onto Depp. Weapon would have been recoverable. Okay, Yoran does manage to find this little shot, so they're at least making this a bit more costly for the side of Bleed, but as far as cash is concerned, they have plenty of it, and he's not ready for Zest to be there alongside the box. So cleanup comes through. 11-8. Bleed now just 2 away from being able to take this over to Lotus. But now the purchase comes in, and Depp going to be picking up the op for, I think, the first time on this defense.
Not a bad call. Might want to just mix it up with the success he has or has not been having. Nice spot here from Zest. Coach is happy with the way that one went. So let's see what is going to happen now, especially with ZETA picking up some weapons. Still have this Hunter's Fury. They still have a chance. Looks like 2 guys on A and then a bit of a setup on B with the Killjoy. And just Yudon, kind of the guy that's going to hang around mid alongside of this Killjoy.
Recon out, Laz. Let's go ahead and clear that away. They really would love to have everybody funneled in here towards B where Depp has just been camped up here, but I mean, a ton of damage actually coming through onto him there. It's a little down to 54.
Yeah. Well, he was able to get it done with like
15 HP. Yeah.
15 HP. That was a bit of a different spot, but at least it's good that he does have the operator in this.
TP check there from Sugar Zero, but I don't know if he actually spotted how many players are there. Depp now creeping forward. Turret not in range of him is Scary. Similarly, checking in on that A site. Now the rotation's getting ready to come through, but it's not deep enough there of a swing from Retless, so he does not get spotted. But now this mid approach,
30 seconds left.
Staying tucked in just alongside the stairs. It looks like Zest watching for it. He is so damn smart.
Unbelievable. This guy today I don't think anyone's going to outdo him. Sugar Zero was the guy. Now it's Zest. 20-8.
Switch getting hit. Hunter's Fury coming through to try to slow them up on this approach, but the shot's going just a bit wide. Tags not found. Yay, still switch side. Laz able to find one, but Yay sprays across, finds 3 as he pulls the knives. That's a bit of a miscommunication, but it doesn't matter. The round is over, and this map is looking to be very much the same. 12-8, 1 more to go, and that's us headed to Lotus. The cash right now from ZETA basically non-existent.
Yeah, looking very likely at this point in time. And Zest just checks it. A very aggressive spot there, of course, from Depp, and he gets punished for it. And very nice free transfer there from Ye. Pulls out the knives. Doesn't need them. And probably won't need them for the rest of this map anyway. So, see a very pitiful buy here from ZETA. Let's see if they have the magic touch.
That knife use would be a hell of a butterfly effect to have take place in this one. But Ye now held back, scoped in instantly, headshotting Depp. Huge opener there from Ye, who is looking the most like himself than he has all year long. Laz does find Darian. Doesn't take too much damage there for that, and this does slow up and make Bleed rethink where exactly they want to go.
Yeah, they have all the time in the world, and it's 4v4 with much better firepower, much more utility available. And for now, they're just gonna 2-2 split. Just clear everywhere out, I guess. Just gonna pretend like they're going towards A, but throw some utility and just run back and rotate all the way around towards B.
0. Less common spot than we're used to seeing, especially these days. Up on top of the barrels. 0 point in.
Uh-oh.
Not cleared. That reveals 2.
30 seconds left.
Still no hard rotates coming through, but with 25 seconds remaining, if this spike ends up getting dropped onto the ground, this could be catastrophic. Fragment going out now to try and delay this. And I don't know how BLD are going to make this happen. Paranoia does go out. They're starting to rush their way through now. Yay. Creeping down out of market. Footsteps may have been hurt. Timing. Oh no, covering fire from Retla actually is what finds Sugar 0. Now it is all on Yudan and Laz. A couple seconds to spare as the spike does come through. Everything to play for now. The veteran, the captain, the IGL, and one of his young rookies alongside him. See if they can keep them in this, but Yay, taken down. Shot through the box. Only it's just Retla and Scary. But time ticking. Alarm bot spotted, cleared. Swing out, beat, spotted. Decent damage going through. Laz able to find Retla and Scary, taken down. ZETA, 2 members left standing. They managed to persevere through the round. They still need 3 in a row if they want to force this into overtime.
Yeah, they're staying alive, but it's, yeah, as you mentioned, only 2 guys able to pick up those Vandals and move on to the next one. Round win is a round win, I suppose. Laz is kind of the hero in this one, I suppose. You know, he picks up a couple of the kills on the round you're on as well, doing a great job just to clear out the side. But man, that was close as well. I think Yudon was the one as well who just kind of spamming with the Guardian through the wall and clipped Ye, who was low on health. And that really kind of gave him the advantage in this one. But the economy is so healthy for the side of Bleed that...
Oh yeah, they have multiple more buys.
Yeah. They're just like, okay, well, send it again, round 2.
Crucially, the only ult that ZETA have available to themselves is that lockdown where Zest has the counter in that Hunter's Fury. 4-man push-up into a main. 0 point to check. Get it on. Sending out the fragment to try and delay the rest of the team, and so far he has. So segmented are Bleed, but as the fragment expires, they'll start working their way forward into the site. Yudon still a world away. He's going to be creeping around the backhand side where Retla is going to be camping. They're over by tiles. Has the turret to play contact. Now he's looking for the challenge.
Spike planted.
Continues to swing out. Retla just staying stagnant here, waiting for it. Jump onto the corner. Only takes a smattering of damage. Follow up here from Hirodon will push him back into the opposite corner. Well, the Jet will look for the kill. They will be able to find it. Hunter's Fury now in response to the lockdown. The Bleed bought a decent amount of time here on the site.
Yeah, a lot of time bought here, and now they're just going to have to clear out every single corner of this A site.
Zest continuing to delay. Yay, going to be taken down. Scary able to find Sugar Zero. The reveal coming through. Zest trying, but no, doesn't need to even get that shot. Tap onto the spike glass. Cannot 180 fast enough. Zest kicked things off so very gorgeously for Bleed here on this map, and he will be the one to get them across the finish line. 13-9, same score line, but different winning team as we head on Sunset. We are going the distance here tonight with Lotus on the horizon.
Yeah, it does feel pretty appropriate, I think. Zest was the guy on this one. Ye as well, pulling 20. Laz getting 20 himself, desperately trying to pull his team back in, but it was not quite enough. So we are done for map number 2. Let's go back to the analysts to break it down.
Bleed is here to stay. They are fighting for their championship points. They ended up taking each other's map picks from each other.
Yes.
And, I mean, we were questioning a bit about their map picks and their decisions here, and look what has resulted.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, continuing from the first map, Bleed continues to play a lot better as a team, but this is a good reminder on what happens when you take someone to their comfort map.
Yep.
Like the singular impact that Zest had in his utility, in his timings, his peaks, everything. Like he just knew when to peek, which angle, where to clear, and that made everyone else so much more comfortable. And even Ye was getting way more confident in this map of Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, 15 first kills right? And a lot of those was actually Ye's contact as well. So
yes,
it's just the stats that I was mentioning before the series started, where Ye was not getting that impact that he was looking for. This series, he's definitely on something right now.
And also, obviously, it started off with actually Retla really pulling his weight in the beginning couple rounds, and then, of course, a couple heroic plays from Zest, then Ye, and then everyone really coming online. But it just seems that Bleed, finally, after all these matches, and a lot of rough ones at that, they're starting to get a lot more comfortable on stage and also a lot more in sync with each other, where they don't have to really communicate everything one by one, but just looking at the minimap, things like that, where they're like, okay, this is the play. And, not just Zest, but obviously it helps that Ascent is one of those maps that's been around for a while, and all these guys have been playing for quite some time on the side of Bleed.
And this is where it gets kind of tricky too, because on the side of ZETA, look at Deb. He's 10-19 out of, 22 rounds? The first couple of rounds on the first half, he was 0 kills. He was not getting that rhythm, that impact that we usually see from him. Even though we have seen ZETA Division actually try to make those contact plays for Deb, it just wasn't clicking for, the Child of God.
Yeah, and you have to look at the Silvas when it comes to that, in my opinion, right? Just what areas of the map are you clearing for your duelists, even if you're not moving together, right? Maybe you've cleared the other side, so you have an idea of, okay, well, that means like maybe 2 or 3 people are on this side of the map, etc. But, I mean, when you get your confidence, we always say, like, Valorant is a momentum game, it's a confidence game, and we're not just trying to say this just to brush off the analysis and the stats, but it really is. And we've all felt that when we're playing solo queue, and that comes through here for both Zest and Ye, and Retla even, again, starting off so strong, they're all positive on the side of Bleed.
Absolutely, and this is the Bleed we want to see. This kind of cohesion, they're coming together finally, and like you said, we were talking about this, we were eyeing the Sovas. It's just so important on Ascent in particular, how they perform. And Zest, since last year, he's always proven to be probably incredible on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, Zest, whenever he takes a break and he comes back and he plays Sova, like even when he was on DRX and Vision Strikers, he just looked stronger and stronger. And clearly, he really studies the maps wherever he plays, whether it's just lineups or, again, okay, the internal timer of this is the rotation, this is how long it takes. I mean, that cover for his teammate was just so crisp. And that's when we all kind of felt, okay, the momentum swing is in action now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then everything just, again, followed through. Ye getting himself some pretty big highlights. Okay, sure. On the flip side here, we're looking at some of ZETA's plays here and now, right? But the problem is, I think it just was too far and few in between. It felt like they were trying to get something happening at the very start, and then it just kind of unravels.
Yeah, and I mean, Ye, of course. We don't see Ye kind of just peeking back and forth like that just to swivel on kills, right? A lot of his greatest moments are recognizing where everyone is and then going for those one taps. But right now, he is moving on a swivel, really trusting his teammates for the trade as well. Just overall, I mean, listen, the match isn't over yet, so obviously we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but all the criticism I think everyone had around the world, including ourselves, all the things that we talked about of this is just what's missing, and it's a lot of the basics for Bleed. At least now they have the basics. So now the question is how much further can they go upwards?
That's right. And we are going to go to Lotus now for our third map. I think there's a lot to break down here before we go in, but before that,
someone else has to go upwards.
So Bleed got, they won. But let me talk you through our genius. I say our because you, the audience, also picked ZETA Division. Coach Legia likes to take early timeouts, but we also know based on the data that we saw yesterday that he has the lowest win rate after doing a timeout. So obviously there was genius behind all
minus that percentage and everything. The play itself was very questionable from Bleed, all right? They should have won that. They got the first pick on HeroRun.
Listen, let's not be sore losers. ZETA won even after their own timeout.
It doesn't matter because you lost.
Yeah, let's not be sore losers. ZETA was the better team after timeouts. Bleed was the better team overall on the map.
I'm not going to lie. That was a little stressful in the green room. It was a little stressful. Hey, it's me and it's you guys. The wingman.
Good job. We're all really bunched up,
You know, the Korean casters, they got some irons, they got some radiance. We're all just fighting
Maybe
here
we should
in the
send
middle.
Achilles to the Korean cast as well. I think he would fit right in on the...
He's teetering on the borderline there. Isn't he glad he's casting today?
He's waiting. He's just waiting for his chance to come back and rank back up.
Yeah, so this is great. I'm glad the games are over for today. It's been very stressful. It's very stressful. I don't know how you guys at home feel about it, but
Well,
yeah.
our games are over, obviously.
Yeah,
They
our
still have
games
to
are
play
over.
one more.
I know. We have to go into Lotus now. We're gonna see Chamber, yay, Laz.
No.
Chamber
well, Laz,
together.
yes.
Together
Yay, no.
facing off. No, it's not gonna happen.
I
It
just-
doesn't happen.
Here's the thing, is that if they're looking this much better, which again, it's not that Bleed's doing anything crazy spectacular, it's just that they are playing basically as a team, which is what we were all hoping for. If they're doing this, what that tells me is that they probably weren't like cooking up comps, etc. They were just saying, okay, we have faith in what we originally cooked up. Let's go through the reps, right? Let's make sure that what's breaking down, what's wrong. And this is one of those maps, again, in their opening match against Talon. Zest had a very great showing, even though it's been a long time since he played in Tier 1. Bleed, even back then, they didn't look like they were on point as a team, but Zest looked like he knew exactly what to do as that Fade. So I think this could be close.
And you know what? It seems like, this is what Bleed technically was. That super dominant team from NYSG that even though, sure, they got through a lot of roster changes coming into Stage 1, this is still the team that has the same, I'd say, soul compared to before. Their contacts are much more aggressive, cleaner. They're able to multi-kill their way into a site. This is iconic Bleed, and it's starting to come into play when it matters the most.
Yeah, and I hope they continue that on Lotus, because Lotus, again, being a 3-site map, even on defense, you have to push out, you have to clear areas, and you have to start to funnel your opponents. And if they once again revert to saying, hey, let's wait back and wait for the util, and then we'll go for retakes, I don't think that's going to work, especially when we've seen ZETA Division start to bring the Neon back out as well. I mean, they are going to up the tempo for sure. So I think Bleed needs to recognize that. They need to have confidence in, okay, we can fight back, we can duel as a team. Let's start to push and clear the map a little bit.
No, that's a fantastic point, and that's exactly right, because that is what stopped Bleed in their tracks in their losses in the previous games. It's when they hesitate, they're taking too slow, they're overthinking it, they're not going, based on instinct, all the practice that they've been doing. And ZETA Division, you're right, with that Neon, I mean, those rotations, those swings are really fast. So Bleed is going to have to stay on top of it, continue this momentum from the last two maps. Even though they dropped the first map, they were looking good.
Yeah, no, I mean, they looked a lot better, right? I mean, this is one of those things where if you're watching a team and you're looking at the mini-map, you want to at least be able to tell that there are comms, right? And we don't need to know all the details, but you just want to see like, oh, someone spotted something and there's that rotation, okay. We didn't see that from Bleed the last week, but now, as we're about to wrap up week 2, we're starting to see bits and pieces of it.
I'm still wondering. Okay, it's still the same thing.
Yeah,
we
so
saw
just
before.
meta comp on Bleed.
Yeah.
But ZETA Division, I mean, bringing back that Neon, they played it last year. Obviously, currently Team Heretics kind of headlining that composition. But ZETA, they're putting in the Chamber as well. So, I mean, you mentioned it, Victoria, but it's going to be the fast rotates both on attack and defense. I think that's something that some of their opponents didn't quite account for, is the fact that once Chamber's holding something, that Neon will be on the other side in an instant.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Even when they're on the defense, it doesn't matter. Dep on Neon is quite a force to contend with. I would love to see a poll, actually, between the Neons, Dep's Neon, Mini Boo's Neon. I would love to see
Mini Boo's Neon's really good.
Yeah. He's fantastic on it.
I just also want to add, on defense, Rubble control, you can reset it a lot more because of the double stun for the Neon compared to the Raze that only throws that paint shells once.
Yes, so we are going to find out how this is going to go on the third map of this final series for the weekend. Let's go over to our casters, Valdez and Achilleos.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's get ready to go into this one. The desk talking about Depp on that Neon. And how strong he was looking in their last outing on Lotus versus Team Secret, where they kind of debuted this composition. As far as his strength on the Neon is concerned, would have said similar things about his Jet, and it was severely lacking for them there on Ascent. Let's see how he fares, though. Going back over onto this, where he needs to be the one very much setting the pace and catching Bleed off guard.
Yeah, absolutely do need to do that. And it might just come down to how aggressive they want to get around Rubble. Although at the moment, we don't see Bleed is going in that direction at all. Just waiting back, seeing if ZETA are going to start off with some aggression. And then maybe going for a push of their own. Hirodon would love to pick this one up.
There's my buddy.
She will. And they clear out all of Rubble. They take this orb. They say, well, there's no push coming in from Bleed just yet.
Bought the check. No pressure being applied out of B. Paranoia at the ready, though. Zero could catch everybody with this one. As for now, it's just a little bit of random spray. Prowler going to be spotted. Relay bolt sent. As they're just looking to really gum up the works. A couple players spotted there. Is Dizzy going to be lobbed in deep? Finally, a lot of utils expended his Hirodon actually pushing forward it. Going to reclaim this one. Does get it and can successfully back away, but all of this just going to be sending them over towards Laz. 6 bullets. The haunt sent, cleared. Looks for the shot. A little bit off on that one. Can't quite get it through the corner of the wall.
Yeah. Not too much time, though, and immediately the rotations are coming out from Zeta. They got 3 people on the C site.
It's about to get messy. They have to commit to this one now. Like you said, no time remaining. Yudon able to find one. Looks for the second. Gets it, but 2 in reply. 10 seconds now remaining. They have to get ready to stick this one. Depp ready to swing through. Gets the headshot. Forces them off the plant. And that is going to be the round. Zeta picking up their second here of the series. And their first opening pistol round win of the series as well.
Yeah. As you mentioned before, when they were just trying to push into Rubble, they just really jammed up that area, and it felt like Bleed wanted to go for a bit of passive play into a push, but then eventually they lost out on so much time that the rotation over to C was very readable, and Deb's hitting some great classic headshots.
Nice! Good job!
All right, energy coming back in as we get into the later hours of the evening. The later evening of the hours is what I was about to say.
The hours of the later evening.
Yep. Well, the Outlaw shot ringing out. Is trying to deter them from pushing up, but will just be the orb take here from Darion to try to get that lockdown online as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Not a bad idea. EA says, you know, I'll probably pick up some kills anyway, so I'll just generate my ult that way. And, well, he was able to do a fantastic job on the last map. Who's going to have the hottest hands here on Lotus? Still a question to be answered. And so far, just a tap on the door and more passive attacking side play from the side of Bleed, of course. Just trying to see if they can catch anyone off guard with 5 classics.
Well, getting a little bit of info there for him. As Laz just creeping back around. They know that this Outlaw is likely still going to be here. With a push, just 2 shots there, fishing for it, but Yudon sends out the snake bite, gets him vulnerable, and gets him dead. Lurk from Zest to see if he can try to find a catch, but Hirodon ready for it. Does manage to find that elimination. Push up, Dep will be taken down, so no flawless to be found, but Yudon trying to fast track that Viper's Pit as he's just 3 charges away. It's scary, now left all on his lonesome. Tap on the door. Yudon for sure was going to try to push out there, but instead it's going to be Sugar Zero. Able to come up with the goods. So, only 1 player lost in the anti-eco. Zeta now up 2-0.
Yeah. Once again, a bit predictable. I mean, it's not a big deal on that second round, of course, but it just felt like you're almost like, okay, they're right there. I'm just going to, I've got the Spectre, I've got a snake bite on the ground. People are dying if they're here. And he was just waiting with open arms.
I think Yudon was actually running to knife him. As we saw that replay.
Should have let him.
Would have been nice, but I also, you know, you can appreciate Sugar Zero not wanting to die. As for now, push up, create some space for Hirodon to be able to try to get that Thrash online. Laz will now look to occupy that forward position here outside of A. Does have the rendezvous set up for himself to just bounce back in tree. Tap on the orb to see if they get any kind of aggression out on the opposite side, but Zeta is happy to sit back on the side itself.
And again, Bleed struggling to find a real entry so far on this map. It does look like maybe a chance towards A, but Laz is waiting with open arms. Just the Outlaw at the moment.
Poison orb now, thrown in as well, trying to check around, see what he can spot. Oh, there's one. It's going to be Ye taken down. Solid opening kill here. With the raise in that position, should suspect that there's going to be more towards this A side of the map, but rotation's still going to be slow here from Zeta. Not looking to overcommit to anything. His last now, I mean, his bailout
30 seconds left.
is gone. Tap on the door. He's going to rotate up rope. Backs away and doesn't manage to escape. Just wait for the rest of the team to join in here as they get ready to go for a 5v4.
Yeah, will be interesting to see if Lee can hold this one down and deny the bonus from coming through. Scary looking to hold that angle himself. Meanwhile, Zeta surely taking their time with this one.
Paranoia going to be sent across. Doesn't really find too much there. Pass lane is available to try to obfuscate the side a little bit more. Relay bolt going to be sent in. Couple shots flying. Scary pushing up into the smoke. Eventually he's able to steady that spray. Drag it across over onto Yuran for the headshot. Wingman now going for the plant. Spray through. That'll just clean it up. Snake bite as well. Going to be invested for good measure. Time ticking away. They would have to stick to it right here for now. So it seems like Bleed, yep, will just be able to find the win. Sugar Zero just looking to see if he can try to deal any additional damage, but eventually will fall. Zest cannot get out of the blast radius, however, so still going to be 3 lost. Zeta cannot convert the bonus.
Yeah, not half bad. I do think that Bleed handled it pretty well, even with a member down, still able to get on in there. This was a little bit wonky, but got the job done eventually. Anyway, they held the angle very nicely here from the baby door, and Zeta just didn't have the firepower to put it down. So let's see now as both sides want to be picking up rifles. Looks like, yeah. Let's see what this round is going to look like.
Full buyers out here for both squads. That, unsurprisingly, with that Phantom, just in case he needs to go sliding in. As Laz shooting forward.
I'll find you.
Tucks away the Haunt. Not going to reveal his position. Kept secret.
Satchel out.
Flashback not actually going to get the clear out on that trademark, and Laz gets the, I believe, one-tap shot onto Scary. Yay. Backpedaling to see if anybody does come his way. No peek out from Yuran, just playing this one cautiously.
Yeah, I thought that, okay, they are actually going to begin to head in towards C. But Poison Orb up, and that's going to allow Yuran to just rotate back over. Still no full committal here from the side of Bleed, as maybe it is a B hit, actually.
Yeah, a little bit of a fake out, some util dump there, but they could pivot any which way, or either which way I should say, as Hit Shell's going to be sent down into the back. Relay Bolt now flying through. Hit it on. Give the gun down too. Dep up over the top. Does find Ye. And right now, it's looking like a flawless round victory here for Zeta Division. Zest all on his lonesome, just going to go creeping back. Laz on the hunt. I don't think he's going to be able to spot him too much, though. Looks like Zest will just
10 seconds left.
be able to tuck away inside of A main, keep himself safe for the rest of this one. Just going to be that single weapon, that single rifle carried over. But Zeta able to go ahead and win out now, 3-1. Not allowing for Bleed to come up with any wins here, and this is very much an inversion of what we've been seeing across the last 2 maps. It's widely been Bleed starting things off very strongly, having that 3-1 scoreline. This time, though,
The Relay
Zeta.
Bolt
Yeah, Relay Bolt
value
is gorgeous.
Was just insane. Not much to say about that one. Will be a relatively early timeout from Bleed this time around. We saw Zeta doing this earlier. And just want to talk about what has been going on so far, which has been just a lot of passivity from the side of Bleed, not really pushing in. They're getting picked off early and often, and outside of the, Zeta's bonus round, I guess, they have not really been able to find much luck, and a flawless round immediately after is not a great feel either. Only Zest able to stay alive. So certainly I think a good time to call the timeout.
But does it translate into the round win? That is the big question, of course. It has been widely eluding Bleed thus far on all of their timeout calls today. Let's see if this can be the change up here for the squad where they do need it quite badly. There's a depth. You get him over onto that attacking side. that's when he's really going to be unleashed. We saw that from him on his entries versus Secret.
It's already looking pretty good. I mean, the relay bolt timings have been excellent, and there are a lot of small chokes on this map where you can get pretty good value from that ability. Laz is up here, sensing some pressure.
Laz just crept back. There's the rendezvous out. Yay now dead. 0 and 5 thus far. There's a quick clear out on that Nano Swarm, but has to backpedal as the Haunt does come through. But stun across. It's slow there. Like going to be planted here, and again, it's an attempt at a 4v5 for Bleed. The third time they've been put into this position is, I mean, they are just swarming their way through. Now the 2 remaining players stuck in upper B. Where's back away as Laz is just holding for the defuse. I mean, nothing more to be done. Zest, save the weapon. Scary. I mean, try to find any kind of kill you possibly can. He will be able to get one. Grabs the weapon, and then is going to be dropping it as Sugar Zero puts him down.
Yeah, that was a very easy cleanup for ZETA. That did not look like they had just taken a timeout. I mean, Laz reads the push, reads the pressure, assesses that they are going to get aggressive, hits the shot, goes back, and then they still aggress on a B, and just, you know, one Dizzy gets thrown in, everybody's blinded. It's just free cleanup for the side of ZETA. They make it look like they weren't pressured at all. So really want to see some more solid pushes from the side of Bleed.
Shuffling here on the buys. Prowler trying to wait this one out. The Boombot as well eventually will have to make his exit. As Thrash to go ahead and check around the opening here of A. Nothing going to be spotted, so just drags it back so he can get the quick recovery and save it for later in the round. In the meantime, Showstopper is available. Right now, seemingly Bleed not liking what they haven't been seeing at C. They will turn their sights back over here on towards A. Zero, back rubble.
There is still the Gecko here from last time they tried this.
Paranoia sent, matched on the opposite side. Dizzy goes out, TP having to be used. Showstopper gonna get sent, goes in towards Baby Door. Decent amount of damage dealt. Eventually Ye rewarded for that spray through the box. Gets himself on the board with the wallbang shot. Laz watching. Oh, splits the difference between Retla and Darion there. Cannot find the kill, and now it's going to be a lockdown invested here from Bleed. They know that they really need to try to get this round win. Relay bolts sent through. Stun across. Depth only going to be good for one before getting taken down. Yuran around the back. Oh, what a snappy shot.
Spike planted.
Oh, just completely ignores Scary. Takes out Retla. A huge kill potentially here.
Get back.
Zest pushing forward, finds one. Laz.
One enemy remaining.
Another elimination coming through, but potentially in a very rough spot. Clears out the turret. TP up the top. The troll down on the shorty. Takes out Zest. Darion with the reposition. He gets himself forward here onto the site. Playing a little bit of ring around the Rosie here. The Nano to try to force him back. Sees him, swings it, gets him. Laz.
Unbelievable.
This man is Chamber incarnate. The defuse will come through, and ZETA will lead out now 5-1.
I mean, what can you even say? Laz clutches it out. Huge play there at the end of round 6 to continue the onslaught of ZETA. Just have to watch and see how he did it. Started with Euron. A really nice shot there. Laz gets his first. The shorty pull out here, and then, yep. Spots just the shoulder, and that's all he needs. With just barely enough time, just gives himself a laugh and a nice little pump up there with the arm. And he keeps ZETA's dominance going.
As well as the ult economy. Built up nicely his depth. Yep,
oh
this
boy.
is that aggression that we're talking about. Slide out, Darion dead. There goes your Killjoy. There goes a big chunk of credit investment in the round. Hit online for Yuran. No real need, no real pressure felt here to invest that off the rip. We'll just keep it in the back pocket for now.
Yeah, that's one of the things that using the Neon can be good for on this map as well. Just poke out of B or poke out of A sometimes, and yeah, they're not going to see. Some spray on through. Well, with Spike back here, it looks like they're going to have to find a different direction. But unfortunately, it's one of those spots where you've already used a timeout. And after the timeout, you lost 2 rounds in a row. So confidence levels are at an all-time low in terms of, okay, well, A isn't working out. We can't go C. The last time we went B, it was like we had 5 less members than the enemy, and eventually we did.
So close to being able to get that hit across. Melee bolts to try to slow things up. Depp keeping himself protected now. Fast lane set, but Zest with the spray is able to go ahead and flush him out. 3v4, but now, okay, never mind, 2v4. As we'll get the hit in, and that's the Nightfall out of the hands here of Bleed, where they desperately need to get this spike planted.
10 seconds left.
That one just sat,
Spike
waiting.
One enemy
And
remaining.
Yuron now arriving. Good turn from Scary, is able to answer one back, but he's dazed up by the wingman. Taken down by Sugar Zero, and Zeta are they're not relenting whatsoever. 6-1 now here on Lotus.
Yeah, and that was a pretty decent buy round there from the side of Bleed, and they got pretty much no value, as you mentioned. Killjoy is gone, and yeah, Depp did go down, but he already did the damage, spotted the push, and then they're just getting rotated on like it's nothing.
Good job. Oh man.
And that's all it takes.
Second timeout. 6-1.
Talk about vibe merchants. How about calm merchants? Laz, a man of few words. He doesn't really pop off much.
Yeah.
Just stoic.
Sometimes it's better to not go through the swings of the up and down and just maintain a similar level. So that way when things aren't going well, you can say, okay, well, I'm at the same level I was when I was winning 6-1. And that allows you to potentially kind of keep it even, keep it consistent. But then maybe you don't have quite the high highs as some other players.
Well, second timeout having to be committed here. Just 7 rounds in. Unfortunately, this has just become all too familiar territory for Bleed. They need a breakout. They need something here to turn the tides, to get the gears spinning. Right now, very much a shared effort from the side of Zeta Division. No one really breaking away, not seeing that huge, Sugar Zero performance like we had on Sunset. Everybody just very consistent.
Yeah.
Playing alongside one another.
Leader coming a bit quicker this time. They're going to take over Rubble.
Up the pace a little bit to gain some forward space, but
yeah.
Now, waiting at the Viper wall. This will slow up the approach a little bit as Prowler checks around. And with the tap on the orb.
Assuming that maybe somebody would peek out there, but Zeta not really taking any big chances. At least just Laz over at Mound just checking to see if anyone else is going to rotate back, as Bleed have done a lot so far on this map, but that is not the case as we know. Gonna throw down a smoke. And Zest throwing the Prowler, but again, as we know, they are not going in that direction, and it looks like Zeta have read it very nicely. I mean, already Depp is rotating over towards B, towards the direction of where Bleed are.
Smoke just coming across here to make that A site unassailable. Sugar Zero, his back to the baby door here for the moment. As the Nightfall comes through, he's going to be sending the Paranoia and actually rotates in for the challenge. Does get blinded back on the opposite side though, but Laz does get this catch here on to the lurking Killjoy. It's the spot. Zest pushes his way up into the site. For now, Bleed will have control.
10 seconds
Weapon
left.
upgrade for Ye. Hirodon holding back here. Waiting, allowing for them to push into him. He reads one. Is he ready for Scary on the side? No. Tries to go for the flick. But Yuron there to go ahead and get the re-peek. Take him down. Now it is all on Zest. Just the C's. The Han coming back up soon, but Laz will just plus forward into the site. Get the shot across. And overall, it's still going to be an onslaught here from Zeta Division. Now 7-1.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea from Bleed, down on some firepower, trying to just use the Nightfall to try to get onto the B side, but Sugar Zero getting one pick, and then here on really nice position here, just reading the pressure, knowing they would try to rotate out and clear one angle after taking the B site. Gets a lot of value there, allows Yudon to follow up, and from there, you're just too far behind as Bleed. So I feel like the idea was all right, but now you've lost another round and used both timeouts.
Look at this, though. Up in from Darian, a bit of a change-up, but a 4-man stack from Zeta Division here at A. They know that this is going to be fought off after, and they want to try to win this one out. Relay Bolt's getting sent around the corner here from Depp. Does eat that paranoia as he tries to stay alive. Yay in a forward position, able to find one as Scary tries to spray across. Gets Sugar 0. Quite find the rest.
Spike
But
down
now
A.
Spike dropped as will be Zest taken out. So in the end, a 2 for 2. But ultimately, just a damn good read here from Zeta.
Yeah, it feels like they've somehow had Bleed's number on this map, many different angles, and they were just so ready for that push to come in. And now, chance for Bleed to go in.
Okay, well, Laz really wishing that he had completed that teleport. Scary not spotting too much, but okay, Yoran going to be caught off guard. Red Light able to find that. Yoran creeping forward, gets himself in front of the smoke, but cannot align the shot. Scary will get a second. Pitt's still going to be committed here, and I think that with an extra second or two on the back end of that one, would have preferred to hold on to the ult, but all the same, Bleed, what they desperately needed was a round win, and they will find it in round 9.
Finally got their second one, and even though they got challenged out at Rubble, it was a great job from Scary to just get some nice value on the right side of that pack, of that pile of Rubble, and then eventually they go for the retake. It looks like you'd almost just not really ready for that. The dry peak coming on in. Scary able to follow up, and that was the end of it with Laz going down. Doesn't need to hold on to that weapon as he's got his ult and a lot of money.
Okay, well, Tour de Force pop as are the Lightning Bangers. Relay Bolt gonna go flying in rather. As Dab just holding it down, comes up with 2 slides forward, looking for the third. Can't quite make it happen, but damage has been dealt. There's the daze, the wingman pops. Yay, and Darian is going to be stacked up here alongside one another, and it would be one hell of a day at the shooting range there for Yay if he was going to be able to pick those off and isolate all the players. A big change up here. Zeta say, okay, let's go aggro once again, this time on the opposite side of the map, and it pays off gorgeously.
Yeah, I just love that they just send it here, especially you've got this ult available for Dev. He leads the charge, puts the relay bolt in, and just against the flow of play, he said, okay, you got 1 round. And now I'm going to take you down personally. 8-2. Zeta, very nice aggressive play. We'll see if they keep up with this aggression or if they do want to mess with it with the flow of the play, as we do have 3 members at least pushing out here.
Fast lane sent. Yay, creeping forward. As Showstopper going to be sent over towards Hirodon. He's able to find that one. Yay. Oh, okay, Depp. We're just back to take down Yay. Looked like he was going to be dead to rights, but now an advantage here for the side of Bleed. That's still with just a classic, moves up, grabs the gun. Prowler checks in towards tree. Spotted there, Paranoia at the ready.
Uh-oh.
They get stacked up into the smoke, or they're just gonna swing out. They do, they both die. I think that one, unescorted by any form of util, a bit puzzling for the side of Zeta Division. So Bleed now well poised to just go ahead and rack up a 3rd round win in this half.
Yeah, it kind of just looked like they wanted to keep up with some of that fast tempo, but immediately the 2 of them got punished so quickly.
Just 3, 2, 1, die!
Yeah. Certainly some kind of pact, and Laz, he's got a lot of money, and there's only a couple of rounds, or I guess 1 round after this one left, so just gonna send it, and send it he does. Down he goes. Bleed picks up a 3rd round.
That gets Zest one away from having the Nightfall online, so if that is able to be scooped up here by either an orb or a kill, could be useful here for Bleed to try to get themselves up to a 4th round win in the half, but overall a solid start. I mean, I don't know how the hell Depp really snapped over to get Yay there, but
nice OJ.
For everybody else, very, very clean. Crash at the ready. As Yudon as well, similarly, just 1 charge away from having a critical ult.
Now let's see if he can get there. It's really the question, as Yudon thinking about utilizing Dizzy over the top, see if he can clear this one out with Sugar 0, because there has been a bit of aggression coming out from Bleed on this angle onto Rubble so far, but this time Bleed are going to go back to what actually didn't necessarily work, which was a bit more passivity, just waiting to see if ZETA would push, and then going for a late push themselves. But now they are grouping up outside of A.
Relay sent there in response to the Prowler, and it looks like that alone is enough to shove everybody all the way back. Arion inching forward outside of C. The rest of the team getting ready to join in alongside him. There it is, just Yuran without that pit. Try to hold this one. Rotate coming through though. Looks like Yuran looking to just go ahead and try to reinforce this, but as the smoke comes in, a ton of util being dumped forward. They are very well aware of this. Last trying to go for the shot through the doorway. Can't quite find it. Thrash now at the ready, leading the charge. The clear out. You managed to destroy it before the detain comes in, but Yuran swings down. It's able to find two. Does get taken up, but Yuran re-peeking also finds another. Retla trying to keep things even, but Laz finds the shot, puts down the enemy Viper, and now it's he and Deb. Try to close this out and make it a 9-3 half.
It's only 14 seconds.
Yeah, but have to stick to it. Cannot make it happen. The headshot comes through. There's 9-3. ZETA way out in front.
Yeah, this map has not looked a lot like the others. There has been a bit of a difference here on Lotus. I thought this would be also a close map, what with the 13-9, 13-9 back-to-back, but 9-3 now, the biggest lead we've had.
Oh, see, they just forgot to write the 1 in front of the 3.
Yeah, well, could happen. Just,
That's what we need to do.
Just win 10 rounds in a row. It's fine.
DRX did it.
They did. Can Bleed do it? I don't know. I don't know. After
I like the revisionism on the sign.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't get the 2-0, so I'm gonna just scratch that
Still
out right
counts
quick.
if I just cross it out and draw 1, right? I knew this was gonna happen. Master predictor.
Well, now everything to be done here for Bleed. 6 rounds down, not a good position to be in. Let's see if the players themselves believe in curses. We have a Zest fan here in the audience. Many of them, I'm sure.
Just asking them to like and subscribe to some, I don't know, it's probably some YouTube. Pretty interesting.
Smash the like button.
Yeah. Make
On
sure
our
to hit
channel.
that bell.
We don't know what the other one is, so we're not endorsing that. But you know, on our YouTube and Twitch pages.
Yeah. But if you came down to the studio, you could also do what he did and make a sign.
It's true.
Say like and subscribe. You could be that guy. How fast are ZETA going to go here from the attacker side?
Make it happen.
Yes.
Yes.
10 out of 10.
They just slow creep the whole thing. Well, for now, that's exactly what they're going to do. Here in formation, want to check that first corner. Nothing spotted. Nobody here on B. Turret is set up, though. Give them some information. Now, plenty of noise heard as Ye tapping the door, trying to get some shots. Oh my God, Laz's HP bar damn near disappeared.
Yeah. It's pretty rough. They are going to get this plant down, but nice little health advantage for the side of Bleed. We'll see what angle they're going to come from. It looks like pretty much every angle at this point.
Just trying to keep them guessing every which way here, not give them any kind of comfort on this approach. They're out there as second shot finds the head. Paranoia through. Looking for a bit of a timing shot. There is Laz. Def in the meantime trying to hold things down on the site. It's good for 1. Trade it out. Zest coming up with a second as he gets rid of Yuran and keeps things nice and even, but as he tries to go for the use of the util, does get taken down. Now all on Scary lines up the headshot, but just does not have the time. Yuran will go ahead and take him out. A third charge towards that Thrash is ZETA. They tie up the scoreline in pistols across the series 3-3. And they hit double digits here on map number 3.
Yeah, and that might just be the nail in the coffin. If you were going to make a comeback, it had to start there from the pistol round. But 10-3, it's pretty damning. ZETA are going to have a big advantage in this one, and then only 2 rounds away. As we see, Laz, good position, gets the 1. And yes, they came from every which angle, but eventually you're just running out of time if you're trying to literally encircle the B site.
Looks like even with the deficit, no force up here from the side of Bleed, just having the the understanding in the calls ahead of time. We do not force by. Now it's the A site, the gamble stack, having to be shifted over. There's a little bit of utility used on the approach here from the side of ZETA, taking their time, making it, a cautious approach. They look to not get caught off guard, but now the Flood gets ready to come back through, but on top of that snake bite is Darian. He's able to find a second elimination as Retla will get another, but in the end, it's going to be the cleanup there from Laz and Yuran. So 3 loss overall, not bad for the side of Bleed, but unfortunately the scoreline doesn't really lend itself to giving up more rounds.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't, but let's see what they have in their pockets here. As this wasn't necessarily the cleanest from the side of ZETA. They kind of got encircled this time around and lost some battles against Classics, but a win's a win, as they say. They put that 11 on the board.
That's just the power of the bundle.
Yeah.
It's a Classic hit that much harder.
No, it's a game of confidence. You look good, you play good.
Laz having to jump back there. Rendezvous on cooldown. We'll just backpedal away from the site in the meantime. The rest of ZETA grouped up outside of C. And Darian here both have some rifles. Fast lane going to be sent as Depp slides into a nice little cubby. Keeping himself protected as Retla now stunned up. Darian with the covering fire is going to help take down Depp, but Yuran at the same time able to get rid of the enemy Viper. Put on in that regard, but a decent amount of damage still dealt here onto the members of ZETA. Shooters here down to 45 as they start inching their way forward and spray across from Ye. He's able to find Hirodon.
Yeah, that's a fantastic pickoff.
Enough space given, so they will. Oh, okay, I was going to say they will get the plant down, but no. Darian with a nice spray gets the wallbang headshot on the Laz.
1 enemy remaining.
Don't show your head.
Almost there, but Darian with a 4K will keep Bleed afloat and deny that match point from coming through here for ZETA. 1 away now from that lockdown. But Laz on the attack says, yep, going for the op.
Yeah. That is the chamber way. I feel like, all things considered, a pretty nice hold from the side of Bleed. Ye getting that very nice shot down, and then some of the sprays through the smoke were really key, and then of course we had fun hop back and forth.
Fun.
And it's not a lot of energy. I think they know the kind of dire straits that they are in right now.
I think just trying to maintain focus here. As Yuran fishing for a kill with the Odin in hand. This does get tagged up just a bit. As the pick up there on the Dizzy, as well as the Orb to try to get that next Thrash online. ZETA finding things to a halt here for now.
Yeah, so much for the 10 out of 10. We're going to go super aggressive. Although when they do go for the pushes, they really do send it. So maybe just trying to mess with the timings, bait out some more utility, and then send it. As seems like that is the call for now, as all 5 members are looking to push towards A through the rubble. Scary is going to spot them. That should be enough information for them to potentially get in position for this push.
Just ready to peek out from stairs. If he spots anything at all is... Oh, they're right here in front of Ye. Here's them pushing through. Oh, trying to get turned around. And as they turn back, will be able to take him out. But, oh, scary. Full blind across onto just about everybody. He is able to come away with 2 eliminations. Wingman going through. Dizzy sent in towards backside. Prowler facing there from Zest. Spike gets planted and Zest on the swing.
Ooh.
Gets rid of Laz. Sugars here at 5 HP. So in such a poor position here. 2v3 for ZETA to try to get up the match point. Bleed trying to hold on as the sync bite avoided by both. Mosh Pit now lobbed in to buy some more time here on the spike. That's the last bit of util that they have. Now they will have to challenge in. They'll have to go for the fight. Swing out, can't quite steady the spray. Hit it on. Good for 1, but eventually will fall. The defuse will come in and Bleed. For the first time in the map, will win 2 rounds consecutively and now move up to 5.
Better late than never. This is how you begin that comeback. 5 rounds, you get a couple in a row, you string some economy together. And so far, the defenses have been pretty good. I think that, you know, Ye was in there, but at least he got the information of the push, right? So didn't quite do a lot of damage, but his teammates were able to follow up. And then eventually, it was a bit of a sticky situation for ZETA to actually get the plant down. And eventually, that was just a bit too much for them to get through. So 2 in a row for Bleed. How many more are they going to get? they're definitely favored in this one.
Now they have the lockdown online. Depp rushing forward. Zest. Odin of his own. Starts Sprang. Sugar Zero. Yep. Straight back the opposite way. Tap on the door. Paranoia not connecting. Ball goes up. Zest does take a shot or two there. As Laz tries to put him down. Sugar Zero eventually will be able to push in from behind. Find that kill. Hirodon with a nice headshot. Takes out Scary. And it is a 3v3, but well, ZETA significantly less HP to try to work with here.
Yeah, this this is not going to be easy for them, but getting a plant and a couple of kills already is positive for the side of ZETA.
Oh, the lockdown. They got that out of him.
Oh, no.
Okay, doesn't have the bullets to try to destroy it here. And as Retla will swing the corner, and will be able to just go ahead and finish the job. But still heavily costly. Down the 2 players left standing. Odin can be recovered to just go ahead and scoop up the more expensive weaponry. But lockdown committed in. That hurts a little bit more, but Bleed, ultimately, they do stay in this. Now just 5 rounds separating.
Still in it here for sure. Coming in quickly was...
Oh.
Yeah.
It's lining up.
One enemy remaining.
ZETA got in there very quickly on the site. And they were actually able to take out Zest as well relatively easily. So it kind of looked like they had a chance, but eventually not having the firepower. They got the lockdown, though. So
got the lockdown, and well, there's a couple ults available here for Bleed. About to have damn near all 5 up for ZETA. 1 charge for Depp, Laz, and Yuran before they have those ready to go. And now with the operator in hand, just going to be backing away. Relay bolts getting sent in towards the site. Spray into the box just to check and see if there's anyone there. And then silence. Just cutting noise, backpedaling, drifting away from C.
Yeah. And so far it does feel like the pushes from ZETA have mostly gone towards Rubble, in through door, and trying to punish whoever is in there. At the moment, it isn't Zest, who was there in the last round. So we've got 4 members. Laz, you know, he's doing his chamber thing. He's over looking at Mound still, but 4 members here on the side of ZETA looking to potentially
He's about to bite.
send it again.
Sends the boom bot at least, and okay, looks like he may just back away. There's the jiggle out, and yep, okay. Saw enough. Laz does not pull the trigger, and Ye does not challenge the fight. But with that, now the call's going to be made to rotate back around to the opposite side. Laz looking for it, but Ye shuts it down. Now they need to try to play in and displace this Ray. Swing out, Ye. Second shot, paint shells to delay. 25 seconds remaining here. He dodges out on the Dizzy. And ZETA looks like, yep, they are a bit puzzled, scratching their heads, wondering what to do. Ultimately, they just have to sit back and save and allow for Bleed to keep themselves in this game. 7 rounds now racked up.
Bleed are in it. Bleed have a chance. They're making a big comeback here. It's actually happening. You never believe when it's like 11-3, right? Especially the pistol round goes the way of ZETA. But 4 rounds in a row now to the side of Bleed. And what can you say? I mean, they've been quite clean. I guess they're just kind of wishing they started this a bit earlier. But they certainly do have a chance now. As we'll take another look, it really just comes down to Ye hitting 2 shots. And then the round ended.
All the way back here waiting. Oh my god.
Well, his waiting paid off. And, well, ZETA certainly did not. Now, all ultimates available. Let's see what is necessary for them to try to get this round victory. Push forward. They take space outside a door. Here comes Zest. Should anticipate this, though. So for now, just avoiding the spray. Door going to be tapped. Thrash leading the charge. Paranoia connects. Depp going to be slowed up for the moment. Have that overdrive at the ready, but now the Nightfall chucked in. Relay bolt sent up top, trying to slow them up here as the pit gets invested at the same time from Yuran. Smoke's just keeping everything blocked out. Is Scary. Molly there at his feet, has to jump back up. Third step. And the slide right back down. Last in the meantime, waiting to see any kind of rotation, any kind of flank attempt out through stairs. Looks like Darian might be heading in that direction, but Zest just trying to flush him out. Has to go for the reload. Time being bought. Smoke bloomed. But enough of a window there. Laz spots at the Killjoy. Scary in the meantime. Going to be able to find Depp. Now Zest taking out Hirodon. 3 members left standing here for the side of ZETA, but Sugar Zero shuts down Ye with a shorty, shuts down Retla. Scary will be able to identify Laz's position, but ultimately they just do not have the time for this. They will go their separate ways as Scary tries to overstay, tries to find something with that operator, but ultimately ZETA will finally stop the round win streak here from Bleed and get themselves up to match point.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, as you mentioned, you have 5 ultimate abilities. You got to find a way to win a round, right? And they did. They sent it all. They went in fast. Laz, nice angle here. Wasn't even that done of a deal. I thought that maybe they were going to be able to clean up Sugar Zero, but he's able to stand tall against 2 that push in, and he is just zoned in. No fist bumps, no anything. He wants to win this one. And let's see how this round is going to go.
Oh, Laz, just hop in the corner. Tour de force in hand, takes out Darren Slide, and great shot from Retla, very snappy to get that Neon mid-slide. Hit going to be committed here, as Laz will be found. Man advantage going to be here for the side of Bleed, but now equalized, just about, nope, Ye over the top. Showstopper keeps him in a firm lead. Retla on the push, gets the headshot, Hirodon goes down.
Yeah, a nice try after all, but with the pick coming down was going to be difficult regardless, as now we've got almost all ults down. And Bleed, they get back on the board, they give themselves another chance here, but again, kind of a similar spot to where ZETA were on the last one. And ZETA are going to call a timeout just to make sure of it. They do not want to take any chances here. They want to really come together and get one last solid round because they know that Bleed have been a threat the entire night.
Do have a second timeout. They're going to be hoping that this is the only one they need to use. Multiple attempts here at match point to close this series. Send Bleed packing without a match victory. Bleed, though, a solid effort to run back these 5 rounds thus far, not giving up. Can they go the distance? Be such a monstrous turnaround for them.
Yeah, I mean, you were able to come back and get 4 rounds in a row the last time around. You just got another round. It feels like they are pretty comfortable here from the defensive side, but now you got to be super clean. You got to just hope that nobody builds up an ult and nobody can quite challenge you, but I would imagine they get there eventually, even just by deaths, if they get to the final round, number 24. Let's see how this one is all going to shake out. ZETA Division was our unanimous choice, but this has been much closer than I think a lot of us were expecting, so shout out to Bleed for that at least.
Disney not spotting anything. Lion's share of the team here for ZETA, now pushing forward outside of C. Smoke just come down. And now over here outside of A. It is just good on going on a bit of alert forward. Doesn't hear or see anything. Retla watching to see if he can spot anything at all. But ultimately has to peel back, put up the poison orb, drops it as the follow-up smoke comes through from Scary. As all of their smokes dedicated here towards this side of the map. Now smokes coming through. Snakebite goes in to try and delay, gets a vulnerable across here on the 2, but Depp still on the hunt. Stinger in hand. Retla, does he read this position? No, he does not. Depp with a peek out, able to find him. And that's the first step towards this match win here. As all of ZETA, most of them rather, pushing out towards the side, trying to get the catch. Prowler confirms the presence of multiple. Jump around the corner. Ye going to be taken down. Depp able to find 3. For a little bit more, slides back across to the opposite side, now back out onto the site. Darion with the AWP, swaps it over now for the Vandal. But it's a 2v4 against ZETA with weapons upgraded. On down, Laz, headshot across. Zest is gone. And it looks like that should be the hopes and dreams for Bleed, gone as well. 13-8, ZETA. They call the timeout, they get the win. They manage to persevere.
Yeah. Like the call of the strategy as well, just to rush on into C a bit faster than they had been going up until that moment in time. So good call from the coach. They get the job done. Was a grueling back and forth match though. 13-9, and then 13-8 at the end. Just barely going the way of ZETA. And it was a team effort. I mean, it was a difference of 16 to 13 kills from top to bottom, right? It was very close one. It wasn't really one guy that stood out on this map in particular. I mean, Neuron with the highest first kills, but at the end of the day, ZETA do pick up the win. Lots of fans here supporting them, and they'll get the job done.
That they will. Hell of a birthday gift there for the squad. Plenty to celebrate here tonight. Obviously, still things to retool as well. You know, a lot closer than they might have anticipated coming into this series here. But for Bleed, I think overall, some clear growth. But that's enough for myself and Valdez. We'll catch you guys next week. For now, we'll pass it back over to the analyst desk to break down all the action.
Thank you, gentlemen. ZETA Division close out this series, winning this one, getting one step closer to champions with their championship point, and one step closer to qualifying for playoffs, moving towards Shanghai.
Yeah, I mean, an ever-needed win. Obviously, we talked about it before the match started, but you know, while on the side of Bleed, really everyone was just hoping to see them play like a team at some point during this match. For ZETA Division, obviously they have one win under the belt. They really wanted another one just to keep the hope alive, and they're able to lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the same Bleed that we saw last time, right? It's definitely a big improvement here, but that being said, ZETA Division just had these players, these pieces that really went above and beyond in map number 1, and here, especially in map number 3.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned map number 1, right? Because if we didn't see Sugar Hero popping off like he did in map number 1, this could have been a different best of 3. So obviously Sugar Zero, while it feels like it was a long time ago, did his part for his darndest to really keep them in the game. And then overall, the team really leveling back up. I mean, I really liked this Neon comp. It's continuing to do work for them. It's also kind of forcing them to play at a faster tempo, which is doing them a lot of good here on Lotus.
Yeah, I just wanted to add for Sugar Hero here that a big example of, I think, the impact that he's gotten as well on Lotus was those kind of slow approaches that we saw from Bleed. A lot of those punishes came from just really well-timed paranoias into, you know, those 3Ks and everything, and that really followed up there for ZETA. That's what you saw in the first half. So many rounds went in their direction for those retakes.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that read on their tempo, on Bleed's tempo, really helped ZETA Division persevere. They're saving their utils for the right moment, the right timing. They didn't get too anxious, I think, waiting for Bleed to execute.
Yeah, so I think we're starting to see that the ZETA Division we're seeing currently in Stage 1 is starting to learn how to figure out their opponents a little bit, right? Okay, like this is how you want to play. Okay, this is how we want to play the defense. However, as we saw in the earlier match today as well, if you really want to continue to get the wins, really try to get to the top, your attack has to be good. You need to know how to take initiative. You need to know how to be proactive, and ZETA Division's still a little bit weak on that side, but maybe they can improve that in the future weeks.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really fair point, and Lotus is definitely that map you do want to be aggressive on, especially on the attacker half. You have to be full confidence, and you have to go in.
Man,
15 first kills for ZETA.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to look at the stats real quick and who got the most first bloods here. It felt like it was the same thing that I was mentioning that was the weakness for Bleed, which is that Ye tries to get that contact on the first bloods, but he's the one that gets picked off at the start of these rounds. That's why you're seeing this 15, because a lot of the deaths that Ye had was resulted because of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little tough, right? I think that's partly just because of how Bleed plays as well. If they're playing slow, you're kind of expecting the agent with the most mobility to go and get contact, ideally get a kill or bounce back out and then go for the trade, something like that. So that's a bigger question, I think, for Bleed to answer for sure. But that also means, again, ZETA, you know, the members who are anchoring, like the likes of Laz, are able to get that first shot. They know the timings and when they're trying to peek around smokes and things like that. And that results in these first kills that allows them to kind of stay ahead. And once again, I mean, while it's not as consistent as you would want to see, the rookies like Uren performing and having these maps where they're able to take the top scores, that's a really good sign for ZETA, because we have to remember it's only their first year, especially for Uren. He didn't even get to play Challenger Japan. He got upgraded right into VCT Pacific. So you gotta have some faith that this kid is gonna grow into a great player in the future.
Oh, absolutely. So great job to the birthday boy for today. And what I am liking about Pacific and the evolution of all the players across VCT, a lot of the MVPs we're seeing from all of these games aren't duelists anymore. They're controllers, they're sentinels, sometimes initiators, and we're just seeing a big shift in how everyone's been playing this game.
Yeah, and that's something that Pacific in general has kind of missed out on. Obviously, we have, the strongest teams, yes, they've had it, like the likes of Mako, and then on Paper X, I guess everybody plays everything, so it kind of works out. But when you look at the best teams in the world, the ones who win champions, etc., that second line of entry, the second line of attack, that's where they're strongest. So seeing this evolution across the meta and kind of the rosters, I think it's a really good sign for Pacific overall.
Just having a well-rounded team, right? You can't always rely on the duelist, as what we saw with Depp, big example of that, where, again, on that ascent map, he was struggling so much. That's why we needed to look, towards Urant. It was, well, not the younger player, but Sugar Zero, that was really making those plays to ease up the pressure for those frontmen on Zeta's side.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we talk about it all the time where it's still an FPS. You still need to shoot heads. But at the same time, when everyone's so mechanically gifted and they've just gotten so good overall, this is where a lot more creative gameplay comes in, where you need to be super coordinated. We were talking about this earlier. We're going a lot faster now, a lot more aggressive, at least here in Pacific. And what that means is everyone needs to be more coordinated and super tight as a team.
Yeah, we even had moments, I believe it was this map actually, now it's all kind of mixing together, but where Zeta Division, like I believe Uran or Huron, they're going for these jump peaks to set up their teammates to go for the trade, things like that. You used to never see that for Zeta Division, right? They're like, well, we don't have Utah, like what do? We gotta wait for the peak, and then you peak one by one, and it wouldn't look good. So now you're understanding, like, even if I do get picked off, if we can even out and stay ahead in numbers, that's what's important. So I'm liking that, again, we can see the philosophy change. Not gonna, go in and say like this was the best game that we've seen from either of these teams, but what I'm trying to say is we're seeing the bright spots and the direction is there. Even for Bleed, even though they once again lost, I think we saw enough bright spots where it's like, okay, they're not entirely lost in the woods. They do see the light at the end of the tunnel. We just don't know how long that tunnel is.
Oh yeah, well, we kind of do, I guess. We know when stage 1 ends. But there's always stage 2.
But we don't know if the light is there at the end of stage 1. It might have to wait until stage 2.
Still like 3 to 4.
Yeah, I can't believe you made me say that. But it sounds really brutal. But yes.
But you know what? To be fair to Bleed as well, we talked about this as well. They are our Ascension team. Victors, and they did change their roster twice since then, and it's going to take some time. They're also new to Korea, unlike the other Pacific teams who had some time to adjust, because that was a problem last year for a lot of the teams who are not from Korea, just moving here, getting, the culture shock, the food difference, even their diet, everything was just different, and I think that's what Bleed is going through right now.
Yeah.
Except for Zest, I guess.
Well, yeah, I guess Zest is home ground. Zest is like, guys, what's the problem? Like, this is just what Seoul is like. But, so it's not like we're trying to make excuses for Bleed, but it's the reality as well, right? This is something they have to work on. So while, yes, the brutal truth is that Bleed is not playing well and the individuals are not playing to the individual standards that we're used to, I think you have to give them that first year at the very least, right? Is there an upwards trajectory or not? So far in week 1, it looked a little iffy. But in week 2, it's like, okay, like maybe there's a little bit of a direction. So now we'll have to wait for week 3.
Yeah.
And that's a big one too. Imagine just in a couple of days, they're already, creating this much where it's almost that win. And it's a close game, sure, but you're seeing that quick jump of skill up, which is a pretty big thing. It's not just months in between, it's days in between. And that's very hard to ask of players like this.
Yeah, it's just that obviously their remaining matches don't seem to get any easier. So
no,
so that's the tough part.
Yep. But
the relativity.
We see miracles all the time in VCT. It happens.
DFM.
Yeah. I mean, we call DFM a miracle, but it's like they changed their whole roster, and then we didn't really see them play. But yes, I know.
Okay, but DFM. Crazy Raccoon also did not win Challengers Japan.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. But I like what you guys pointed out. We're seeing upgrades, even just within the 1 week. So by next week, especially with the introduction of a new agent, I think this is going to be pretty crazy. So Alpha Group, while they don't get too many more points this weekend, I believe Team Secret, snatches one more for the Alpha Group. We are seeing leveling up in the gameplay across the board, which is good.
And now we're kind of escaping that nightmare everyone was afraid of like, wow, what if Genji's the only team with 2 wins in Alpha Group? It's like, well, no. There are 2 other teams with already one win. So they just need to get at the very least one more. And quite frankly, T1 looks like they are ready to snatch up the remaining games and try to go for a 3-3 record.
I mean, it's just retrospective for a lot of these teams, just making sure that, we can look at the mistakes that we've had. We've already had so many tapes from week 1 and week 2. Now is the time to really not mess it up here for at least the Alpha group.
Yeah, and then in Omega, I mean, ZETA, RQ, and Talon all tied up 2-1. This could very well really go down to map or round differentials, so you really got to start to consider. And in that aspect, ZETA's first game against Global, that 13-1 on Sunset, is really hard carrying them so far in that differential.
I just also want to add real quick, our next match, or first next match, Gen.G versus DRX.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
The
That's going to be crazy.
Alpha and Omega.
It's a big one.
Yeah.
It's a very big one for DRX, really.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is their moment to prove to their fan base that they are back on track. I think a lot of them were worried last year. We were worried too. It was the first time they didn't make it to an international event. It was not too long ago. It was just in Masters Madrid. But, that's for next week. Today, we're going to celebrate our victors. We're going to go to the stage and interview with ZETA Division's MVP.
Thank you guys, and what a great birthday gift for Yuran with ZETA Division putting up their second W on the board. I'm now standing here with ZETA Division's Laz. Now, congratulations, Laz. Today went the distance, all 3 maps. How relieved are you that you were able to walk away with the win tonight?
本日、2対1ということで3マップかなり長い試合だったと思うんですけど、どのくらい勝ちきれて安心していますか？
そうですね、勝たなきゃいけない試合だったんでめちゃくちゃ嬉しいですね。すごく安心して、だいぶ疲れたなっていう気持ちです。
Yeah, it was a map that we had to win. It was a match that we had to win. So I'm really relieved that we got it, and I'm really, really tired today.
Indeed, indeed. I'm going to let you go in a while, but we still have more questions to ask you. Now, I'm going to start with Ascent, because Bleed banned it so many times, and yet they won today. So what made it tough for you on that map?
アセントをプリード自体は何度もずっとバンしてきているマップだったと思うんですけど、そこに対して勝ち切ったマップを取られたということで、何が原因ですごく大変なマップだったと思いますか？
そうですね、ちょっとゼストとイエイに破壊されたなって、もう何ラウンド取られたか分かんないので、そこが一番間違いなく大きかったなと。
Well, Zest and Ye, they broke the game today for us. We don't even know how many rounds that they took from us, so I think that was a big factor in their win.
Okay. Now, when it came to Lotus, though, you guys had a pretty good read on Bleed, and they really like to play slow when it came to their attack. And ZETA is just not a stranger when it comes to playing things slow. So, what was it like going up against another slow tempo team? Was it like easier to maybe predict what they were going to do?
ロータスにおいて結構ブリードがかなりスローなプレーをしていたと思うんですけれども、ゼータもスローなプレーは馴染みがあると思うんですけれども、そういったところもあってアビリティの使い方とかだったり時間の使い方に対してなんか予測しやすかったみたいなところってございますか？
ある程度かなり時間かけて最後の方にスキル使ってくるっていう話も軽くはあったんですけど、やっぱり中盤のアドリブ勝負がすごくこっちがうまかったなと思っていて、コミュニケーションもしっかり取れたり、例えば1人がすごく大きいめっちゃ大事な情報を普段取らないのも取れたりして相手の最終戦の先が分かるみたいなのも多かったんで、今回はうまかったなと思ってます。
Well, we sort of had a few talks about what timing they would use their skill when they were playing slowly, but I think overall we sort of had a better communication and we got to play on our tempo, and we had a lot of ad-libs during those slow games, which led us to get more info or something, and it would lead to a drastic change in the power balance in the game, and that led to a win.
All right, so great adjustments, great calls on the fly, but just I want to ask you just one little question out of curiosity. I know that Bleed already said that Ye's not going to play Chamber, but was there a part of you that's like, oh, maybe Ye's going to pull out the Chamber and it's going to be me and Ye with the Chamber battles? A little bit?
ブリードで明確にイエイがチェンバーをもうプレイしないというふうに発言していたと思うんですけれども、ちょっといやチェンバーをプレイしてほしいなみたいな気持ちとかってありましたか？
まあチームの方針だと思うのでそこには絶対関与したくないと思ってるんですけど、正直に言うと本音を話すとめちゃくちゃチェンバー対決はしたいです。
I believe it's the team's decision to choose the agent, so I don't want to say anything to that. But if I'm being completely honest, I would have liked to have done a chamber battle.
I don't think we would have minded that. But last but not least, competition in Omega Group getting tougher and tougher, and you guys are facing Genji next. So what's your mindset heading into that one?
最後に、オメガでの試合がどんどんきつくなってきていると思うんですけれども、次がジェンジー戦ということで、そこに対して、どのような目標でありますか？
はい、まずプレーオフ抜けのためにもう一勝しなきゃいけないので、もう死に物狂いで勝ち取りに行きたいなと、もうラスボス戦だと思ってます。はい。
So to go to playoffs, we need one more win. It's one game that we really need to try to win. So we're going to think they're the last boss and give it everything we've got.
Give it everything you've got. Well, thank you so much, Laz, once again for the interview, and happy birthday to Yuran too. There, you got my birthday cake, but this win is definitely better than my crappy cooking baked cake. But congratulations, ZETA Division, and thank you, Laz, once again for the post-match interview. Now that's all we have for week 2. We are going to be coming back on Saturday with Genji versus DRX and Bleed versus DFM, matches you don't want to miss. So we'll see you next week.